What is happening, good people? Jeff C here. I hope you're doing well. It is Friday, March the 8th, and we are live here. Another episode of Jeff C and Friends. And I apologize, I'm a little bit late. Little bit late. I had to take a nap when I got back home, and so I tried to get up, but I got up a few minutes late. So, but we're here. We're ready to rock, and typically we go pretty late. And I just sent out all the links a couple of minutes back, and so folks should be getting those. So if you're regular on the show, check the usual spots. And yeah, jump in anytime, man. Yeah, anyways, hope you're all doing well. And yeah, there's a lot of things going on. I just put up a video on Supreme Lord Commander on the latest piece of propaganda, which is, of course, Captain Marvel. Which is a movie that I guess at some point I'm going to have to see just to keep abreast with what they're doing to humanity. But man, these things are they're an exercise in I don't know, just stupidity, really, and total brainwashing, programming, and people are being indoctrinated everywhere they turn. So it really is quite a quite something to behold. This takeover, this Disney sort of takeover of all of our media, all of our culture, if you would. It's a terrible term to use. There's actually a YouTube channel called What Culture, which makes me laugh because when they talk about American culture, I think, what culture? Like, what is American culture? What is American culture, Cookie? Is it like McDonald's and I guess it's Disney and stuff like that? Homer Simpson?
Edward Bernays, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Edward Bernays. Exactly. So so far, it's Jeff C and friend. We got Harry Cookie Monster. Harry, how are you doing?
Hello, not too bad, thank you.
Awesome.
I've got some strong coffee, so hopefully I can.
Oh yeah,
keep going.
I've got a tea brewing right at this moment. So in a second, I'm going to run off and grab my tea, and jump right back in. Hopefully, nobody will notice me taking off. But yeah. So yeah, crazy week. I mean, here in Kazakhstan, we have this big SNC Lavaland total psyop that's going on. And they always have these scandals. I think that British and American, all the New World Order sort of governments continually have scandals every year. There's always a scandal, and it is just so that they can occupy people, take people's energy away, put people on, take them away from whatever they might be spending their time looking at, taking that energy that people have and focusing and trying to channel it somewhere else. And I think, Cookie, that's so much of what we face in this day and age. This bread and circus, this constant sort of indoctrination of people taking their energy, taking their focus, right? Creating controversy, creating all kinds of news stories that capture people and have people, and it's always one side or the other sort of thing. It's always that it's like, for me to come in and to report on these things in many ways is a waste of time, because then I just play into it's not that I'm not saying that there isn't any truth to some of these stories that proliferate, but I think in many ways they're just there to suck your energy away and like take you down and occupy your time, and
it re-engages people with the political system as well, with the state.
Yes, exactly. And it reinforces the state, and it also, like, this illusion that we give, or that they give, that you actually have a democracy, right? This is the big trick that they like to play, is that yeah, hey, guess what? Your vote matters. Guess what? You've got a say. We want to hear your opinion. No, they don't really want to hear your opinion, unless, of course, it's one of the two choices. You can choose that side, or the left or the right, sort of thing. Then you're entitled to have opinion, because then you are doing exactly what the propagandists want you. But if your opinion is that what we're putting out is absolute distractions and psyops and whatever else, then you don't get to have an opinion at that point. At that point, your opinion becomes a dangerous one, and therefore you must be censored and shut up, sort of thing. So,
Yeah.
you know, I don't really follow the British news, but when I look at, like, for instance, I don't know if you ever like the Daily Mail, for instance.
The Daily Fail, you mean?
Exactly. Do you like is that like I imagine it had its origins as like a physical sort of newspaper. Is it still
Yeah.
like a daily delivered newspaper in some places?
Yes, but only in some. Well, as far as I know, it's only in some places. It's not nationwide anymore.
But it's widely consumed on the internet, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were one of the most successful out of the UK press to make that switch to the online environment. I think because of their style, the way they present it with lots of pictures, it works very well in that online, that social media environment. So a lot of people like it as an internet news source for the UK.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring this up right now because I think it's a good point to or a good starting point here for tonight's discussion about brainwashing here and how they control you. So I'm gonna bring up today the Daily Mail. I find it fascinating. I mean, for me, from a sort of anthropological standpoint of view, where you're looking at how they're able to capture humanity, how they're able. I mean, like, yes, you're indoctrinated from birth. You're put in front of a screen. You know, you're eating the foods, you're watching the garbage. In most cases, most people are not aware of how awful and evil television is and what it can program you into. But this is a perfect sort of example of how, I mean, like, would this be like the most popular of the news online sites in the UK or
Um,
amongst them?
I'm guesstimating, but I suppose you could say it's an educated guess. But yeah, I would think it is.
Yeah,
Because some of the others, like I think the Telegraph has a paywall on their main articles. The Times has a paywall. So some of the more what are supposed to be the serious papers, they've gone through a pay-per-view kind of setup. Whereas out of the general tabloid press, the Mail Online is definitely the most popular in the online environment.
yeah.
I think they're making all their money from advertising, I think. So I think that's something else that the public generally likes. You know, they can read all this stuff without having to go through a paywall of any kind.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, how magnanimous of them. They're giving it to you for free. Here's your programming. Come and get it, kids. And as you see here, the top article is this proof Johnny Depp didn't hit Amber Heard. So you've got the whole feminist sort of toxic male masculinity sort of agenda rising forth, and then you've got everything that kind of fits in. You've got the scene of attack here, which they've got Eastern, and it's like some clock. So I'm not sure which building. I don't know if you can see that, if you recognize that, if that is somewhere in the UK. But you've got the bruised face, and then you've got Johnny Depp, and I suppose whoever this Amber Heard is. I've never heard of Amber Heard. And then you have the pirate role he lost. So there is your mainstream sort of entertainment, along with over in the right bottom right corner, you've got your Aquaman, Aqua Woman sort of mermaid. And then you have a long-term love, which I don't know. Does that look like Elon Musk? I mean, is it that silly? I'm making it bigger now. Hopefully, everyone will be able to see this here.
I think
Um,
the building on the top left, according to the little blurb
yeah,
text at the bottom, that's his penthouse.
that's Johnny Depp's penthouse.
Yeah.
The Eastern Star, maybe. That's bizarre.
Well,
Do you know if that's in the UK? That building?
no, I think by the look, what it's saying in the blurb, it's in Los Angeles, and
Okay,
you know, the Eastern Star is another name for Lucifer.
yes, exactly. And if people don't know this, Johnny Depp is a well-known Satanist. like well known. It's no secret, really, even amongst the Hollywood sort of circles, sort of thing. It's well known that Johnny Depp is a Satanist. So, well, that could all be part of your machinations as well. But in a defamation legal action revealed a few days ago, Depp's center left is demanding 50 million in damages for a newspaper article ex-wife Amber Heard, center right the names too, wrote on the accusations of domestic abuse at his Los Angeles penthouse. So that's the Eastern Star, claiming it cost him his role as Captain Jack Sparrow. And that's the insert. Depp also claims Heard cynically timed her latest attack on him to coincide with the release of Aquaman, a film in which she stars. The actress also accused of having an affair with SpaceX entrepreneur, I was right, Elon Musk, throughout the couple's marriage, according to the building. I mean, like, this is so patently absurd. I mean, the whole thing is just, it might as well just be, a Marvel comic book movie plot line.
I was just wondering, is this like Johnny Depp expressing how jealous he was that he was not given a part in any of the movies?
I don't know, man. I mean, what movies is he not in? This is Johnny Depp, and he pretty much plays the same character, because I don't think he has any range when it comes to portraying characters. I think he's perpetually like an Edward Scissorhands type character. Although that character, you could say, was a silent character, but I mean, like, his typical type of character that he plays, it always seems the same in every film that I see. And he has starred in at least, I can think of at least one film that was all about Satanism, and it was a Roman Polanski film called The Ninth Gate.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one, by the way?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that way, way, way back. I think when it came out around-ish, or probably when it came out on DVD or whatever. But yeah, it's just another example of what they're into in these circles. Although, when they make these movies, it always appears that, the forces of good win in the end, and it, ostensibly looks like they're anti-Satan, but really, no.
Well, in the Ninth Gate, it's completely the opposite, though, isn't it? It's he's successful in opening the gates to hell. So basically, he becomes, the child of Lucifer.
Yeah.
But I was going to say as well, that character he plays in the Ninth Gate is that bland character that you describe.
Yeah.
I think, it's sort of, you look at him in every other film after watching that one, and it's like he's basically playing the same character, except maybe with some a little bit of extra flamboyance or a slight quirk. But other than that, it's the same bland character.
Yeah, exactly. And it's often that way. And I show this a lot when it comes to movies and actors. Like, one of the ones I like to show is Tim Curry, who constantly plays the devil in all the different incarnations, whether it's Lucifer or whether it's the darkness or whatever. I mean, all the different incarnations, or it's the transsexual from Transylvania. That's no accident. These actors often play the same characters over and over and over again. And that's just kind of the way that they roll. And Johnny Depp always seems to be playing the same character over and over again. And this, it's just a great example. I mean, what you're seeing up here on screen, folks, I imagine almost none of it's true. That would be my take, or it's completely concocted. In other words, that here is just actors playing roles. Like, the way I try to explain actors, A-list actors at least. I'm not talking about smaller actors, because I imagine a lot of people don't reach that level. But I'm talking about the A-listers, the big time, the people that have made the deal. There's no way, first of all, that you're ever going to be a major league player, a super celebrity star, unless you do make all those deals. It's not going to happen. So you make the deals, and next thing you know, you're getting in those films. But like the way I would try to explain it to folks is like these people are always acting. Like their roles. Like I would say this about. I talk about this. I expose this with YouTube celebrities too. I say the YouTube celebrities are all actors. They're not really the characters that you see portraying themselves on YouTube. They're actually playing roles. They're not actually dating the characters that they pretend to be dating. They're just playing roles and helping indoctrinate people into the new world order. So I would say the exact same thing about the big celebrities, that these stories are all concocted. And yeah, they have all the symbolism, like this one with the Eastern Star. And, I'm sure if you click on it, there's a million different images. I'm sure the film here, Aqua Man or Aqua Women or whatever, has all kinds of crazy symbolism in it as well. Elon Musk being part of it is just more of making Elon Musk a major celebrity household name. It's about planting these characters everywhere so that they become ubiquitous, so that whenever you mention or they get mentioned or they are mentioned in a news article or on Entertainment Tonight or whatever when you put on your box, you know exactly who they're talking about. Oh yeah, it's that guy, right? And that's why they have characters like Elon Musk, because Elon Musk is here to help. Like Elon Musk, his mission is to facilitate the emergence of this brain chips, basically. Elon Musk is now, whether or not he has any sort of real role in developing these brain chips is probably never know unless you follow him around all day and for a few weeks and you're able to watch what he actually does. It to me would be irrelevant because he's just merely an actor and he's playing a role. But his role is important because one of the big things that, of course, they're going to try to bring in the near future is brain chips. And so that's why Elon Musk will appear everywhere so that people get to know the character. And I think he's modeled after he's kind of the Tony Stark. Like he's very much. In fact, if you were to put in here, I'll just try this for a second. I'll put Elon Musk here, and then I'll put Tony Stark. Yeah, it's interesting because up here, if I put Elon Musk and then I put T-O, and then Tony Stark comes up right away. So in many ways.
Hey, Cookie.
Hello. Hello,
Hi.
Grace.
Is that Grace? Oh, hi, Grace. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. You sound like you might be in a tunnel.
Oh, really? Oh no.
A little bit muddy. But you sound great otherwise. Don't worry. Even if it doesn't come in perfectly. Welcome so much, Grace, to the show. If people didn't see, Grace put up an amazing video yesterday on the whole propaganda sort of machine of the United States.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there you are.
How's it sound?
Welcome.
I had my microphone plugged in. I thought I was just talking to my computer, but I had my microphone plugged in, but it was on the other side of the room. So
like
now we're back.
Now you're here for real. Before it was like a little tiny version of you, like in like a teacup saying hi everyone.
I'm just not used to getting on the live streams on the podcast. There's a learning curve.
Well, you learn quickly. So I checked it today. I watched it again. I watched it 3 times already. And it's one of those videos too. I mean, all your work is like that, where it's like you can keep going back to it over and over again because you formulate your argument so well and you present everything in such a professional manner that it's like, and I say to folks, like that's why we need people like Grace, because she can reach the average person. Your videos we can send out to anybody, right? It's not like screaming, "Oh, this is a conspiracy theorist,"
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. That's the hope that, it's as succinct and as easy to digest as anyone anywhere can understand these topics that are purposefully complicated. can be arranged in such a way that they're easily digestible for anyone.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah, and that topic too. I mean, you know,
it's linked into what we were just talking about with that Daily Mail article.
100%.
There's a hell of a lot of emotional hooks in that article.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 2 seconds here. You guys go ahead. I'm going to take 2 seconds to grab my tea.
Okay.
Right back.
Tea, 2 sugars.
We're looking at Elon Musk. I saw him, the last time I saw him was on PewDiePie's show, where it's the ultimate paradigm, PewDiePie versus T-Series. And he brought in Elon Musk in order to get the advantage over T-Series, to get more subscribers, of course. And and he had Elon Musk host his meme review. And it was like watching a robot try to be human, but it humanizes Elon Musk, but at the same time, it popularizes him too. And it makes him a celebrity to this new demographic who otherwise wouldn't have ever encountered him.
Yes. Yeah. And it gives him that glamour of cool, of kudos. He's in with the in crowd, like he's rubbing shoulders with Johnny Depp and all those kind of people. I wondered as well with that article, there's kind of like a narrative, an initiation narrative that runs through that. Not just the sort of sensationalism of superstar beating on his girlfriend or anything. It's the actual way the elements of the story are linked together. That's like an initiation. He goes to the site, or he's at the site of the Eastern Star. It's difficult to be certain if that's her right eye, because sometimes they can reverse pictures, so it could have been a left eye. I don't know.
Yeah.
But she's taken a blow to the eye socket, which is a classic mark, and then she's presented to the world by her master. Now she's been initiated, she's then presented to the world, and then she meets up, or she's introduced to her stable master, the guy who's going to basically, I don't want to say be her owner, but be her master for a long-term period. And through him and through those connections, through that initiation, she becomes the mer witch, because a lot of the elements of about that Aquaman part is, she's being presented as being, it's not really a mermaid, is it? Because they're supposedly Atlanteans that have the power to control water and stuff like that. But that alone has much deeper roots than any concept to do with mermaids, and certainly not the modern airy-fairy idea of mermaids that they're trying to sell at the moment, which is more to do with the gender agenda. That imagery of the three-pronged trident, that's an occultic symbolism, an ancient symbolism. The mer, the mer suffix is a reference to magic. The fact that they can control water, again, a reference to magic. All of that, to me, just looking from the pictures alone, that's like they're trying to deliberately create a narrative that, from most readers, they would be lost in the details. They wouldn't realize the subliminal narratives it's actually describing to them, an initiation process.
Exactly. Also, when you see, you've got the scene of the attack, the Eastern Star, right? And then you've got the bruised face. Now, right next to the bruised face, you've got a pirate role he lost, where it appears he's holding a knife or something up to, I don't know if that's the same girl.
That's Keira Knightley, isn't it, from the Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Okay, so it's a different girl, but it could almost be the same girl, but it also kind of relays the image of male abuse, right?
Attacking from behind.
From behind. And then if you look where he is with his black fedora, the center, you've got kill there, to kill.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, okay, some of it might be just coincidental, but yeah, the whole thing has been the collage that has been put together here as a presentation, is very much what you just illustrated, Cookie. I mean, you just basically nailed the exact sort of themes that are being pushed here. And this is what the average person does not take in. It's this, hey, it's the same, right, Grace? When you look at women's magazines, it's exactly the same. How like a women's magazine with all the different stories are all kind of subliminal. You don't like the women's magazines are almost not meant to be read necessarily by the people that are standing there. They're meant to just be glanced over. And
Oh, for
those
sure. The cover, you're
yeah,
just, I mean, what you get from the cover in one glance is just, it's like these buzzwords and all these sorts of messages. It's one message from the cover and it's subliminal. It's, don't even read the articles, they're trash. But there's definitely a message conveyed even in the grocery store aisle when you're just glancing at them.
yeah, exactly. That because I notice that all the time, when I'm standing. I'm standing, like waiting to check my groceries, sort of thing, and I'll just stare at these magazine covers, and I'll dissect a lot of the subliminal sort of imagery that is being pushed in these covers and how they do it. I guess this would be a good example here, where you have a tranny here, and then you have Cosmopolitan with the rainbow. And then you've got make sex, but it says video as well. And they've got what looks like
WTF is outer course. That's what it's
yeah, outer course. Right. So they've got a woman emoji here that looks like she's on a computer here, and it says video. So make sex video less, and then they've got the monkey, three monkeys, holding their hands up. Well, this one to the eyes, and it says awkward. And then what WTF is outer course?
okay,
Starring
so don't even study it. Just look at it for 5 seconds. What do you leave with? You're in the grocery store aisle. What sticks out? And it's like rainbow, sex, say yes,
yeah,
LGBTQ.
yeah, yeah. Make out all night, right?
The body shape she's holding as well is somewhat like a stylized eye symbol.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. And that's a man, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
You could be forgiven if you made the mistake. But yeah, I mean, that's February 2018, but I mean, this is what it is now. And this is how your mind control works. And it's every single day. It doesn't have to be Laverne Cox. Here, it's interesting. The truth will set you free.
Yeah.
Allies and activists on love, of course, because love, love is love, right? And it's a battle, because you should be able to love whatever you want to love, and love yourself most first. I mean, in many ways, I think a lot of the feminist sort of propaganda is pushing women into narcissism, into self-love. And it's any different for men. The men's magazines are equally as toxic. Absolutely. Without a doubt. But the difference with the men's magazines is there's hardly any men that I don't know how many men actually buy magazines. And I think the whole magazine era is starting to phase out with the internet. I mean, they're still around, obviously. But it's something that's moving on, and that's why this is now your women's magazine, or your and when you click on these articles here, the crazy thing is you're the female right here, the female here, which I show all the time, which is basically Kardashian. Like every second article here is Kardashian. Kylie Jenner, right? It's Kardashian. Kardashian.
Yeah. That sidebar will burn your brain.
It'll traumatize you, right? And it never ends here. And you get what you get over and over again is the subliminal images, the subliminal sort of imagery, that this is what people don't understand, is that your subconscious is taking in much of this. You might not be consciously reading the articles on the side, but your eyes are taking them in, and that means your brain is scanning these images. And those the words, the little the little blurbs that they have here are making their way into your subconscious as well, and they all fit into the narratives that they want you to buy into. And of course, they use sex all the time to catch your eye, and it's really bizarre too, because when you think about it, when it comes to visual sex, it's men, right? Men are visual, women are intellectual when it comes to sex. I mean, with women, it's a far more complicated sort of procedure. With men, it's a very visual sort of procedure, and you see the transformation is in many ways trying to push women into lesbianism, anything but into heterosexual sort of monogamous relationships is what they want, and they want to empower women by taking away their power, basically, by programming them into narcissism and into career and into cultural Marxism and into a victimhood status. That's the most important thing. So when it comes to the whole Captain Marvel thing here, Captain Marvel, let's put this in to see what the latest headlines are here. Every one of these movies that comes out, these Marvel, and it's Disney, right? Let's just call it spade a spade. It's Disney. These movies, when they come out, there's all the build up, and then there's all the previews, and then there's all the little stories leading up to it, and the drama and everything else. And then when they come out, or right about the time they come out, there's all kinds of controversies. And then there's all kinds of controversial statements that the people involved in the films make, like Brie Larson did, saying she didn't want any white men to attend her film. And then you have the Rotten Tomatoes. You guys familiar with how they've been using Rotten Tomatoes as this this psyop on moviegoers, where it's like Rotten Tomatoes has to disable people from posting posting reviews on the film, because people are posting negative reviews. And the same thing happened, people probably recall this, with Black Panther. And when Black Panther came out, it was the exact same thing, except it was the black on white, the divide and conquer, racial divide and conquer, cultural Marxism that they were promoting. And what they were saying back then was the same thing, where Rotten Tomatoes came out, made sure that the Black Panther had 100% rating. It was the only movie in the history of Rotten Tomatoes that got 100% fresh. And they made sure that nobody could post anything negative. They were banning people from posting anything contrary to that. And then there was all this propaganda that came out saying that, white people shouldn't go to see the film, and they shouldn't go in the opening weekend and stuff like that, because it's a film for Black people. And this is why our entertainment is so incredibly toxic and evil. It really is, because even whatever the agendas are, you can even put those aside. You could pretend there's no agendas, which is ridiculous, of course. But let's just say, let's put the agendas aside for a second. What are they doing? Well, they're massively socially conditioning people. They are making these productions into controversies. Like, these productions, they're not just movies. So it's not just about, well, it's just a movie. No, it's not just a movie. It never has been just a movie, by the way. I mean, it's very rare. I mean, maybe you go back to the 70s and 60s, when B movies were being made, and people would get together and pool in some money and act out the roles themselves and stuff. Then it's just a movie. But anything else, it's not just a movie, because there's 6 big studios who are run by a certain group of people. And every movie has to fit into their agendas. It has to follow what they want. So it's never just a movie anymore, folks. It just isn't. And you can't just take that attitude, or you shouldn't take the attitude. I mean, do what you want, but I would say to people, do not take the attitude like, well, I'm going to go to the movies because, I just want to relax, or I just want to have fun. You're going to go to the movies. You might have fun, maybe. And if you do, good on you. But you're going to get heavily indoctrinated. You're going to get heavily programmed by these movies. And it starts from the moment that you walk in the theater. It starts with the billboards of the films themselves. and the types of programming that goes into them, just like the Daily Mail and the women's magazines that we showed you. And then when you get your ass in the seat, the commercials start up, and the commercials are all promoting these things. You might have a Gillette commercial saying that we have to end toxic masculinity. You might have another commercial promoting that little girls need to rise up and be CEOs. In fact, you most definitely will get several of those types of commercials before the previews come in. And then the previews for the movies will have all the agendas that are being pushed by the New World Order in those previews. So you're already subjecting yourself. And while you're doing that, chances are the average person is there taking in the toxic sort of substances, like the genetically modified high fructose corn sugar colas and stuff, and all the synthetic foods that they're eating. So it sets them in a trance state. That's all part of it, right? They've been studying moviegoers since the 1930s. Like, how can we program people? And movies have always been used for propaganda, always. Especially you go back to the 1940s, or late 1930s, 1940s, where the Americans were, basically the theaters were all about propaganda and pro-war sort of thing. Well, it hasn't really changed. It's just what they're trying to achieve has changed and how they're using it.
Didn't they totally take over the Disney studios for war propaganda during World War II?
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so let's just look at this for a second. I'll just show folks here. This is, I hate Superman, by the way, but Superman first comic here. The first Superman comic is about him fighting the Nazis, basically. So in many ways, Superman was created as a patriotic sort of character that would fight for America first. I'll just put Superman, Nazis, right? And you see right away, these are some of the earliest Superman, episodes. It's so Marvel, and also with Marvel too. You think about Marvel, you think of the X-Men, right? The X-Men, which is really interesting. I believe the original iteration of the X-Men didn't have quite the agenda, but the 1975 reboot of the X-Men was all about the LGBT from day one. So if you are an X-Men fan, it's okay. As a kid, I liked the X-Men. That was one of the comics I used to collect. And I didn't realize what the X-Men was about, but that's what it was about. It was always about that. So you've always been programmed from day one, sort of thing. So it's unfortunate that, it sucks in many ways, because it would be nice just to say to folks, go to the movies, have a good time, relax, but that's not the world that we live in. I mean, you're going to get heavily indoctrinated. And chances are, when we think about the depression that they're pushing everywhere and they're normalizing, it's not about let's end depression. Let's tell people to smash their televisions and eat healthy foods and go outside and exercise and socialize as much as possible, because that would end probably 90% of depression easily. It's not about that. It's like, let's talk about depression. Cancer. It's not all about let's solve cancer. They're not solving cancer. How many decades of raising awareness do we need to know that cancer exists? I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us know that cancer exists. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a painful enough thing in most of our lives. It's not about raising awareness to actually solve the cancer. It's about getting you to embrace the death that they're poisoning your body with, getting you to accept it before it happens, so that when it does happen, you've already kind of accepted it. And that's a form of predictive programming, of course. And that's just my theory. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I'm not saying that everyone that's behind, obviously most people that would take part in these marches and would wear the ribbons and are doing it for altruistic reasons and really care. And they're probably really good people for the most part, but they're horribly manipulated. And
compartmentalized.
Yeah, compartmentalized, exactly. So you see here, we got the latest sort of headlines here. Trolls target Captain Marvel, but Disney was ready for them. Gee, really? Trolls target.
Maybe that's because they'd already scripted what the trolls were going to do, so they already had the script ready to reply to what the trolls.
Oh yeah, or they employed a lot of the trolls themselves in order to have the Hegelian dialectic solution. Right? Yeah. That let's get, it's like somebody does something horrible. Well, you know, how do you know it's not an actor that's done something horrible just so that they could make the, I mean, that's the way that I look at most of the media stories that come out that involve celebrities, and obviously most of the shootings that I cover and those types of things, is that they're completely concocted. And it's like, you know, so, you know, yeah, here's a perfect example. Captain Marvel takes off as Marvel tests limits of the universe. 5 reasons you need to go see. Look at it's Forbes magazine too.
If you don't go see Captain Marvel, then you must be a bad feminist.
Yeah.
Another line there.
You're a bad feminist.
Well, what is Forbes? Is Forbes supposed to be about economics and stuff? Isn't it like
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, like, what's going on here? Also, the suspended childhood. Like, it's like, well, why are adults going to see comic book movies? Now, granted, the themes presented in these comic book films are usually anything but childish, but they are comic book movies, right? They are based on children's toys, based on children's cartoons, all of them. Like, all of these cartoons are, you know, originally targeted at children and at young kids, young teens, right? Adolescents. So why are all these adults going to these films?
And don't let stupid politics stop you from enjoying Captain Marvel. But that's all the publicity has been about leading up to this point. The politics surrounding the movie.
The whole movie is political. So.
Yeah, it's the Marvel universe.
Yeah,
that as well. In that way as well, it's disarming the viewer to ignore the political messages consciously when they're watching the movie. So the political messages will slip in subliminally because the viewer has been instructed. I mean, it's a little bit NLP the way he's written it. You know, it's like, oh, don't worry about the political element. Just go and watch the movie and enjoy it. So in other words, you'll take no conscious notice that this is political propaganda being projected at you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and either way they get you. It's like, well, you know, okay, forget about the politics. Just go and see the movie. Forget about all the politics surrounding what the movie's about. Just go and get programmed. Go and take your programming. You know, go and have fun, right?
You mentioned the adolescent thing as well a moment ago. I was saying, really, I know what you're saying about these comic book kind of stuff really is aimed at children.
Yeah.
But the characters that we've been presented with for the last several years now are from our own youth.
Yeah, exactly.
So these were the heroes we grew up reading the comic books about. Now we're supposed to be adults. But as you said, and as I know you've done lots of videos on this, you know, most adults are still in that adolescent or younger mindset, which means they're still wanting to know what their comic book heroes are doing.
Yeah. That's the trap. I mean, I have to say to everybody out there, anyone, if you're listening to this, please don't take it the wrong way. All right. I can be insensitive, and I can be, you know, sometimes I get a bit pissed off because, you know, I'm trying to, you know, years and years and years of doing this, trying to wake people up. And it's very frustrating at times, but it's not your fault. If you have, you know, I mean, if you have been kept in a suspended state of childhood or adolescence, it's not your fault. That's their machinations. They've done this to you. Like they've done it to all of us. They're trying to do it to all of us. I mean, this is a way of stopping people from procreating, basically. And that's probably the biggest objective when it comes to the suspended childhood, is to suspend people from having families and having you know, offspring and marrying and stuff like that. And in many ways it would be Bill Gates, you know, with his chart, with the copacetic or whatever, his chart saying, if we can prolong women from getting married into their mid-30s, we're going to bring down the population by this much. That's exactly how they think. So it's all their machinations. Now, they throw so much money at this stuff that it's not fair at all. There's no way it's fair. It can't be fair. It's not like any Tom, Dick, and Harry could come together and put together a film and compete with Marvel or Disney. Disney owns Marvel. I mean, it's almost patently absurd to put Marvel in the title of the film anyways, because it all is Disney. But, you know, the thing is that there's nothing organic about these films at all. And these films they've really changed, folks. Let's say the 2000s. would be a different era. You could say that you can go back through film history. You could say Jaws, right? They always talk about Jaws. So they say Jaws was the first summer blockbuster, and Jaws changed movie going. Star Wars, then Star Wars came out, right? I believe, Cookie, you probably would know this. Did Star Wars after Jaws? Right, I think Star Wars, the first one is 77, so I think Jaws was like mid 70s or something like that. 70.
Yes, 74 or 5.
74. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
So when Star Wars comes out, that changes everything too, because all of a sudden, well, it was so everybody loved it, and again, Star Wars in many ways was one of the first films. In fact, I could probably show this here. Original Star Wars, because ostensibly, the original Star Wars and fans, the original Star Wars, you look at this, if you look at the film, if you were to take the film and take a look at it, it's basically a children's movie. But it wasn't children that were going to the fucking film. Not at all. It was adults.
We went as a family unit. It was a whole family day out.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool, actually, because then, I remember going to see, I think it was the Empire, or not the Return of the Jedi, as like a little kid, and it was the whole family, or it was the broken family.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, the original Star Wars was in many ways a way of programming people into spend. I don't think, maybe at the time, I would suspect that Star Wars didn't have quite the political agendas that these films today do, are probably nowhere near quite what they were trying to do, probably just trying to make money. But there was a lot of Nazi symbolism and stuff, and you could dissect Star Wars in many ways, but it basically was a coming of age film, right? A young man who has an arc. That's basically the formula of every sort of well, almost every film, but you'd say every sort of adventure film where you have a young girl or young man who has to overcome obstacles, and through overcoming those obstacles matures and becomes the hero or whatever, right? Sort of thing. So Star Wars in many ways is that classic sort of thing. But Star Wars changed everything, folks, because then the toys came out and people started collecting the toys. So if we say original fans and then maybe put toys after here, and you get an idea that people would started collecting these things. And then it became a big phenom where people would collect all the toys, and it wasn't, children would get the toys. I had the toys as a kid, but the people that were really into collecting them obviously were the nerds. Now that is totally been normalized. Back then, I would imagine that would have been a very bizarre thing. Like, people would be like, well, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Now that's like par for the course. What I showed
I went to a Disney themed wedding where the groom and the mother had a Star Wars lightsaber battle as their dance.
That's just crazy.
Was the mother-in-law playing the evil emperor?
They were both wearing capes. They had full cosplay, and it was full committal on theme.
Well, I was looking up Disney theme. The first thing that comes out is Disney theme wedding. Actually, I should put Star Wars theme, actually. So we'll put Star Wars.
I wonder if they got done for copyright on the video.
That's just crazy. So this is probably not them just coming up with the idea. It looks like a lot of people have done this. So they probably got this on Facebook or something, right? It's like,
no, it was a Disney themed wedding with the Star Wars dance.
Wow.
Everything else was Disney, and they went to their honeymoon, Disney World.
Wow. That's crazy.
Don't worry, soon Disney will buy their own moon or build their own moon, and you'll be able to go to Disney World proper. Yeah. Everything will be provided by Disney.
Because like the people that are doing this, it's not their fault. And it's not that they're necessarily bad people, and they're not. They're just people. They're just heavily brainwashed. And but it goes to show you how pervasive this New World Order is. I mean, that your culture, again, that word, that horrible word, which is so misappropriated these days because it's not culture. I mean, Disney is making these things. It's not culture. That's a really wicked, evil corporation that has big plans for the rest of us, sort of thing. So it's nothing at all organic. And if people are embracing this now, I imagine we could have fun with this. So we have Star Wars. You see all these weddings. Should we try My Little Pony?
No.
Oh, you know it. Oh boy,
This
yeah.
could go in a very bad direction.
Oh no.
It's sad. That is just sad, man. That is
Oh
just,
wow.
yeah. That's not surprising though. And again, people probably having fun. I mean, you can still have fun. It's just at the end of the day, look at what you're doing. Look at what your culture has devolved to. I mean, children's toys. You're in a suspended state of childhood, and you're doing the most significant thing of your life, which is getting married, right? That's the start of having a family, and it's a huge, like, massively important thing. It's the most important thing in most people's lives, next to having children or along with having children. So it's a massive step of maturity. So just think about that. This is your maturing step. Here you go. You're getting married. Well, let's do it with My Little Pony. Let's go back to our childhood. Let's embrace the New World Order, these hideous corporations and their toxic products. And obviously people aren't thinking that way, but that is exactly what is going on in these scenarios. I imagine you could just do this all day. I mean, I imagine you could think of what is Star Trek. I mean, I imagine Star Trek would be the same. I mean, yeah.
Their Lord of the Rings themed wedding probably exists too.
Oh yeah, let's try that one.
You can get
I want to see that one.
wedding bands, like
Yeah.
wedding rings that are designed after the One Ring. And
Mhm.
the thing that got me when I found out about that is, like, do these people who claim to be Lord of the Rings fans not get the contradiction that you need 2 rings to get married, but there can only be 1 ring?
Yeah,
One ring to rule them all.
yeah.
Do they not, like, contradict themselves by buying each other these rings? It just makes me crazy, some of this stuff.
It really is scary because it's like it goes to show you this is what people do. This is where people's minds are. When your most important event in your life is happening, this is the most important event of your life, right? The wedding, it's the biggest deal. And what are you doing? Well, you're going to Hollywood to theme. You're using Hollywood to theme your wedding.
To really punctuate your future. It just sets like a tone for it. At the same time, very beautiful wedding, Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, at least these ones. Yeah, these ones in the woods. I mean, it doesn't look quite as gay.
When you mentioned earlier that story arc that Star Wars epitomizes, that's that kind of hero's journey, like the monomyth. In a way, well, it's not really in a way. I do think that this is a lot of the psychology that causes so many people to want to do something like this. They want to feel special. They want to feel like their own hero. And now the media, and in particular Disney, has got to the stage where they can, in effect, provide that for you, that escapism of making so much around you in your life themed on your favorite character in the world that they inhabit, that you can delude yourself into believing that you are that hero. Yep. So, like somebody dressed up as Darth Vader or whatever, why you want to be the evil overlord at your own wedding or something is a bit crazy. But that's what I mean about the sense of I think we're seeing more of this now than ever before.
Oh, yeah.
Because so many people find that opportunity to be a hero, even if it's a pretend cosplay hero, you can guarantee that in their mind somewhere there's that little voice that goes, yes, I did it, look, I got my lightsaber, I got my suit on, yay. They're reliving being a little child, being their hero.
Well,
that is set, like Grace said, that's setting a precedent for the rest of that relationship, if that's what they're doing, getting married.
Yeah, and shaping so much of your identity around this archetype, this thing you identify with, this story you identify with. It's like a sort of bystander mentality too.
Also, well, then think about it,
precedent for your marriage.
These sagas don't end, right? There's no end to Star Wars. There's no end to Star Trek. There's no end to My Little Pony. There's no end to the Power Rangers. There's no end to Overwatch or whatever DC comic book. There's no end to them. So if you embrace and you identify as a character, then chances are, if you're at the point where you're a full-blown adult and you're getting married and you're dressing up as that character, chances are you're going to continue to do that throughout the rest of your life. So that means whatever arc that particular character takes, that's going to have a direct impact on you, because you're going to mimic a lot of what those characters are doing in your own life.
How many?
Go ahead.
I don't want to make a presumption here, but I've met quite a few that have this kind of difficulty or issue. But just looking at the one image of the women dressed up as Harley Quinn, how many women who associate themselves with that kind of character have some kind of difficult life experiences, such that they find it difficult to hold down a relationship, or they find it difficult to feel accepted within society or by their family, or something that makes them feel ostracized.
Well, would that be what the is it Harley Quinn?
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn. So the character here with the Masonic sort of symbolism.
She represents duality.
Yeah,
that's why she's got the red and the blue. Yeah,
would she not be a character that would reflect exactly what you just said, right? Yeah. Like that they craft these characters so that people identify with them. I mean, these characters are, and this is why like I've talked a lot about cosplay, especially on Supreme Lord Commander for years going back, talking about cosplay and how dangerous it is. And I told people, and I tell people all the time, I mean, the original cosplay, as far as I know, I mean, you can trace it back. It's not like 100 years ago, people didn't dress up in themes and stuff like that. Yes, they did. But I mean, where it is now compared to where it was, or wherever it was, is a different realm. But the original, if you guys, do you know what the original is? Cookie, you probably know. Grace, would you know the original cosplay that I would be referring to?
Oh, no, I wouldn't know.
Okay,
sorry.
We're going to teach you here. Rocky Horror. Now, when I was a teen...
I just got to tell you a little anecdote about this.
Yeah.
In the 80s, I was working as a doorman on a public house, place where you go to have drinks. And a bunch of men wearing those kind of outfits turned up. And I was a bit like, what are you doing here, mate? You sure you want to come in? It's just a pub. And you look at the way you're dressed, and he's like, don't worry about it, mate. They know we'll see you. And they went filing in, and they got themselves some drinks and whatever. I asked a few people later on, it turned out they were all policemen, and they were dressed up because they were going to a live show with the Rocky Horror Show.
Wow. Yeah.
They just got me. They were all policemen, and they were all dressed up transvestite style like that.
I'll tell you, when I was a teenager, and I was hanging out in St. Anne de Bellevue, and probably if you're from Montreal, you know the area. It's a big strip on the west side of Montreal, the western tip of Montreal, the island of Montreal. So as a teen, it was one of those areas where you go and drink and get into pubs, way underage sort of thing. But I was at a party, and a whole group of people came in, about 12 people, and they were all dressed up like I've never seen anybody dressed up. And I was like, WTF? I mean, like a bunch of flaming fags. And they were going to Rocky Horror. I didn't even know what Rocky Horror Picture Show was, but I was so disturbed by what I saw. It was almost like, what the hell? Are these people mentally ill? And that was my introduction, my live introduction to Rocky Horror Picture Show. So Rocky Horror Picture Show, of course, about the transvestite from Transylvania, the aforementioned. If you were here from the beginning, I mentioned Tim Curry, and when uh, we were talking about Johnny Depp playing the same character. It's probably more a limitation of his acting skills than anything else. But I mean, he basically plays the same character over and over again. Well, so does Tim Curry. And Tim Curry, of course, is best known for playing or one of his best known roles is playing the Transylvania or the transsexual from Transylvania. And if you've seen the movie, you probably know some of the music, like Let's Do the Time Warp Dance and stuff like that. And these musicals are used, and they're not real musicals because a real musical would be going to the theater or going to Broadway or something like that, or theater, and seeing a bunch of people that are actually singing up on stage and dancing, and they're there. Going to a screen, and like, for the life of me, the only, for me, maybe Cookie knows this one, um, the only musical I've ever enjoyed in all my life of watching movies is The Wicker Man, the original Wicker Man, because it was seamlessly done. It wasn't per
Mhm.
se a musical, but like there was so much music that was implemented in the film that it worked marvelously. But for the most part, musicals, I mean, why are you going to go watch a screen? I mean, that's the type of thing that you should be watching live if you're going to watch a musical. But this is how they do it these days. So yeah, I find that really interesting. So if you think about it, the origins of cosplay, folks, are people dressing up in drag, basically.
Note the red triangle and the pearl necklace.
Yeah, the red drag. Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
And
exactly.
another thing about the Rocky Horror Show, people want to look into it. The guy who wrote it, Richard O'Brien,
Hmm.
he's a very interesting character, and I don't mean interesting in a nice way. That's it. He plays the manservant in the movie. Yeah,
This guy here.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
He's yeah. He's
Satanist.
I'm presuming, I'm guessing, I'm speculating, but there's a lot about him and his life and his career that, yeah, I think he's probably part of some backroom clubs or secret societies or something.
For sure. For sure. And so, like, it's nothing new, this whole, and you could go through, folks. They've been doing this to us for decades. So, people like Elton John, who used to dress up flamboyantly back in the 70s. Before he came out, I don't know when he came out as officially gay. I think it was like probably in the 90s or something like that, like
Yeah.
long after people speculated about him. I find it interesting, too, that Rock Hudson, um, that was posthumously declared as gay. And it's like, how awful is that for that particular actor? That it's like that's when it's revealed. He comes out of the closet after he's dead. And it's like,
I
yeah, okay,
think
I believe that.
I think that was more for our generation though,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I can remember my dad saying to me that him and his mates, most men sort of knew that he was gay, but at the time for their generation, it was something that you just didn't say.
couldn't come out and say it. But yeah, Rock Hudson was like a leading man. He was like a Clark Gable type character. And so, there was speculation, but all that speculation could just be manifestations. It could just be them. We're going to program people. We're going to take, and they do this all the time, where they take the most trending sort of celebrities, and then they flip them upside down, right? And then they just like I said with Michael Jackson, there, it's a perfect sort of build somebody up and then crash them down. And it's just a psychological mind fuck that they love to do to people. But this is another reason why your entertainment is so damaging. It really is. Unless, the entertainment that I would recommend to everybody out there is just being amongst people, family and friends, and other human beings. That's the entertainment that we should be doing. We should not be going to these movies. We should not be going to these concerts. We should not be partaking in these conferences. We should never be going to these cosplays. We should never be going to these sci-fi conventions or any of these things, because they're all part of this new world order. They all come from these same corporations. They control it all. So whatever is being proliferated is there not for your benefit, it's for their benefit. So whatever you embrace, it's something that they have concocted entirely for you to embrace. They want you to embrace that. So let's put Elton John here for a second. I want to give a little example. Elton John dress up. Let's say Elton John dress up here. So when he used to, this would be him back in the 70s, right, Cookie? Here?
Yes, late 70s and 80s, yeah.
Yeah, and you can give another example, which would be David Bowie, who is another one that they love to as well. You know, with all his, it's interesting. I put a David Bowie dress up, and you get all these people sporting these satanic sort of one-eye symbolism, Child of Tomorrow sort of symbolism from Aladdin Sane. Aladdin Insane. No, no accident with that title. It's all there to how to be David Bowie. Look at this stuff. Look at this. So it'd be typical for kids to develop that David Bowie style. I wonder if, let's just see if we put David Bowie. Grace, what do you think? Jeffree Star?
Oh, I bet it's there.
Let's see. Let's see. Is it there? Yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
Got it.
That's how it works.
He always does that same pose. It's like that. Oh, what was that movie where?
Zoolander?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's the same things that look into the camera with the stern
What is that
expression.
called? What is that called in Zoolander? It's called the look is called something. I know exactly what you're talking about. He always does
I
that.
can't remember.
Okay, what puts the Zoolander look?
Mhm.
That's
I've never seen the movie. I imagine it's Ben Stiller, right? And I imagine he's
Yeah.
a certain tribe, right? And yeah, whoa, isn't this interesting? Is that who I think it
Will
is?
Ferrell.
Will
Will
Ferrell,
Ferrell.
yeah.
Wow. Says such heavy programming. So if we
They're
put
all
in
male models in that video. I mean, in that movie.
hair bands,
Was it called something like Blue Ice? Something Ice it was called. Man, that's terribly sad that I can even remember that much of it.
well, the hair bands of the 80s.
Oh no, that just gave me a flashback.
Yeah, these are okay. So I, as a kid, hated hair bands because they had no talent, no really good musicianship or songwriting, but they were all look. And what were they looking like? Well, they're looking like girls for the most part, even if they're extremely ugly ones.
I hated them up until I realized that lots of girls liked them. So then I used to pretend to like them so that I could hang around with the girls.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a different degree because you'd look at, say, Guns N' Roses, you say, well, they're a little bit more manly, even though they've got the long hair and shit. But like if you compare them to like Poison, I think this is Poison, right? Or Warrant, or some of these bands.
Motley Crue.
Yeah, Motley Crue, and the names too. I mean, of the bands, it's just awful music to begin with, folks. But Cinderella, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about the Zionist sort of music industry, satanic Zionist music industry, same as your satanic Zionist Hollywood industry, and this.
So I know this is a little bit semantic, but some of them, like Striper, which I think is them, they claim to be devout Christians, and all their music was in some way to do with Christianity.
Wow. Yeah, as if I believe that one.
I always thought it was a bit strange. I never really liked their stuff anyway, but I just thought it was a bit, especially the fact that they're all in yellow and black.
Yeah, that's the hive mentality, of course.
Yeah.
The hive mind, which is a huge thing when we think about it today. And we could put in James Charles. I'll just put honey.
Hi, sisters.
Hi, sisters. Here he is with his honey look, right? Sisters.
Yeah.
And where the cubes are, the Saturn cubes here, where the brain is, of course, right? Symbolize the hive mindset. This is what they're programming you into, folks, a hive mindset. In many ways, that's what Antifa and many of these cultural Marxist sort of groups that they brainwashed are exactly being programmed into. This goes a full circle sort of thing, because this is what I'm trying to show folks, is that there's nothing new where how evil your entertainment is. They've always been trying to turn boys into girls and girls into boys. They've been doing this over and over and over again. It's nothing new. And this is why your entertainment is so incredibly toxic. It's worse now. Obviously, it's way worse now. And it's more in your face and it's more, ubiquitous than it ever was before. But it still is just an extension of where it all came from. So, I mean,
You want to know what I didn't realize before is that when James Charles came out as, his original publicity stunt was that yearbook photo where he went back and he took the yearbook photo and his face was snatched, essentially, what they say.
Yeah.
He then became the cover girl that year. Same story with Ingrid Nielsen. As soon as she came out as gay, she became the cover girl that year. So it's like all your media, your alternative media works together with the mainstream media, works together with the beauty industry. It's like one collective that bolsters the message across everything. Absolutely everything.
100%. That's why it's like I have a hard time doing this. I'm going to have to like devote a significant portion of my life to producing a really graceful style video to show to everyone out there that, this is how it works. Right? I mean, it's like that they're all together now. All of the major corporations that are part of this new world order are all pushing the same thing without a doubt. And it's so obvious when you just look and you see the trajectory of many of these characters. So you got James Carl's, Ingrid. Has Dawson been on the cover of CoverGirl?
Not yet.
I wouldn't be surprised, but you have CoverGirl, and then you have transgenders, right? Of course, and this is old now. Having transgenders and having like Playboy, for instance, and then I have to be careful when I actually probably is it safe search? Hopefully, if I put Playboy transgender, which is just so crazy when you think about it. Playboys put up transgenders now.
Well, how long have they been putting up transgenders versus how long have they been telling you they've been putting up transgenders? That's what I want to know.
Okay, so Playboy used to, I know this, used to feature really, voluptuous, real women, right, with real assets, the epitome of what a man would be attracted to. So like a wholesome young woman with ample assets. And during the 1980s, that changed dramatically. And what happened, what any male that would have perused through Playboy magazine would have noticed is how all the women were enhanced. So they were no longer the typical sort of 36, 24, 36 type hourglass shape. They were now much thinner, more toned, and they were artificially enhanced. So the breast all of a sudden were completely unnatural. They were defying gravity. And for like people like me, it was just horrible. It was just like, why would I want to look at a synthetic girl? I mean, that's not what a woman should look like. That's not what attracts me. I'm not going to be attracted by some silicone or something, right? I mean, like that screams to me vanity and screams to me all kinds of shallowness. But of course, you shouldn't be looking at these magazines at all to begin with. But it is a trajectory that you could see that Playboy has always been part of the New World Order. And you could talk about the pedophilia that Playboy and the big three. I mean, I've done podcasts years back talking about Hugh Hefner, the three amigos, Hugh Hefner, Bob Guccione Jr., who is the editor and publisher of Penthouse, and then Larry Flint Jr., three of the biggest scumbags in American history, of course, who are heroes now, of course. And isn't it interesting, too, when you think about it, you think of, say, Tana Mongeau. Well, she has a song, right? What's her song? Or she has several songs, I imagine. I guess you could call them songs. What is it? It's Hefner. So she puts out music videos featuring nothing but women, alluding to total, sex parties, lesbian sex parties sort of thing. And she's wearing the Hefner sort of symbolism. And that's what the song is called. It's called Hefner sort of thing. And there she is kissing I believe that's Bella Thorne, which is a name I love. I mean, I hate it, but it's so in your face. Bella Thorne, right? It's a thorn, Bella Thorne. Like, you know,
She's
it's so,
wearing the Harlequin makeup too in that photo
yeah.
in the left.
And then the rainbow, and you know, you got the Harley Quinn, as Grace pointed out here, with the blue and the red, the two Masonic sort of colors. And yeah, it's all there. The lesbian.
Name, the name is a hermetic principle, putting two opposites together. So Bella is in some languages means beautiful or, you know, wonderful. So a thorn is something that normally causes you pain. So
Exactly.
pain.
It's their duality, right? You know, it's like it's Bella, but it's a thorn, right? It's Satan, but it's, you know, or it's Bella, but it's Satan. You know, that's basically what they're saying. And yeah, it just goes to show you how all of it is together. I mean, they're all together. So even on her website, she sells T-shirts like this, Bella, right? Hefner. Sorry, Bella. I said Bella Hefner. I was thinking Bella, but the Hefner. And look at this beta male here. They've gone on.
He looks so happy to be wearing that.
I always get a kick out when I see, you know, they got these men dressed up as women, or vice versa. They just look miserable, the models. But yeah, it's so toxic, this stuff, and this is exactly what is trending on a daily basis on YouTube. This is how they program you, and they take actors. I imagine, I don't know who Bella Thorne is, other than I've seen her before. I'm sure she's a movie star, right? She's been in a bunch of movies, and so it's Hollywood and then YouTube Wood basically coming together. And Tana Mongeau being one of the most repulsive creatures in the history of YouTube. If you don't know this, Tana Mongeau rose to fame, and I put rose in quotation marks because nothing is organic with YouTube, with these big celebrities. And her whole rise to fame is by promoting this fake story about her being stalked since she was like in grade 2. And, you know, making up all these. She went to such extremes where she was taking texts off of YouTube that had been written, you know, 5-6 years ago and widely circulated, and claiming that those were notes that were sent to her. Is so utterly insulting and ridiculous. But
well, then she got her fame off of urinating on our appointed arbiter of truth, none other than Shane Dawson, conspiracy theorist #1 on YouTube, meeting with Susan Wojcicki next month to discuss the YouTube trending page, which he feels is inauthentic and just a corporate, you know, sort of showcase. And yeah, so yeah. There you go.
Grace, this is fun.
Don't Disney own a large portion of the multi-channel networks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that your video, Jeff?
Yeah. Like, what? One of my videos? Is it still up? I think it's just a Freeboard Commander video. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, it's there. Yeah. Revolting clickbait. So I showed this when back October the 8th, 2016. And this was, you know, I peed on Shane Dawson. You wish this was clickbait. Well, I mean,
so this person being peed on is the person who is now relaying truths on all that is California fires, human trafficking, pizza conspiracy theories, and government, you know, surveillance programs. This is #1 appointed truth on YouTube.
Shane Dawson, just looking up Shane Dawson here on YouTube, you probably get his conspiracy right away. So only 35 million views. It's ironic, though, the week that it's just a coincidence, though. Of course, Grace, you know that, right? That the week
just a coincidence.
Nothing but a coincidence. The week that Shane Dawson released his conspiracy series was the week that Susan Wojcicki announced that they're going to crack down on conspiracy videos. You can see they really cracked down on Shane Dawson's video. It only got 35 million views.
Well, now you know what you have to do to be #1 on YouTube. All you have to do is some kind of like weird occult ceremony on video, having someone pee on you. That's all you got to do. And then probably like 10 years is dressing up as a woman.
Yeah, 10 years.
Wasn't that a film? Was it? Oh no, it was 10 Years a Slave, wasn't it? Do another one, 10 Years a Woman.
Yeah, 10 Years a Woman is Shane Dawson's story. Shane Yaw, of course, his fake story about being abused as a kid. All bullshit. And yeah, the guy's a completely concocted character. And he basically became Mr. Conspiracy on YouTube about a year and a half ago. He just started making conspiracy videos. Well, that's all part of how they're dismantling and reconstructing the conspiracy realm. Because you can't have real conspiracies circulating, Grace. You got to have Chuck E. Cheese conspiracies. Does Chuck
We
E.
gotta
Cheese?
figure out if these pizza slices are recycled or
Yeah,
not.
that's, I mean, seriously, in
This is
all
what
the
matters,
world,
y'all.
Chuck E. Cheese. Look at I put Chuck, and it's the first thing that comes up. Look at this. Look at all these people that have reacted to proving that Chuck E. Cheese reuses pizza. Recycled pizza. Chuck E. Cheese taught me. Chuck E. Cheese recycles pizza. Shane Dawson. You know, just it's much like the
Mysteries.
donut conspiracy as well. Where it's like everybody makes off like bandits that's involved in it. So Chuck E. Cheese does well because they get free advertisement.
Sure.
You know, Shane does extremely well because he gets millions of dollars, and everybody that makes a video reacting to it does well. And then ButtFeed comes in and does. I showed this too. ButtFeed, how Chuck E. Cheese pizza is made. So it's like, don't worry, Chuck E. Cheese, you take part in this. You get free advertising. You know, you get lots of more people coming in. Plus, we'll get BuzzFeed to come in and do a video, a pro Chuck E. Cheese video that really shows how awesome your pizzas are, right? And this is how they control.
Not like adults without children should be at Chuck E. Cheese anyway, but we'll do a video there. The guy in that video, in that BuzzFeed video, the entire time he was sweating under his eyeballs. It was so strange.
This guy,
this guy. Not that guy, but the guy making the pizza. He was sweating under his eyeballs.
Oh, yeah, this guy. Pizza made fresh. Pizza made fresh. Let's just listen for a second here.
Scratch. Every pizza's hand done. So I guess what you're saying is that the conspiracy theory is false. Not just the theory. Absolutely false. Okay, so unequivocally false. There is no way. So does the pizza making process explain kind of like why the shape is the way it is? Absolutely. Can you take me through the pizza? Sure, absolutely. So
he's washing.
Get the hand washing. Get the hand washing shot.
As if he's probably fucking scratching his scrotum before he fucking starts rolling your pizza. Anyways, I mean, look, I mean, the answer is never, ever, ever buy their foods. Avoid all their products. So that means all the fast foods, folks. I mean, all of it. Just boycott it all. It's not a big deal. I mean, unless you live in a small town and all you've got to choose from is Burger Thing and Kentucky Fried Chicken and Subway and McDonald's, then you're in a bit of a pickle. But if you're in a big city like me, there's lots of mom and pop restaurants. You know, there's a gazillion. Go and reward those people. Spend your money there. Actively boycott everything that the New World Order is part of. And it's clear what the New World Order is part of. It's like, so if we think, what is the big movie now? It's Captain Marvel, right? Let's just see Captain Marvel here. And then we'll say, what can we put in after that? Let's say toys, maybe? Let's say toys. All right, so you got all the toys, right? One of the ones that I warn people about a lot these days is this. Lego. Now, Lego is 100% New World Order. Now, whatever it once was, maybe once upon a time it was like when I was a kid. Cookie, you probably remember Lego. You know, it was more like this shit, right? Just a bunch of blocks.
I had boxes full of it.
Yeah. My older bro was like a major Lego guy, and he would build towers and he'd build these forts for the cat that would be on wheels and stuff, and it was just incredible, really. And it would be a good creative tool for kids. It's no longer like that at all, folks. It's not like that at all. The Lego now is there's no creativity at all. It's all done for you, and it's all the New World Order. It's the Rainbow Unicorn New World Order. So, and Lego, so if we look at Lego movies, well, what are the Lego movies? Well, they're all your pop culture, right? It's Batman. It's, you know, Ninja, whatever that is. It's Star Wars, right? It's so if you know whatever Lego you can think of, whatever say you get Star Wars and then we put Lego, right? And then it's all there, right? You can put say we'll just try Harry Potter. Well, I see. I don't even have to write it out. Google's already got it ready for me. How about this? Let's just try something different. McDonald's? This is they sell that. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's done. It's done.
Try Lego Playboy.
Yeah, let's try it.
It wouldn't surprise me because a lot of this stuff now is aimed at adults.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I thought there might be.
Wow. You're not joking, man. Holy crap.
That looks like it might be a home creation, though. But that one,
man.
Like,
wow.
Yeah, that looks pretty genuine.
I don't know. I guess I could click on that. But yeah, I mean, it's all the New World Order.
Because I've seen some. I'm guessing they're supposed to be collectibles, but they're obviously aimed at adults. But they're like, I think there was one image earlier of a Lego figure, but painted as Deadpool.
Yeah.
So they're characters that are adult orientated characters. Yeah, there you go. But they're being put into Lego. Now, Lego themselves, the company would argue that, oh, you know, these are targeting adults who, you know, want to enjoy their memories of childhood playing with Lego. But do you think that doesn't appeal to the children just as much as it did when we were kids?
In the kids' toy section, this is what the kids are buying. I know because when it comes time to buy kids' toys at Christmas and stuff, I go and I have to look and I have to say, well, what is not New World Order that I usually end up buying sports things.
Yeah.
You know, soccer balls and basketballs and footballs and stuff like that, you know, because I can't buy anything else, or I buy books and stuff because I can't buy this shit.
I always try to buy instruments, musical instruments, or art materials, things like that.
Well, I was telling people today, I said it in the video that I put up just before, which was the one on Captain Marvel, and I said that if you have to buy toys, go to somebody that crafts toys. Like there's got to be people still around that craft toys, like wooden toys and shit like that. Buy toys like that, or craft your own toys, because you can't buy this shit. You cannot buy, don't buy any of it because it's all the New World Order. It's like you don't understand. You mean well. I understand. Everyone means well. But what you're doing is you're indoctrinating the child into that world, and that kid's going to play with these toys and it's going to grow up in the New World Order, programmed heavily by the New World Order. So there's no escape. That's why it's the same. I mean, there's no escape from this. That's why what I'm trying to show you is that it's all one. It's all one beast.
Yeah, corporatocracy.
It's a giant corporatocracy. Like don't even think like, well, there's Google and there's Microsoft and just think it's all Disney, basically. That's the best way to think of it because it's all the same. They're all part of the same system. They're all pushing the same agendas. They're all at the same, you know, they're obviously, you know, all part of what their agendas and what they're trying to achieve. They're all part of this New World Order. So the only way to escape it is to boycott it all and to take command and take back childhood for kids. But you see what's happened. I mean, Lego used to be about creativity. It used to be like you had to use your imagination to come up with something. So, you know, maybe I could do a thing here, which would be an interesting old Lego versus new. Let's just see.
When I used to have it, it used to come by based on the kind of blocks that were in the kit. So if you bought a big box kit, it would have a selection of each of the different parts in multiple. Whereas now, you get very specific parts that will only allow you to make the thing that's pictured on the box.
You have to make what it is. The original Lego was this. This is the original Lego. It was just blocks, and with had little tires on some of them. You could do whatever with them, right? So it was all up to your imagination.
Yeah.
And that's what was the beauty of it. In fact, here's an example of an older Lego set where they give you an example of what you could build. Look closely at this. I don't know how it doesn't come in very large, but if you look, yeah, here, if you look at this, for example, this would be an example of a Lego set that where, you know, you're a kid, you get all these things, they give you some ideas, like you could build a car or whatever, you know, you could build a home, you could build this, but basically you build whatever you feel like building. You just start putting the pieces together, and then your mind, your creativity takes over. And that is what made it a really good toy, because I think for you know, young boys and girls growing up, to be creative is something special. But that's not at all. This is what it is today. It's pre-made. It's pre-packaged. It's all there. There's no creativity involved. There's no imagination involved. They are hijacking your imagination. So your imagination's about Batman, right? And you just want to live in the Batman verse, the Spider Verse or whatever, right? And it's like, this is the way that, like, if you are gonna buy your kids that, I'm sure Lego still sells these. Hopefully, if they do, that would be the shit to buy for your kid.
They sell 'em.
Oh, hey there! Is that
How's it going? Yeah, they sell. You can actually at Lego stores you can do a fill-a-cup thing too, where you just grab. They have like all sorts of trays full of just bits of Lego, and you can fill up the cup and buy that, and just build whatever you want. And you can buy the set of blocks that are just, you know, generic blocks that you can build. But yeah, the themed ones are pretty dominant in the stores.
Yeah, that's what the kids are. I mean, that's what people are buying on. Well, I mean,
whenever a movie comes out, then they have to have the sets.
It's all that, and it's so disturbing because it goes to show you that there's no difference between Lego and McDonald's and Microsoft and Disney. There's no difference at all, folks. None. There's no difference. It doesn't matter who's the CEO or you know, what their history was in the past. They're all the same system now. They're all doing the same thing. So when these movies come out, and that's why it's important. I think it's an interesting, because I never came in with this theme in mind. I never did. When I was thinking about, I wasn't even thinking about, like, honestly, coming up to tonight's show, I didn't really have any sort of planned sort of discussion, but this is a really good one because it's very apt about what's going on. And I do talk about this a lot, is that, you know, it's the only way to pull, like, you got to pull away from it all. You can't just say, well, I'm going to buy this, but I'm not going to, it's like, you can't just say, well, you know what, I'm going to boycott Marvel movies, but, you know, maybe I'll go see the DC ones. I mean, it's the same system. It's the same. You're going to be in their realm, and you're going to be caught up, and you're going to be programmed. So you have to boycott it all. You have to take command. And, you know, with kids, you know, I know, Anonymous, you got a couple young kids, right? So,
yeah. We got a lot of Lego.
Yeah, that's good. And do you
and lots of Duplo and all that stuff.
Do you find that, you know, like, that your kids are more creative when they're just left to their own sort of, you know?
Oh yeah, my boy is really creative. He builds amazing things.
I think about when I was a kid, and we were all so creative. Like, my brothers and I were very, very creative. My older brother was always building, and, you know, drawing, I mean, all the time. It's incredible how much creativity came out of our family. Each and every one of us. I was the artist, so I was always drawing, painting, and doing all this stuff. And then I was playing sports as well. But you know, you think about it now, what are kids doing? Well, they're most likely doing something like, let's see here, where are we here?
Button bashing.
Yes. Right. This is most likely what they're doing. And there's a big danger to this. There's a huge, huge, huge danger to this, folks, because all that time that most kids in the past would spend creating, building, being outside, you know, whatever it might be, that building a tree fort, building a Lego, you know, like, I'm going to build a big house or something like that out of, you know, just from my imagination. I'm going to draw something amazing. Well, this is what they're doing now. They're being absorbed, and these games are designed. I mean, they are crack cocaine. I got a nephew who's addicted to Fortnite, and it's fucked up. It's fucked up. I mean, the kid, I used to talk to him, and he would be the most talkative kid ever. So happy. And now I talk to him, he sounds like a zombie. And when I try to get him on the phone, you know, it's like, okay, I got to get him off playing Fortnite. You've been on it for hours. Okay, get off now. It's fucked up. It's really disturbing what's happening to kids, and they're normalizing this shit because, well, what are all the most popular YouTuber people? What are they making millions doing? Well, gaming, right? And we showed was that guy Ninja? Remember? I don't know if you guys. I think it was on this show where we talked about Ninja playing Ninja playing Fortnite. This guy here, Ninja, who's like the most popular YouTuber. Here he is. I mean, look at this. He's next to a guy wearing the marshmallow thing. But he was in his setup here. I wonder if I could find. Yeah, there. Check this out. It's so fucked up. You got the suspended childhood. So you have a kid here. It's probably like 20, years old, I would say, by the looks of him. And he's got all his toys up here, and he's got a fridge right here that's lit up, and it's Red Bull. It's full of Red Bull.
That's a crazy amount of Red Bull.
Yeah, and Red Bull is something no kid should ever drink. I've taken a sip of Red Bull because buddies would bring it over and shit, and I'd be like, all right, give me a sip, but I would never drink it ever. I don't care how tired I was, I didn't drink it. I'm not gonna drink that shit. And the fact that this is the most popular, we'll just say this guy is the most popular video gamer in the world. And this is how he plays. So the kids that are watching him all day are seeing him with his extreme beta male and his dyed hair in his fridge full of Red Bulls, right? It's just really, really, really fucked up.
I like how it's freshly stocked, so you can see the Red Bull there.
He's obviously getting paid for that. But I just put in a search here. I'll put Fortnite and then addiction here, which is a serious problem. And I've done at least one video on this not too long ago. But kids are super addictive to, video games are addictive, period. I know, I've been addicted to video games, I can admit it. I try to warn people all the time. How young is too young to play? USA Today, that's pretty interesting. How young do they think they'll say, right? Here, I just out of curiosity. How young is too young to let your kids play Fortnite? It's a question that parents have been asking themselves and their friends. Seriously, why are you a parent if you're asking that question? You're the fucking parent. How young is your decision? You're supposed to make that fucking decision. You're supposed to have the wherewithal to be able to make that decision. You're not supposed to go to Forbes or USA Today to get the advice. And if you are heavily under New World Order programming. But anyways, I digress. Assuming they're cool in the first place with letting their kid participate in the third-person shooter game that's played by more than 200 million people globally, not all of them, of course, of school age. You certainly can't blame parents. All right, where are they going to tell us? Moreover, da-da-da-da-da. So we said it cut off, positive. Establish boundaries. As a parent of a 9 and 11-year-old, I like the way they threw that in. A 9 and 11-year-old here.
9/11.
Who has played many games over the years of a similar age, I get how excited, thrilling, and entertainment addictive games like Fortnite can be. The most important thing for a parent is to take the time to understand the game and the impact it has on their child. No, the most important thing for a parent is to take the fucking goddamn thing and smash it and get the kids outside. I don't care if it's fucking 20 below outside. You put on a snowsuit, go out, play in the snow. That's what we used to do. Go out and do what you're supposed to do to develop into a human being, not into a cyborg, because that's what you're going to become. And that's what these people are turning into. People are becoming autistic playing this fucking game. and another thing too, which I could show here, I don't know if they've come up with a classification from playing video games. This is something that's happening in Korea. In South Korea, there are people that are dying playing video games. No joke. Here's one story. Man dies after 3-day internet gaming binge. This is in Hong Kong. But yeah, people have died playing video games. I talked about this years and years back. And it was with World of Warcraft, where there was a story about a girl that played for like a week straight, and she stopped going to the washroom. She stopped eating. She stopped drinking water, and she just died. And the coroner came, and they never, ever, they didn't know what to classify the death was, because they were just like, we'd never seen somebody die like this. It was a spontaneous organ failure. It was like every organ in her body spontaneously just decided to stop, and she died playing video games. So
You think that's possible?
Yeah, I think it's yeah. If you're not,
I just can't imagine someone not getting up. Like,
but isn't that what happens when you are starving and dehydrated to death?
Yeah.
Eventually, your body just shuts down, and all your organs shut down one after the other. So, I think they're lying when they say they don't have a way of classifying it. That, to me, seems more like they're trying to plant the seed in the reader's mind that we need to come up with a way of classifying this, because this is now going to become a norm.
Yeah,
it kind of also sounds like
occurrence.
It kind of sounds like publicity for the game too. It's like, this game is so good you'll die.
That's a sick publicity, but look, it's happening for sure, and it's not hard to imagine if you've seen people that are addicted to video games. I've been addicted to games myself, where I played late into the night sort of thing, and like the ones that I found when I was younger. Like the StarCraft type games, the real-time strategy games, where you sit on a computer and you're micromanaging at every moment sort of thing. So you're all like a game like StarCraft is a good example, where like you can't take even 2 seconds away from the game, because you're in a live game against other competitors, and every second, every fraction of a second counts. So you always have to be click, 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 click. You always have to be doing something, because if you stop doing something for a second, then you're going to fall behind, and then you're done, and you'll lose. So so you could get into these matches that would go on for hours, and you would be so absorbed into them that time would just stand still. I mean, it doesn't really stand still; it's flying by. But for you playing the game, for the person playing the game, I've had friends that have been addicted to playing World of Warcraft, for instance, and just like I can just recall like being in situations where I'd be around. A group of friends, and we'd be hanging out, and one friend would be in space. Like we'd be, we might be playing hacky sack or something, or kicking around a soccer ball, and one guy is just not there. His mind is somewhere else. And we go, yeah, you're thinking of World of Warcraft, aren't you? You're like, yeah. Yeah. Like that's how powerful the mind control is. And you could say, okay, well, video games aren't evil. No, I don't think you could classify. It's a form of technology, the form of entertainment. It's something to do. It doesn't necessarily have to be evil. And in small doses, it's probably relatively harmless. But
the intention to make them as addictive as possible, and the more they learnt about how it is actually chemically addictive, I don't know, I would say that is an evil intention. They're deliberately making these things have that kind of junky effect on kids.
Yeah, and that's what Fortnite does, and many of these other games. Like I play Overwatch, so I know with Overwatch the way that the game works is that they want to keep you playing the game nonstop. So what happens is you log on and you start like right away. Even if they can't get you in a game right away, they stick you in a skirmish. So you're right away. You're moving a character. You're instantly, and then next thing you know, you're in a game, and then the game ends. You're usually thrown in another game right after, and it goes quick, quick, quick. I mean, you might have 30 seconds. You might have enough time to go take a piss before the next game starts up. So and then the hours can go by because you're playing the game and you're getting into it. And video games are very addictive because there's endorphins that are going off in your brain when you're playing these things, when you're having fun, if you are being successful and stuff, and you feel like you're progressing. There's that illusion that you're actually accomplishing something. Of course, you're not really accomplishing anything. Don't even fool yourself into thinking you're accomplishing something. Now, the fact that people are, and this is really bizarre. Last night I had clicked on somebody's show, and then I ended up on Twitch. I've been on Twitch maybe once before, but not for video games, for some truther channel guy with a cat tower, and that's another story. But I ended up clicking on to Overwatch because they had this Overwatch league that was playing, and I was absolutely gobsmacked. I couldn't believe it. They had like hundreds of people in the audience, and people were dressed up in cosplay. Like the people in the audience were dressed up as characters and as, you know, team members for the people that were playing. So they would have these two teams that would get up on stage and play against each other, and then, you know, like a round robin sort of tournament. And it was just the most bizarre thing. It was like going to a basketball game, but replace the basketball court and the players with video game players. And this is a big thing. This has been a very big thing in Korea. So I'll show folks here just to show you this. And you know, put Korea video game stadium or something. See that? I'm sure you'll see what I mean here pretty quickly. This is not uncommon in Korea here to fill stadiums to watch StarCraft and shit like that. And yeah, you could say, well, what's the difference between that and watching sports? Not a lot. Not a lot. They're both equally as evil.
Isn't it interesting that out of Korea we have, did this originate in Korea, watching like the video game stadium concept? We have that in the mukbang.
Yeah, the mukbang.
It's like just watch other people do things. Just
Can
watch
you
them
tell,
do things.
Grace, since you know about this, could you tell the people that are listening here about the mukbang and where it originated? Because you know that's a really
Okay, from my understanding, and I don't have materials in front of me, but the mukbang originated in Korea, and it's a live stream show wherein a person eats a copious amount of food and sits in front of a live stream audience, and essentially it provides company to sit with at dinner time.
so like lonely people.
People on the other end of a internet connection, a Wi-Fi connection, more than likely.
And loneliness is such a serious problem in Japan, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
how that would come
out. Also, the video game culture. What do people do when they play video games?
Get takeaway.
They're not at the park. Most definitely, they're inside. They're in their home. They're in their room. So they're away from the rest of humanity. So you're living a lonely existence already. So what they're doing with mukbang is much what they're doing with video games. And I'll say this too, like when I said that about the video games, people in the stadium watching people play video games, and what's the difference between that and watching sports? Well, you could argue that, well, the sports, it's real athletics, right? This would be the argument. So you're watching real human beings using their physical abilities, and these people train extremely hard. And, you know, so you're watching them and they're, you know, doing something that is not fabricated in the sense that, you know, there's a field usually, or an ice or whatever surface, but everything else is just the players being there, you know, playing the sport. Whereas with, say, people going to watch StarCraft or Overwatch in a stadium, you're watching something that was created in some sort of studio or some sort of corporation, video game corporation headquarters, and, you know, computer programmers and all that. So it's much more artificial in that way. But yeah, it's not all that different. And what I would say is I'm pretty much done with live sports, unless it's local live, like going to, like, see a local baseball game. You know, I mean, I'll go see a AA game or something like that. Or, you know, but I don't think I'll ever go to the leagues again. The facial recognition cameras are already there pretty much. The whole New World Order programming is everywhere. It is so abominable and so in your face, and it's inescapable that to me, it's not worth even following professional sports anymore. And I think that it's very dangerous where it is. It's the same. So the professional sports, like following professional sports, is the same as playing the video games, is the same as cosplay. It's all the same. It's all the same agendas. It's all the same corporations, it's all the same New World Order, basically, and you can't escape it.
Have you? I'm sure you have. I'm pretty sure we've talked about it before. Have you seen a movie called Rollerblade?
Yep.
The original
Rollerball or
Rollerball? Sorry, yes, yeah.
Yes.
And I was thinking as well, the new sort of, it's not exactly a remake, but it's certainly very similarly themed, is that new Alita Battle Angel.
Yeah, yeah.
And now we've got to add into all this immersion of feeling that you are the star. You can actually take part in the game itself with the introduction of VR and augmented reality, you know, like the new HoloLens headset, where it mixes it. They call it mixed reality. You know, it's partly real vision mixed with holographic computer imagery superimposed on it.
I would actually recommend the 1975 Rollerball film.
Absolutely, it's one of the best movies that encapsulates a lot of what is still going on today around the sports world.
It's very prophetic in many ways. And so if you want to know a little bit about it, it's in the future where there are no countries, folks. There are only corporations. And there's just cities. Or we're already there pretty much, folks. Yeah. We're already there. It's already cities. It's countries are an afterthought these days. So the corporations that run the world use sports as a bread and circus to pacify the masses and to keep them occupied. And they found that the right mix is the most violent type of sport that they could possibly come up with. So they developed this sport. And what's amazing about the film, because it's extremely well made, is that they actually developed the entire, like they built this whole stadium in which they play in. It's like a giant rink that's on a slope sort of thing that goes in an oval or something, right? Cookie. And and
an oval with banked corners.
Yeah, to the point where James Caan and the other actors were so addicted to doing the movie scenes that they would actually play the game during, breaks of filming. They were so into it. So it's a mixture of ice hockey, football, roller skating, and I guess you would say Mad Max.
It's pretty similar to roller derby.
Yeah, but like,
and it's got motorbikes as well with spiky wheels.
Oh. That's why I said the Mad Max thing, right? With the rollerblades. Now it's anything is legal. You can kill people, and in fact, one of the stats that's kept in the game is the amount of deaths. And so the biggest hero is the captain of the Houston team, which is, you see here with James Caan, and he's like the best player. He becomes a superstar to the point where he starts to threaten the paradigm of the corporations. So they try to get him to take him out, sort of thing. But yeah, it's quite a prophetic film, and it's really well done. It's very violent. And as a trippy sort of New World Order film, yeah, you definitely want to check this one out. There's some pretty good films, Cookie, from the 70s when it comes to these sci-fi.
Yeah, there's quite a few that all concentrate around the same themes, a lot to do with corporatocracy and the rise of the computer technology, electronic technology, even an element of transhumanism, but it was not as overt as something like the modern ones where you see people that are half robot, half human, like cyborgs and whatever. Back then, it was more about the psychological aspects, like the movie Brainstorm. Yeah, there's a few that are around that kind of Zardoz as well. He's very much like this.
Yes, Zardoz, which is Wizard of Oz, of course, right?
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
It's about the loss of the self into the group mind, but at the same time, the development of an uber elite, a pharaonic class who have access to so much technology. It's like this in
roller, right? They brainwash the masses, and they use toxic masculine, toxic males to keep keep chaos and keep order in the countryside, sort of thing. Zardoz, another one. Yeah.
For me, over the years, this is another one of the reasons why I've talked many times about that kind of 30-year cycle, a generational cycle. Because over the years, I've noticed things such as, if you look at the science fiction from the late 60s, early 70s, it pretty much predicts the world we're in right now. So it's approximately 30 years for the science fiction supposed speculation. You know, even though a lot of these writers seem to have insights or they get hints and,
Well,
you know, help.
How about this one?
This is why I think the next decade is going to match up to a lot of what we saw going through the 80s and into the 90s. So things like Gattaca, although Gattaca might be a bit late, that was sort of mid-90s-ish.
Isn't Gattaca in the news? I'm pretty sure I saw it in the news. Check this out.
Yeah, the movies we have now will be about what's going to be taking place in, say, 2030 plus. So all this stuff to do with superheroes and cyborgs that have superpowers and all this that's what's going to be going on, or that's what they hope they'll get to by the time we get to the 2030s. And that's going to be approaching the kind of ideas like Kurzweil's singularity, things like that.
Yeah, I'm showing 2001 with the iPads.
Yep.
It's just pretty crazy. Yeah.
When was that? Was that 68 or 69 that came in? Yeah.
Think about that, folks. So back.
Is that literally his 4 square meals there? What's going on?
Yeah. That's, well, I mean, he's in space, right? So he's eating the
gelatinous goop.
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, that's, I guess that's what astronaut food would look like. Probably still today.
Reprocessed cockroaches with food coloring.
Yeah. It's an incredible film, and it's like, although you could say that 2001 envisioned, you know, us to have space, you know, orbiting space stations and stuff like that, simulating gravity. By 2001, we're not there, or at least as far as we know. Who knows, though, really? But yeah, it's an amazing sort of thing that they had this scene that was just, it was just there. It's just, I don't know how they did it, but they had iPads basically.
Please consider this as well, that a lot of the elements that Kubrick included in the storyline and the way that the visuals are laid out, things like that, they're not necessarily talking about our literal physical exploration of space. They're actually, and this sort of comes to a culmination as you get to the end of the movie and the final scenes in the movie. Yeah, it's more about the gestation of us moving from one age into the next, and the birth of the new man into this new technological, artificial environment, where Hal is the parent, and the characters are basically trapped within an electronic womb, a technical womb. That he's firing them like a sperm through space, looking for an egg to impregnate.
Yeah, exactly. The transformation. I mean, it's pretty deep. I don't know.
That's a fascinating analysis. That was a very good wrap up. I've not seen this movie, but now
you haven't seen it, Grace? Oh, you got to see it.
Of course, I haven't seen it.
I probably saw it when I was a kid, but I don't remember it at all.
It's worth watching. It's worth watching both of them, though, rather than just the first one. Most of the critics concentrate on the first one, but I think really the whole story isn't really told in the first movie.
That's it. I mean, he as far as I read all that shit, but as far as I know, and I have the 2001 novel, but as far as I know, it was like the movie was kind of written by Arthur C. Clarke. And probably but it was like he didn't write the novel. I could be wrong, Cookie, but I'm pretty sure he kind of wrote it as a screenplay, as opposed to writing it as a novel, as he typically would. And then 2010 was the conclusion. Now 2010 has the Cold War theme, but it's almost like it's still a pretty. I would recommend these films. I don't think. I would argue to a certain extent that, because I am one of these, you know, guys that grew up watching a lot of films. So, and I don't, I know I say, you know, I warn people about their entertainment all the time. I don't think it's wrong or it's horrible to watch these films. It's just, you have to put your thinking cap on. And if you go back and you watch some of these classic films, they're a little bit more easy to digest these days, because, of course, we've gone a lot further, and you can go back and look at them in a different light, sort of thing. As they were presented at the time, the type of cultural sort of indoctrination that was being infused in them was for that era. So they're maybe less toxic in some ways. I would say with 2001, it's a really artistic film. So it's one of those films, if you're somebody that is a serious sort of film, like you're like a film school type student type mentality. When you look at films, you're really into cinematography and camera angles and lighting and effects and all that shit. Well, you're gonna love it, because it's one of the best films probably ever made in that style. It's Kubrick, right? So I mean, he's a genius. But in terms of excitement, well,
it's a slow movie.
But I love it. The music is fantastic, and it's so artistically done. So it's really trippy. You might want to take some Mary Jane though. It spruce it up a bit.
Or you could just watch Planet of the Apes.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Planet
Now you're
of
talking.
the Apes. I love the original Planet of the Apes. It's like one of my biggest guilty pleasures. I don't even think it's a guilty pleasure, so I don't mind admitting it. But
I still have the box set on VHS.
really,
Yeah.
Excellent. He's
Also,
another.
the TV series was pretty good too.
yeah, I saw the
He's another actor that made some very relevant movies in that late 60s period. Things like the Omega Man.
Oh yeah, Charlton Heston.
Yeah, there's a few that he was involved with that, again, they seem to set a scene in many different ways. Maybe it was a theme or archetypal, but they were still very much setting a scene for the coming decades.
Yeah. I think in many ways you could argue that Planet of the Apes was maybe one of the first vegan type films, programming people against harm against animals. Because that's one of the big themes. You could say Texas Chainsaw Massacre as well, in a much more sort of psychological, more nefarious way, was also a vegan type film. But I would argue, yeah, that maybe the people that made Planet of the Apes, the original. Now, the new ones are a whole nother kettle of fish, and they're chock full of New World Order agendas, including massive depopulation. In fact, I'm way more disturbed by the new ones. I find the original are fun. Like they're just campy, but they're fun and they're
hilarious.
Yeah, they are hilarious. You really can't match the type of entertainment. And Charlton Heston, to me, he's like a William Shatner. He's so hammy, but he's so likable as a hammy type actor. Like he overacts, but he does it in a good way, sort of thing. And you got to give Charlton Heston. Now, you could also argue that Vanonymous and Cookie and Grace. We could argue that I know Grace hasn't seen these.
Don't make fun of me, Jeff.
No. That's a compliment, if anything. But the anti-gun theme is massive in Planet of the Apes as well, the original. There's a huge theme about guns as well.
It's technology on a whole, really, isn't it? I mean, they concentrate on the weapons, like the guns and the nuclear war and all that lot. But I think really it was about technology as a whole. Because the following movies, I can't remember the titles of them, but they go more into that idea of like mankind was just clever but dumb. We had cleverness to build all these machines and technology, but we were still so dumb that we blew ourselves up.
Yeah, and that also could be like Tavistock type, program.
Yeah, I do think that's why they had that element of the Planet of the Apes. They were deliberately, subliminally reminding people that you're all still apes, you're all still creatures.
That's also, and Christians would come in and say, yeah, that could be part of the sort of what they would deem as the evolution sort of agenda, to equate humans with apes and to suggest that we evolved from apes. And of course, that's the big theme too, right? With Dr. Zaius, which is, that's absolutely absurd to suggest that ape evolved from man, or men were once smarter than ape, and all that. You know what? Anybody that hasn't seen this original, I would recommend the whole series. Even as Anonymous said, I would even recommend the television series, which was quite well done. But I know them all. Cookie, let's see if I can name them. Anonymous, we'll go. Here we go. Planet of the Apes, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, which is a really guilty pleasure. I love the second one. It's so nihilistic and
there's a cult that worships the nuclear weapon. And
let's put that
the giant metal phallus.
Beneath the Planet of the Apes, which was it's one of the darkest movies I've ever seen. Beneath the Planet of the Apes, there's the people of the bomb. These people are people. Okay, so what has happened is that in the original Planet of the Apes, the astronauts in the beginning, they're taking a ship to go, and they're exploring this new type of hyperdrive that will send them off into space, and maybe they'll discover a new star or something like the new solar system that they're trying to get to, or whatever, right? They're trying to find alien life or whatever, or a new Earth that they can populate. And then they crash land on this planet. Like everything fucks up, and they wake up and they crash land on a planet, and then they start exploring the planet, which is one of the best whole opening sequences in any film, I believe, is the first 20 minutes of Planet of the Apes, where they're wandering around the planet and they see all this weird shit, and the music's just so trippy. It's just awesome. And then they find out by the end, of course, that it's actually Earth. That what has happened is that they've gone way advanced, like, I don't know, 1,500 years in the advance of Earth, or 3,500. I think they were like 3,500 AD or something like that. And that humans wiped out the planet in a nuclear war. And so in the second one, which takes place right after the first one, they send another astronaut, or they send another team of astronauts forward to find the original group. And they end up at the same time period, and they crash land and whatever. And then they find that there is humans that are still around. Now, there's the humans that are just mute and kept like animals by the apes. But then there's the people that worship the bomb. And these are the people that you see up on the screen. So this is actually in New York City. It's like buried beneath, irradiated, I think they're in the subways or something like that. And they actually have this cult, and they wear masks, but when they worship their bomb, they take off their face masks and they sing hymns, and it's like a cobalt. It's like the doomsday bomb, basically. It's the bomb, like the theoretical bomb that they devised, or that they hypothesized. That they could create a nuclear bomb that would just ignite the entire atmosphere and destroy the entire planet. Well, this is what they call the cobalt bomb. And so, yeah, it's one of the darkest movies ever, because basically in the end, they blow up the entire planet.
But don't forget, they're telepathic and stuff too.
That's right. The people of the bomb are telepathic, so they use telepathy to control the minds, and to use the apes and the humans to fight each other and shit like that. It's pretty wild, crazy shit. Now,
think of them as like the Illuminati.
What's that?
Think of them as like the Illuminati. I don't mean they are.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
The secret society hidden underground, worshipping a weapon of destruction.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, in many ways, that's a perfect.
And they use their enemies against each other so that they can rule them.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, another pretty cool film. Very dark though. Don't go in thinking you're gonna have a happy time. Find it total fucking brutal, pessimistic. By the end, it's just, oh wow, they just killed everybody. But then the third one, which I think is Return to the Planet of the Apes.
Escape from the Planet of the Apes.
The apes take the ship before the planet blows up. Dr. Zaius, or what's the woman there, the female ape that Charlton Heston kisses there. She and Cornelius take the ship, and they go back in time. So they go back to the 70s. And then, it's like the whole theme of how humans and their technology is going to doom them, that humans don't have the intellectual sort of empathy, or the, to be able to to control their nihilistic sort of, immaturity and their, the destructive nature of man, which again, as I said before, is Tavistokian sort of programming, in my opinion.
Compare that to the current contemporary Mortal engines.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very similar in that kind of theme of,
I know that one.
We're clever, but we're dumb because we keep blowing ourselves up.
And then the fourth one is Battle of the Planet of the Apes, or is that the last one?
That's the last one. The fourth one is Conquest for the Planet of the Apes.
Conquest. So in Conquest, if I remember correctly, it's the offspring of Cornelius, who is
and Zira,
right? Who and he's with Ricardo Montalban, who's always awesome in every film. You just got to say that. He's kind of like Christopher Lee. He's always good in every film he shows up in. Immediately, the film's that much better. But let's just show that one for a second because that one's interesting. It's called Conquest.
Yeah,
Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. So in this, what happens is, if I'm not mistaken, in the future, there's some sort of asteroid that hits the Earth or comet.
No, it's a disease that kills all the pets.
Yeah,
all
that's
the
what I'm
dogs
saying.
and cats get a disease.
It's something that came from outer space, if I'm not mistaken, and it
I
only
remember.
wipes out cats and dogs. It's just a dumb sort of plot, right? And so there's no more pets. So to replace the pets, people start getting chimpanzees. I guess, right? They get who wouldn't want
gorillas, chimpanzees, and orangutans?
Yeah, chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans as pets. Yeah, I guess I'd take an orangutan. I'd be like Clint Eastwood there. If you don't know, Grace would know that film for sure, right, Grace? Which is
what's the question? Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, the Clint Eastwood.
You already know the answer. I'm gonna mute my microphone again.
It's what's hilarious about this? I don't know if people know this. Clint Eastwood, Orang Wu-Tang.
Yeah, I used to like watching them films when I was a kid.
Yeah, they're just so ridiculous. But this is the most
right turn, Clyde.
This is the most successful Clint Eastwood film of all time. It's called Any Which Way But Loose. And there was another one that was made too, like a sequel. And he's basically, he drives around. He's like a pit fighter or whatever. Like he just fights people for money. And he drives around in a truck with an orangutan. Anyways, I don't know why I'm going on about that. Yeah, if you were to choose a pet, I guess. But anyway, so what happens is the apes eventually start to become more intelligent because they're around humans all the time, and they eventually start to develop language. And then in the future, they revolt and they rise up. And as you see here, this is a scene where they're rising up and they've imprisoned some of the humans and they've killed off most of the humans. And then in the fifth one, it's the humans battling the apes sort of thing. I think the fifth one is the worst one. But there's Ricardo Montalban.
Can you spoil it? The fifth one, the final one. How does it end?
Come on, Grace. You know you're gonna watch it. Yeah.
No.
The fifth. I don't even remember. It was so bad. Who wins?
The apes or the humans?
No, there's a truce.
Oh.
The bad apes and the bad humans are kind of killed off, and the better elements of the apes and the humans make a truce, and they decide that they're going to go forward together, and that the apes and humans will be equal. But at that point, the apes are probably outnumber the humans, at least according to the plot, right? So the humans and so the new ones. There was a reboot in between, which was the horrible Tim Burton movie, which had amazing makeup but was just an awful, terrible fucking movie. And then there's the new ones, and the new ones are actually really well done. I mean, the special effects are top notch and all that, and they're very, very, very fucking New World Order, very extremely disturbing. I've talked about them a lot, especially the second film, which really disturbs me. What's the second one? Do you guys know that one? Rise
of the Planet.
Yeah, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, and then you have, or is that the first one? That's the first one. What's the second one?
I can't remember the name of those ones. I've only seen each of them like once.
There we go. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I don't.
Is it Dawn?
Dawn. Okay, so Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
Has
So
the third
Dawn-
one come out yet?
Yes, and it's fucking super disturbing. We'll talk about that in a second. So the new one, most people probably seen the new one. So the new one, it's some sort of chemical that makes the apes intelligent, and so the apes then, eventually by the end of the film, they breathe in the chemical and they become talkative. They develop language really quick, sort of thing. It's pretty silly, but it works as a film. It's well filmed and well paced and all that. The second one is really disturbing. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. The beginning is one of the most disturbing things I've seen in film. It fucking bothered the fuck out of me. Opening. I'll just put that in. The opening here shows an outbreak which destroys all of humanity, and the way that it's reported really disturbed me. Because it featured a lot of the characters that you see, the fictional characters on CNN and stuff, the ones that report on the fictional stories that you're supposed to believe in every day. Well, their voices and their images are used in reporting on this outbreak that wipes out almost all of humanity. And so that's how the film opens. What the film opens with is this outbreak and this very disturbing sort of intro here. Maybe we could show a little bit of it. Yeah, it starts off with one dot here, and then I know I'll get a copyright thing. It just spreads everywhere. And you've got CNN and everybody else, and Anderson Cooper and Wolf Schitzer, and that really disturbs me when I see this stuff, because I was covering a lot of the outbreak films at the time, and I was like, well, this is one of the ways that they're probably gonna, depopulate the planet, sort of thing. So that, social conditioning programming. I can't show more than that because I know how it works. It'll get you there. But yeah, and then in the third one, the third film, which is, I guess, just the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. So what comes after Dawn? Dusk of the Planet. I put it in. I know it's not right. But in the last one, there, the apes are, the humans. There's hardly any humans left. Now, I don't know how gorillas and orangutans would be able to ride horses. I would think that would break a horse's back really quick. A 450-pound gorilla on the back of a horse, but nevertheless, still something to see.
Don't question the plot devices.
Yeah, that's okay though. You can let it go. It's extremely well done. The special effects are top notch. It's well acted, and it's extremely disturbing because what happens in it is that there's hardly any humans left, and the humans are the bad guys. So I went to watch this film, and basically, the film depicts what was happening is there's hardly any humans left. There's like pockets full of humans left. The apes are doing fine. The apes are doing pretty well, but there's still humans that are causing trouble. White males, of course, toxic white males. And at the end of the film, there's basically hardly any humans left. They're all wiped out, and the audience is cheering the apes for wiping out the humans. It's just really fucked up. It's just something to think about. Most people wouldn't think about it, but like basically your species is being wiped out. And what is also happening to the humans is not only are they completely wiped out by the plague, which is the simian flu, by the way. It's called the simian flu, which simian means ape, if you're not familiar, or it's a classification of ape or primates. And yeah, the humans also lose their voices at the same time. So they're setting up for the beginning of the original Planet of the Apes, basically, where humans are mute. They can't speak, and they're just, I guess they get dumber, kind of thing. Not that that's hard to imagine, considering how dumb people are now. But I found it very disturbing. It's called War of the Planet of the Apes. That's what it's called, War of the Planet of the Apes. So
all of these, though, as well as the originals, I think they're presenting the apes are meant to be us. What they're saying to you is there is this elite group of real people, humans as they would call themselves, who are clever enough to realize that what the rest of us are doing is dumb, because we're all still dumb animals, and we need to evolve to be at least nearly equal with them.
Well, yeah, exactly. And also in this, so one of the things that they depict is the apes, is that the apes are far more, they're much stronger and much more capable than the average human. And the apes don't need to wear clothes. They don't need to seek shelter. They're built much tougher. So they're built for the wilderness. So they don't really need the tech, and that they live in harmony with nature. So the apes are depicted as being very benign and living in peace until the bad humans show up and start shooting them, right? And the humans are white. I mean, almost universally white. Woody Harrelson is the main bad guy, so I'll just put Woody in there so people see Woody in the film. And he is this. He's basically a rehash of a more psychopathic version of the guy from the wonderful depiction of Robert Duvall's character from Apocalypse Now, a movie, of course, Grace has seen many times.
You know what movie I have seen that Woody Harrelson is in, which is also another kind of post-apocalyptic theme movie?
Which one is that?
Hunger Games.
2012.
He's in the Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games. Wow.
Oh yeah, he plays one of the celebrity guys, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they often play the same characters, right? This is the whole thing. I mean, Woody Harrelson plays often this type of character in so many roles. He's really good at it. He gives a good performance, and he's basically, well, I mean, there's, for most of the film, he's depicted as a psycho, and that he has no empathy, and that he is just hell bent on wiping out the apes. But there was a point in the film where there's a little bit of sympathy that's shown towards him, and that's when he's losing his voice, basically, and the Caesar character has sympathy for him for a moment, and then kills him, basically, if I remember correctly. But as you see here, a white male with a skinhead who's here shaving his head. And it's no accident, folks, that it's a white male. If it was a black male, that would probably be a problem. If it was a Jewish male, that would probably never happen. It's a white male on purpose, because you're meant to hate the character. You're meant to automatically have a knee-jerk reaction to the character. It's interesting, too, when he first shows up, he's not looking too white. This is when he shows up in the beginning and he starts shooting Caesar, or is it Caesar or is it Cornelius at this point? I don't even know. I lose track of which ape is ape. I guess it's still Cornelius at this time. I think Cornelius is he dies at the end of this film, and then it's Caesar that he,
No, it's the other way around, I think. Right? Caesar is the patriarch at the beginning.
Oh, yeah, they flipped it from the original, because the original, it was Cornelius was the older one, and then it was Caesar's son, right?
His son, he's Cornelius, yeah.
So yeah, and you see the military insignia sort of thing. And it's a very well done film. I mean, you're not going to be bored. It's quite gripping and all that, but it's pretty disturbing because, and then if you see the attack scene here, just to emphasize humans attack or whatever, you could argue, you could be cynical. You could just say, it is what it is. I mean, like these images here, like one of the scenes, of course, is Caesar breaking the guns and stuff, and how much he hates guns. So the anti-gun theme is massive in these films, folks, massive. And how much, of course, Woody Harrelson and co. love their guns is or use them. But the scene in the end, which I found, and I'm not seeing it here. Oh yeah, here. This is the end of the film here, which I found very interesting, because all the humans that are left. This is basically all that's left of well, most of what's left of humanity. And there's two human tribes that are fighting each other, right? Basically at the end, and they're all in white. I'm not saying. I mean, I just find it interesting because the people that control Hollywood don't like white people at all. And I found it interesting, like leaving the theater and thinking, how everybody was cheering that the apes were going to beat the humans, and that this was all that was left of humanity. It's like, look at the trick that Hollywood has played on you. They got you to root against your own species. It's the survival of your own species, right? And the ape that betrays the other apes is an albino. He's white. It's very interesting. I would say that's not accidental at all.
No.
Right?
Especially
So,
with the timing of when the films began being released.
yeah.
It was all alongside the build-up of things like the Black Lives Matter movement and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the fake shootings and all that, the March for Our Lives and everything else that's going on. So huge, that this is what I would say about these films is that you can go and you can watch these films, but you got to put your thinking cap on, and you gotta keep every, if you need to, like it's much better to watch these films at home if you can, and go into the theater, because then you can always stop the film and take a breather when you need to, because these films are
Get in your safe space.
they're very psychologically strong. I mean, I have a hard time watching movies these days, folks. I really do. I really do. When I was younger, I didn't have such a hard time watching movies, but these days I have a hard time watching movies because I know too much about what's going on, and I see way too many themes. So it taxes me, because it's like, okay, there's that theme, there's the anti-gun theme, there's the anti-white theme, there's the strong feminist theme, there's the toxic masculinity theme, there's the population theme, there's the vaccinations theme, there's the, like it's endless. There's the trust in the media theme, there's Wolf Blitzer again playing himself in another role. and the fact that any of these news broadcasters would appear in these films is highly disturbing. Highly disturbing. Because it's like, well, wait a second, you can't play yourself in a movie. That's not, no. If you're a reporter, you're supposed to be reporting, or you're supposed to be unbiased, and you're not supposed to be playing a character in a movie, playing yourself. That's breaking every sort of,
Well, yeah, I know what you mean, but that's exactly what they're after.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to increase the immersion, so that from my own point of view, I'm similar in the sense of when I try and watch a lot of modern movies now, most of the time when I come to look at them, I can feel that immersive effect beginning to sort of like draw me in. Mm-hmm. And I can feel the beginnings of that kind of hypnotic state, the alpha state.
Yeah.
And that's when it makes me uncomfortable, because now I'm aware of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like you described, you start seeing all the different symbols and patterns and narratives, and it makes you feel itchy, or like there's something that you got to pull yourself away from it, because you can feel it sucking you in.
Yeah.
And that's why they've started using real personalities playing themselves in the movies, because then it increases that sense of immersion, and you find it harder and harder to differentiate between fantasy on the screen and the reality of the world you live in.
100%. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? It's so that it's like
you too can be the hero. Put on your Superman outfit.
It's like, here's your programming when you put on CNN, and here's your programming when you go to the movies. It's all the same, right? It doesn't matter. It is all propaganda. Like what's on CNN is the same as what's on your movie screens. It's just as real. It really is. It's just as contrived. It's just as manufactured as what you get. I mean, it really is the same. So that's why it's really disturbing, because it reemphasizes that there is really no difference. That your entertainment is not entertainment. It's programming. By and large, that's why. I mean, the solution is simple. I mean, there is a simple solution. It's to turn your back on all of it. And form communities and families and provide your own entertainment. I mean, there's nothing better than being with your friends and your family and your loved ones and sharing stories and laughter and playing games and whatever. Just being together, making music, whatever it might be. There's nothing that can compare to that. Those are the most cherished moments. Playing video games, watching movies, watching television shows. That's just pure mind control. And I really try my best to try to reach people with that. It's like,
well, I was thinking, sorry to interrupt you, but to
sort of
add into a lot of what you're describing, one other side note as well is look into the cult of Dionysus,
Mm-hmm.
which is where a lot of this originates from, and they're well, I don't want to say perfected. They've got very, very good at what they do.
Yeah.
But that kind of element of drawing you in and capturing your mind, the etymology of the word entertainment, you enter something is to go into something, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
There's also a connection there to inter, the same as you would inter a corpse into a crypt or a burial mound or whatever. But you enter something that tains you, T-A-I-N, is a part of words such as attain and contain. It means to fence something in, basically, to keep it in place, to stop it wandering off or escaping. And then ment is of the mind. So you enter a part of the mind where they will keep you in place. They will keep you there. They will hypnotize you and hold you in place. So when we talk about entertainment, what we're talking about is giving yourself up to somebody else's story and allowing them to occupy your time, occupy your mind, you know, put their themes, their elements, their propaganda, whatever it is. This is, you know, what Cult of Dionysus was all about, spreading what was basically political and cultural propaganda in a way that it occupies your mind. It's implanted in your mind, like they're moving in and building the theater inside your head.
Yeah, it's nothing new. You know, it's stuff that they've been using for centuries, if not, well, obviously going back, if you're talking that cult of Dionysus, thousands of years. And much like you could say the Roman, the Roman amphitheaters and the Colosseums and stuff like that, were, you know, bread and circus, basically. A lot of the leaders and the aristocracy and senators of Rome knew that you had to provide for the masses. You had to, much like today. That's why when I mentioned before about the SNC Lavalin affair, how the cyclical sort of scandal thing here in Canada, there's a scandal every summer that involves the Parliament every summer. You go back every summer, there's a scandal, and it's all over the media. You can't escape it, and it's just there to take your energy and take you and occupy you and have you reinvest into the system, because they have to say, well, the system works, right? Because we're vetting out the corruption. Here we are fighting the corruption, and we're discussing it, and we're exposing it, when really it's just keep you occupied, keep you pacified, keep you programmed, keep you hooked into the system, keep you buying into the system, buying into your government, buying into your media, for instance, your media, the most trusted name in news. Well, why would you have to say that? Like, why are you saying that? Like, why is that a slogan? Like, why do you have to say that? Who would have to say that? If your news was really great news and unbiased and all that, you wouldn't have to tell people we're the most trusted name in news. No, you made that up. Nobody gave that to you. It's not like the world said, let's make an award for the most trusted name in news. Who should we give it to? How about CNN? Yes, let's vote on it. That's not how it works. These corporations tell you this is what we are. Here's our slogan. Buy into it, right? It's pretty crazy, yeah.
They keep repeating. I mean, this is very, I feel obvious, but you know, that's me looking at it. So I feel anyway, it's more obvious now with the kind of superhero movies and hero and anti-hero movies. These are all reinforcing a script that is given to you that will make you think that, oh, there's somebody out there who is actually fighting against the man, and they're dealing with it, even if they need to, like the classic storyline of the good cop who has to fight all the bad cops, and he has to fight his way all the way to the top of the tower to get to the main baddie. You know, he's got to shoot his way through all the lesser thugs like he's playing a video game.
Ready Player One.
The same elements again and again and again of persuading you that don't worry about it. There are heroes out there that are working on the side of good, and they're so brilliant that even when all the odds are against them, they'll still succeed in the end. So it gives you a sense of completion, as if something has been achieved to deal with the evil in the world, but obviously it isn't, because it's all just fantasy. It's all just a story on a screen.
Yeah, exactly. Ready Player One. When you're talking about that, it's exactly what I was thinking of. I haven't been able to get through the whole film, but it's just amazing to see how this is a film that perfectly encapsulates this mind control. That, you know, they depict this Agenda 2030 sort of dystopic global warming sort of future of humanity, like you see here on the screen. I don't know if you guys are still seeing my screen. I guess you are, right?
Yeah, it's all set up like a mega city, all clustered together, shanty town.
Yeah. So it's Shantytown, 2045 or whatever. I don't know what year it takes place in.
Yeah.
Say or the 2040s or something like that. And you got a character here who represents the Luke Skywalker, say, of this era, right? Where he's just a young guy coming of age sort of thing. And how does he escape the horrible sort of reality? Because the reality is this: Steven Spielberg, Hollywood, are telling you, guess what? There's way too many people. The global warming's out of control. The polar ice cap's going to melt. You know, desertification is going to happen everywhere. Crops are going to fail. Famine. There's going to be mass starvation. People are going to be living in massive cities. This is what they tell you, right? They want you to buy into it. They told you all this back too. If people might remember a film called what was it called? Blade Runner, which depicted, I think, early 2000s sort of Los Angeles as being just, you know,
2019.
29 today. Does that what Los Angeles looks like? Does Los Angeles look like what's depicted in Blade Runner? Looks nothing like that. But of course, that's what they wanted you to believe in at that point in time. So this is the exact same thing. Now, this kid here, his whole escape is to go into virtual reality. And when he goes into virtuality, that's where he really comes alive and where his real life is. And the movie is not about the horrors of this virtual reality. The movie is about, this is where salvation is. In fact, this is where humanity will be saved. And so this kid puts on his mask, and when he's in the virtual reality, it's all the characters from his manufactured world, all his Overwatch and his Disney characters and his comic book characters and his you know, the T-Rex from Jurassic Park, you know, King Kong's there. You got Haley Quinn there. You can barely make her out. They're all there. And they're all the heroes, right? Because they're wonderful organic people that came from, or heroes that came from nowhere, right? And so the whole story revolves around embracing the culture, the horrible anti-culture that they have created, the corporations have created for you. And embracing that culture and thinking that the answers to the salvation of humanity are in that culture. That by worshiping that culture, that horrible fake New World Order mind control, and by embracing it, and by embracing these characters, the cosplay characters that you dress up as, that you will find the salvation by embracing the mind control that you've had for decades with your 88 miles per hour and your Michael J. Fox and all your movies, right? All your movies, you're embracing your suspended childhood, embracing the movies that you grew up with, like Iron Giant and stuff like that. That is your salvation. These are your real heroes. Your real heroes are these characters. And that's why I found the film almost impossible to get through. I was just like, this film is just fucking awful. I can't watch any of it because it is horrible, toxic New World Order programming. It's getting you to reinvest in their manufactured culture. And that the solution to whatever horrible, and this is the mind control. I mean, the mind control is this. This is what they want you to take out. They want you to think this is inevitable, this future. This is definitely Steven Spielberg. This piece of shit right? Who once upon a time actually made good movies. That was a long fucking time ago. I'm talking Jaws and Close Encounters and stuff like that. These movies are just total New World Order brainwashing. They're here to program you and to think that, you know what? I love my suspended childhood. I embrace. Here are the characters I embrace. I identify with Wolverine, or I identify with My Little Pony. I identify with my Iron Giant. Well, they're all going to be there in your multiverse, your Enter the Spider-Verse world, your comic book, Marvel, Disney, fucking manufactured fake fucking culture world, and they will be the salvation. So embrace the culture that we have created for you. Embrace the fake sort of New World Order programming world that we've created, the artificial, toxic, horrible thing. And it just disturbs the fuck out of me, this movie, because it encapsulates so much of the indoctrination and mind control that people are subjected to. And it brings it all together, and it kind of says, you know what, it's great. Isn't it great? It's like making a movie saying McDonald's, Burger Thing, and Kentucky Fried Chicken are going to save the world. I mean, it really is.
It's primarily targeting young boys as well. I mean, really, that's the mindset he's aiming at, in the same way as a lot of Star Wars was targeted at that age range and that gender. And it's the same. It's a very, very similar script. Basically, it's the same hero story arc.
It also targets the 30-somethings because of all the references, the nostalgia. Yeah.
They'll be the parents who take the kids to go and watch it.
There you go.
The real target.
Take your kids in to indoctrinate them.
Exactly.
The real target.
I would say Simpsons is a great example of that. The Simpsons, it was just a show I used to watch. You know, like more like getting together with friends and throwing on, because I never watched television. It was one thing I never did. But when I go to my friend's place, they throw on Simpsons and we die of laughter. But Simpsons, you know, you got a bunch of clever Jewish guys, and they write all your shows, all your late night yuck type stuff, and they are deeply embedded in the culture. So, like, for instance, The Simpsons would do parodies of Planet of the Apes. Well, who the fuck would see Planet of the Apes? Certainly not 5-year-olds that are watching. They would have no idea. So when Dr. Zaius starts dancing, right? And I'll just show that to folks, because I kind of made that thing, Dr. Zaius Simpsons. See that? Comes right up, Dr. Zaius Simpsons. Now, there's no way that children watching The Simpsons would have any fucking clue who Dr. Zaius is. No clue. Come on, you think they watched a movie from 1968? So this is it's Ready Player One. It doesn't matter what generation you're from, they've got your characters, your mind control that you grew up with, which may at one point or time might have been more organic and less agenda filled. Well, it's been indoctrinated, it's been incorporated into their realm. So you're going to get all your culture, all your what culture, which is hilarious, because I think of the channel on YouTube, which is called, I keep referring to it as What Culture. Just laugh. It makes me laugh because there's like, what culture? Yeah. I wonder who's behind it. Because I mean, like, what culture? Well, what is our culture? Seriously. Anonymous, what is our culture? Grace, what is our culture? Wolverine? Spider-Man? McDonald's? What's our culture?
Ninja Turtles.
CNN?
I thought it meant, like, you know, when people ask that what question, but in a really sort of vacant way, you know, like, what? Culture of what?
What is our culture, right? I mean, like, what is it really? I have no idea. I mean, I know exactly what it is. I mean, it's not real. It's nothing real. It's interesting here. They got customs, traditions, language, and beliefs. Well, yeah, maybe once upon a time you can say, yeah, that would probably be culture. Or you would throw a lot more traditions. You could say architecture. You could say clothing. You know, you could say a lot of different things. That would be culture.
Just drop the U-R-E, and that's what we got. Cult.
Yeah, cult. Yeah, exactly. This is an interesting one here too. You got a culture and you got a rainbow.
Or to call.
Yeah, who's that? Oh, Lauren. Hey, how you doing, man?
Great. How are you there, Jeff?
Good, man. Good. Nice to see you, man. How's yeah, so what do you say?
Oh, I've been it's like in some YouTube podcasts, watching the whole social experiment. You know, did some participation, learned a few things. Yeah.
Are psyops still going on?
Oh no, so the thing that
Oh no.
I was going to reveal this finally like picking up freaking it's picking up speed. There are all these like um people who who debate the flat earthers like Tim Osman or P. Mars coming on the Unirock channel and pretty much pointing out the same things that me and your doppelganger Jeff S have figured out a year ago.
Yeah, I kind of figured it out way back when it started and told
Right. So like the predecessor, and we just built
I
on
told
it.
everybody would have listened to me, but of course, it's not going to work that way. But none of this would have happened. But
It's okay.
it is what it is, and it's just a psyop. But anyways, we're not going to talk about flat Earth because I just made that as a joke kind of thing.
Right. Let's get that out of the way. You know.
Yeah. Just forget it. Let's talk about the orangutans.
Man.
But yeah, I want to say, Grace, really graceful. Thank you so much. I know she's probably gone off to bed, but it was really nice having her on the show. And even though she's probably like all these movies she hasn't seen.
Wouldn't it be a flat orang?
It is.
If the world was flat, it wouldn't be an orangutan. It'd be a flat orang.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, yeah. It's funny when you think about a movie like this. Cookie, you've seen this movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've seen it. I don't know if Anonymous or Lauren, you've seen the Any Which Way But Loose.
Probably not. I've seen you show this earlier. Isn't there a song by what's that British guy's name? Freaking George Michael lookalike in the name, and the British guy, the singer.
That narrows.
No, the one who performed fucking on Olympics or some shit, and he was flipping off the camera. If you recall that.
Oh yeah, Robbie Williams or whatever.
Yes, it's very.
Yeah.
It's all the same shit.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen this, but it reminds me of Turner and Hooch. Just the pictures there.
Well,
So he had a song about like me and my monkey or some shit, where he drives around to Las Vegas and into Mandalay Bay and shit, and all these references, and then eventually like the monkey and the guy and somebody else, they get into a Mexican standoff, and like I guess they all die or something, which is what happened in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Oops, did I just say that?
Yeah. I was just thinking that, it's a strange to find a movie that relatively agenda free. I mean, it's just a stupid movie. It's almost refreshing.
Wait, so was this written, produced, and directed by Clint Eastwood?
I'm not sure, but
I got a feeling it was actually. Yeah.
I don't know if he wrote and directed, but I think he liked it. He liked the script, and it just.
Well, it's just
But the thing is that okay, you could say he's a rogue male, and maybe he's even a toxic male or something like that. But he's just basically a guy that goes around fighting for dollars, and he's got his girl, which is the Sandra Locke, I believe, character, who is his estranged ex-wife, and she fucking hates his guts now and all that. But that's a whole nother story. But he's basically just a guy that goes around fighting, and he's got an orangutan.
He just wanted to star in a movie with Dr. Zayas.
Yeah.
You could also say it's somewhat of a contemporary remake of a Western classic hero.
Yeah.
You got the hero wandering around on his metal steed with his trusty sidekick with him.
Yeah. With the typical sidekick, Low Ranger, type character. But yeah, it's interesting because then you could say, well, here's an example of a blockbuster that exists. A blockbuster. I mean, a film that made a lot of money, that existed at one point in time, that really had no agendas, that was a stupid movie, a stupid plot, but was unpretentious. Didn't try to be smart. It actually played up the stupidity. It didn't take itself seriously. And it's actually kind of it's a good Sunday afternoon hangover type movie. Just want to.
I mean, this is definitely like a vetted script. You know what I mean? It may not be at the best. It may not be like directed to be, devious in any sense, but it's definitely approved.
Yeah, well, I mean, somebody has to prove, but probably,
Right. So they're like, this is in line with what we have in mind.
I don't know if you know this though. We should put this in context. Let's just put in this. Let's put Herbie the Love Bug. And talk about a different era. So Herbie the Love Bug, we'll find out here, I guess, on Wikipedia, came out in 1968. Okay, so why do I bring that up? Well, Disney, before it became what it is today, was just another corporation that in the day was struggling to make blockbuster or to make hit films. And so the most successful franchise that they had was a franchise about a talking car called Herbie the Love Bug. And you want to talk about stupid movies. I would say this Herbie the Love Bug kind of makes Any Which Way But Loose, look like, Academy Award.
53, right?
Yeah, well, but what you would say it was 33, but what you would say is things have changed a lot. So Disney has changed a lot. Now, back then, Disney was struggling. Disney was, in many years they were losing money. They weren't super successful. They weren't the entity that they are today. So things have changed. Although you could argue strongly that Disney was always evil. I would say that for sure, because of who runs it. And I would say also Disney pushed a lot of pedophilia, a lot of subliminal sort of pedophilia in their films. You just have to, you can probably search up the images. I'm not going to bring them up right now. But things have changed dramatically from Herbie the Love Bug type days. Disney is now a force of nature. It's one of the most powerful corporations in the world, and it is beyond evil. Really epitomizes evil. Disney.
How the fuck do they how does one person contain that, as a CEO, to manage all the subsidiaries of it, right?
Yeah.
Just learning all that it contains. How is that even possible?
Well,
it's probably taking 5 years just to learn everything.
It's probably compartmentalized.
Yeah.
No, but there has to be somebody who has
Michael Eisner.
The big picture.
It used to be Michael Eisner.
Oh, okay, all right. So he's been there since the beginning.
The CEO, though, is just like a gateway into that particular franchise of the corporatocracy. That amount of information that you're talking about wouldn't necessarily need to be held by him. Behind him, further up the pyramid, would be think tanks and other groups such as Tavistock. So they're the ones that are dealing with all the in-depth detail of that information, and then they just funnel through him what is required of him. So they'll say, we're going to send you some script notes and ideas for a movie we want made.
I want to talk about Tavistock here for a second. Tavistock Institute. Because I'm going to be doing Beatles Tavistock. I'm very interested in the Beatles and how the Tavistock Institute likely composed and wrote a lot of the Beatles lyrics and music, and designed the Beatles 60s sort of peace hippie sort of love, love is everything, right? I believe strongly that the Beatles became an instrument of social sort of change. That and the British invasion and all that was something that came out of the Tavistock Institute. And I find it really, really fascinating because it gets into the deeper sort of levels of mind control. How we embrace culture that has been specifically designed to program us, to pacify us, to indoctrinate us into their agendas. John Lennon would be a great example of being, and look, I am the biggest Beatles fan ever, so don't take it the wrong way. The Beatles music is super awesome, but there is some extremely disturbing things to the Beatles. And the more and more I examine their lyrics and their songs, the more and more I understand what it was all about. And I give a great example. There's a few songs that I could give right off the bat. One of them is Strawberry Fields, which I find is so fascinating. I'm going to be doing a video on this, so I don't want to give away too much of what I'm going to be discussing. But I'll talk about it for a second here. Let's put the lyrics in here. I'm sure most people know the lyrics to Strawberry Fields. If you look at this and you think about the music that's accompanying it, and you think about the tone, the tonality of the song, because I can't play it right now, but if you look at the lyrics, and in Penny Lane is another one, because both Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields were released on the same or the same single, right? It was a 45. And then you could argue that'd be one of the greatest 45s ever released, sort of thing, because it wasn't released on an album. The Beatles didn't put that on an album. If they released a single, it didn't come on an album. So let me take you down, because I'm going to Strawberry Fields. Now, I would say that Strawberry Fields would represent possibly Oz and the poppies, the fields of poppies, the red sort of imagery. Let me take you down, because I'm going to Strawberry Fields. Nothing is real, and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry Fields forever. Living is easy with eyes closed, misunderstanding all you see. It's getting hard to be somebody, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me. If you think about, and the dreamy way that it's delivered, it's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It's so trippy. And if you think about it, think about the average person in London, say in 1967. Would that be around when Strawberry Fields came out? Around that time?
Something like that, I think.
Yeah. Think of them driving or, at work or something and hearing this song. And how this song presents this sort of passive, sort of, trippy, sort of mellow, but like the aura that this song pushes out is it's okay. You don't really understand anything that's going on, but don't worry, it's all going to be okay. Like I could picture the Tavistock Institute coming up with this sort of like, we want to program people. So you think about the peace, love, and hippie, and love is love, and love is all you need. All the Beatles songs that revolve around love. Now their earlier songs are mostly about girls. So and those are probably ones that they mostly composed. But these ones I think are directly from the Tavistock Institute. And they became huge songs, and to this day, they're some of the biggest songs that have ever been. I mean, many people would rank Strawberry Fields in the top 10 songs of all time, pop songs of all time. And unwittingly, without really understanding the greater sort of mind control that a song like this is actually invoking. So again, sorry, go ahead.
Just that third verse, if you read that third verse, that sort of encapsulate it a lot more. I think a no will be a yes, but it's all wrong.
Yeah.
It's like the opposites being switched around. Your heroes are now anti-heroes. Your anti-heroes are now heroes.
So So let me take you down. So we're going 1, 2, 3. Let me take you down because I'm going to Strawberry Fields. Nothing is real and nothing to get hung about. Strawberry Fields forever. No one, I think, is in my tree. I mean, it must be high or low. That is, you can't, tune in, but it's all right. That is, I think it's not too bad. It's paradoxical and conflicting, yet at the same time, it's passive and.
It's a similar technique used by many hypnotists,
Mhm.
where basically, similar to what I mentioned earlier about that kind of hermetic principle of putting the two opposites together with the bella thorn. In a similar way, a lot of hypnotists will use contradictory descriptions to put your mind in a state where you can't easily make a conclusion or decision.
Yeah.
You add that to the, like you say, that kind of almost lilting musical score. It is very, very dream inducing.
Very dreamy. Like if people are here listening, you haven't heard the song Strawberry Fields, you might want to open up another window and play it in the background while we're talking about it, because it is one of the most important songs in pop history, just based on the popularity and the longevity of it, and how it's arguably one of the top Beatles songs. Like the Beatles have a gazillion songs that are all fucking instant classics, and for good reason. They're really well written. They're excellent melodies and all that. But to me, Strawberry Fields and Penny Lane are two of the most important.
I'd suggest Blackbird as well.
Yeah, Blackbird. Yeah.
Because blackbirds don't sing at night. Nightingales sing at night, but blackbirds don't.
And Paul is a very smart guy. He would know that. But yeah, always know, sometimes think it's me. But I know when it's a dream. I think a no will be a yes, but it's all wrong. That is, I think I disagree. They use that like often in that era. If you think about, you say yes, I say no, you say stop, I say go. There's a lot of that back and forth, yes, no, up, down. You just.
Well, there is there's an element of it could be a theatrical trick, but it's also included in a lot of music as well. And in that sense, I don't know whether it's just not done as much anymore. It is by some people, but it's certainly not a popular way of doing music anymore. But what they call a call and response.
Yeah,
so
right.
You say yes, and then the audience would respond, but I say no, and it would create that bounce back, and it was a theatrical trick to bring the audience into the stage action.
Yeah, the Beatles were masters, absolute masters at melody, and arguably, now I would argue that they were actually really good musicians. There's no doubt about that. That is quantifiable. That is provable. In fact, all the years that they spent in Hamburg and perfecting their craft, they were top.
Sorry, I got to jump in and disagree. Ringo is a crap drummer.
I disagree. I actually play drums, and I think Ringo is actually a pretty good drummer because he's no frills.
I agree with you on that. He could do his job.
Yeah.
But to me, that was all he ever did.
Yeah, well, that's usually what most drummers do.
I don't know. I've known some really creative drummers.
The Beatles are, in my mind, if you were to just take their music and you eliminate the Tavistock and everything else, I would put them on par with Bach and Beethoven in terms of melody. I would 100%, without question, put them on the same level, because those melodies stack up to anything that anyone's ever done in the history of music, without a doubt. And I'm a musician. I study music. I know the Beatles, when it comes to chord, there's no other band. There's no other rock and roll band that even comes remotely close to the Beatles when it comes to chord compositions and melodies. Nothing. Nobody comes close. Not the Rolling Stones, not within a country mile. There's no other band. But when they stopped doing the touring and they went into the studios, that's when everything changed for the Beatles. Not necessarily everything changed. They went from singing songs about girls to basically singing songs about love, love, love. And, it's getting hard to be someone, but it's all right. What we have here with Strawberry Fields. So the strawberry fields to me, and Penny Lane is another excellent example. So Penny Lane is on the same single here. If we look at Penny Lane, I want to show you a thing here with Penny Lane, which is pretty trippy. Which, you know, Penny Lane again would be an unbelievably wonderful melody. I mean, it's like Yesterday and like so many of the Beatles songs. It's just like, oh my God, you instantly know it as soon as you hear the first, few notes. You know, it's Penny Lane, right?
It looks like programming language the way it's organized.
Yeah, that's it. Look at the lyrics. So
Right.
in Penny Lane, there's a barber showing photographs of every head he's had the pleasure to know. Now you think Penny Lane. Now there is an actual Penny Lane. That's what they'll tell you is Penny Lane and all that. But think about it. Penny Lane. What does that represent? Penny. Well, it's a denomination, right? Well, it's the lowest. So Penny Lane, as opposed to say, what's the highest level in British currency?
£50 note.
50 pound, like instead of 50 pound lane or something, right? Well, there's higher than that. There has to be, right? But that.
No, there
Are you
isn't.
serious? They guided everything at up to 50 pounds?
Yeah, that is the highest
What
denomination.
the fuck?
Okay.
And if you want bigger amounts than that, you have to get like a banker's check or bearer's bond or something like that. But
Okay,
actual cash notes, the £50 is the largest.
Say you're the Tavistock Institute, and your objective is to program people into servitude and into ambivalence and into not being politically active and accepting and peace and love and just taking you out of the equation. You think about this. You look at it, Penny Lane. So Penny as a denomination is the lowest. It represents the base. These are the common people. So Penny Lane would represent the common people, right? So Penny Lane, there's a barber showing photographs of every head he's had the pleasure to know, and all the people people that come and go stop and say hello. Well, there's nothing there. That's just the barber. He's saying hello. It just totally makes sense. On the corner is a banker with a motor car. The banker is a little bit higher class. He's got a motor car. The little children laugh at him behind his back because, of course, the banker never wears a Mac in the pouring rain. He doesn't wear a Mac because he doesn't want to look silly, and he's pretentious and he's a scumbag and whatever. He's a bankster, right? Then Penny Lane is in my ears and in my eyes, right? Wet. It says wet beneath, but that's wrong. It's not wet beneath. It's beneath the blue. No, it's not even beneath the blue suburban skies. It's beneath the Oh, maybe it is the blue suburban skies. I sit and meanwhile back. So just that lullaby of Penny Lane is in my ears and in my eyes. Beneath the blue suburban skies, I sit and meanwhile back, right? So if you're trying to indoctrinate the average person into the type of lifestyle that the New World Order has developed, like this is your servitude, this is your realm, this is where you exist, this is where you live. This would be a way of saying, isn't it lovely, your existence? Just accept it. Accept your existence as it is. Don't question it. Just accept it. It's lovely, right? Now we get to the second verse here. In Penny Lane, there's a fireman with an hourglass. This is where it gets really interesting. So he's got an hourglass. And in his pocket is a portrait of the Queen. Well, that instantly signifies that he doesn't have a family, right? Well, why does he have a portrait of the Queen? Well, he has a portrait of the Queen because they want you to idolize the royalty, right? Accept the royalty, accept your masters. It's perfectly fine. Everything's going to be all right, right? It's getting hard to be someone, but it's all right. This is on the flip side of Strawberry Fields. Remember that. This is one of the biggest singles ever released in the history of the world. This sold millions and millions of copies. So everyone was listening to this back in 1967 or 68. I'm not sure when it was exactly released, give or take in that realm. Okay. So there's the fireman with the hourglass, and he's got a portrait of the Queen. He likes to keep his fire engine clean. It's a clean machine. His fire engine, he likes to keep it clean. Right? It's a clean machine. He likes to be working for the system. He wants to continue to serve the system. Keep his engine clean. Penny Lane is in my ears and in my eyes, full of fish and finger pies. In summer, meanwhile, back. So evoking that, isn't it lovely to be in this existence? Just accept it. Penny Lane, and then Penny Lane is in my ears and eyes, wet beneath. I don't know. These lyrics are wrong. I keep fucking it up here. Hang on here a second. Let's see if we can find a better set of lyrics here. Is this the actual lyrics that they try to give you? The most important part is coming up here. Okay, maybe this is better. No, because it's cut off here. Why is it cut off? Okay, hang on. You know what I'll do? I'll just put it here. I'll bring it up. Okay, so this is what we want to see. So let's get to the next verse here. Penny Lane is in my ears and in my eyes, for a fish and finger pies, and summer meanwhile back. Now this gets even more interesting here. Behind the shelter in the middle of a roundabout. You think about a roundabout, right? Just going around and around sort of thing. A pretty nurse is selling poppies. Remember Strawberry Fields Forever? It's on the other side. Strawberry Fields Forever? Poppies. Give them poppies. Poppies will make them sleep, right? A pretty nurse is selling poppies from a tray. And though she feels as if she's in a play, she is anyway. Now, that pretty much kind of sums it up, I think, in the sense that, you know what? She is in a play. We are all in a play. We're in their world. They've created this world for us to exist in. And they're basically telling us, but they're also telling us, don't worry, it's all right.
Don't worry, there isn't such a thing where you can be completely original and create your own world. Don't do that. Just follow us.
Yeah, just accept the world that we've created for you. So in the final verse here, which is quite brilliant, I mean, it's a brilliant song. Whoever composed it, whatever team staff that was at the Tavistock Institute that put this together, because that's what I would believe about this.
You sure it's not from like a 66th basement floor level of basement Pentagon?
Well, the Tavistock Institute is if you don't know is equivalent in many. I wouldn't call it the Pentagon.
I think it predates the Pentagon.
So it's like one of them hospitals, like Stanford.
It sort of is, yeah. It's supposedly an institute for research in psychology.
Yeah, it's about social programming, right? It's how to program the masses into doing what you want. It's Edward Bernays. Like if you look at Grace's video about Edward Bernays and how we're going to control the masses, that's what it is basically. It's wherever Edward Bernays and co would function out of, the equivalent in Great Britain. They were ahead of the times. Now, probably Edward Bernays learned a lot from Tavistock Institute. And incorporate that into the mind control of the masses. But in here, you have in the final verse here, Penny Lane, the barber shaves another customer. We see the banker sitting waiting for the trim. So the banker hasn't escaped the Penny sort of existence. He's just a small time banker. And then the fireman rushes in from the pouring rain. Very strange, right? Well, it's strange because the fireman, right? He's why is he running in from the rain? Well,
because he's fire and then rain is water.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's it. Yeah. Penny Lane is in my ears, but it also encapsulates that all these people are in this little world, right? We're all in this little world together, and it's just, we're all part of it. So just accept it, right? It's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. Like, it's getting hard to be someone because look at your taxes, and you might get fired, or you just didn't get the promotion, or your wife's going to divorce you, or there's you got sickness in the family, or your children or this or that. There's a million different things that are happening to you because of the world that they have created and programmed you into. But it's all right. Don't worry. It's okay, because love is all you need, right? So Penny Lane is in my ears and in my eyes. They're beneath the blue suburban skies. Like, why would they be suburban skies, right?
I don't know, living in the sublevels of the sewers.
Well,
the equivalent of the American dream.
Yeah,
suburbia is meant to be that place where you have achieved comfort, even though you're on Penny Lane. You have an element of comfort. So yeah. I think it's meant to imply that you're in a comfort zone, a safe space.
Exactly. and this is what the whole song. Both songs are on the same album. They're the same 45. So this is very important to put out, because the Beatles didn't put this on an album, and a lot of their songs were like this. I mean, the Beatles would put on an album every 6 months.
They didn't do anything. They were just tools. They were like, okay, now you sing. You know,
No, they
they're
were
actors.
very, very, very excellent musicians and singer-songwriters, the best ever. But when they made the deal was, okay, stop touring. We're gonna make albums, and I can show you a lot more songs. I can show you "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds," which, of course, is not really about LSD. Of course, it's all about LSD. It's LSD
And about Lucifer.
Yeah. Sure.
Before you go to that, there's elements of occultism in this as well. The different careers he describes.
Yeah.
A barber, a fireman, a nurse. Yeah, and the in particular one that stands out to me is the nurse on the roundabout.
Yes.
Like you said, roundabout goes round and round. What do nurses do? They care for sick people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a portrayal that this perpetual sickness is going on and on and on. Even though the nurse cares and she's trying to do something about it, she's stuck in this theatre because this stuff is engineered.
Yes.
And the fact that she's handing out poppies makes the reference to the war and the injured that come back from the war and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In a similar way, I think the fireman with his picture of the Queen, I don't think they're talking about a fireman per se. They're talking about somebody who sets fires, who works for the monarchy.
Yeah, you could definitely argue that. Absolutely.
The barber knows everybody's heads.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
The barber is like the handler of the community.
My interpretation is that this is a pacification of this is an indoctrination into pacifying humanity. Like that what they're trying to do is they're like, this is Tavistock, Edward Bernays 101, where it's like,
you each have an archetypal role to fulfill.
Yeah, we want people to embrace their world. Just like today, they want you to love your cities. They want you to love your suburbs. They want you to love your communities. They want you to love your McDonald's world. They want you to embrace it. So they want you, just like Ready Player One wants you to embrace all the characters that you grew up with as a kid, which were all created by the New World Order, by the Tavistock Institute or its equivalents in other parts of the world, or by the major corporations that are all part of this New World Order. They want you to embrace the culture. So this would be a song back in the 60s, along with the Strawberry Fields, that would say, you know what? Your life is good. No matter what's going on, you know what? You don't really understand what's going on anyways. You're misunderstanding all you see. Whatever you're seeing on the television it's all your programming anyways. You don't really understand anything that's going on, because we're not going to let you know. We're not going to let you take part in anything. Are you kidding? Why would we let you take part in anything? That was something that we've never done. It's never happened before. The mistake that people make too about the 60s is that they think that the 60s was actually organic, and it was, no, it's not at all organic. Your hippie, peace, love, Woodstock, none of that's organic. None of it's even remotely organic. That was all created. That was all a massive social experiment on humanity. They wanted to pacify you. Now you think that the hippies, this is the stupid draft dodgers and hippies from the 60s, who often became liberal college teachers and shit like that, think that they were the heroes and that they stopped the Vietnam War. They had nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with stopping the Vietnam War. Absolutely nothing. The Vietnam War went on to 1975. And the only reason that the Vietnam War ended was because they were done. There was no way. The Viet Cong had fucking routed the American forces, and the people had completely lost faith in any American. They were oppressors. So the Americans were seen as an invading force. And who do you think the people are going to side with? Well, with their own people. It was a lost war. They knew they couldn't hold on to it. So in many ways, you could argue that the American government created the hippie movement in order to bring about the Hegelian dialectic, to give them the excuse to pull out of the war. so that they can condition people into accepting their defeat at the hands of the Viet Cong, basically. And it's an easy play on them. And so the Tavistock Institute, working in cahoots with the White House, coming up with a solution. We're going to, infest with the 60s, late 60s generation with this peace, love, and make love, not war, and Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. I mean, there's the stupid. If you listen to John Lennon, it's the stupidest shit ever. He's like, yeah, my child drew a drawing, and I mean, look at the lyrics. Get the fuck out of town. Of course, it's about LSD, and it's all about take LSD. They wanted you to take LSD. Of course, like they want you to smoke pot now. They want you. And I smoke pot, so don't take it the wrong way. I hate when I kind of say that because I feel like
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. No, I smoke pot. I do. The thing is that they want you to smoke pot. They want you to drink alcohol. They definitely do, 100%. They want you. They want you to be a non-active participant. What do they call it? Non-player or non-role player, NRP or whatever the
non-player character.
NPC, is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
They just want you not to be involved in anything that's going on. They just want all of humanity to just be occupied with the bread and circus and the theatrics and all the controversies and stuff that they manufacture, and they want you doing.
There's a good engineering term for like high efficiency electrical power stations. They have this device called dummy load. So you have these phenomena where in electrical currents traveling through long distances, sometimes there's like outbursts of power. So it would have this motor that would run in the case of an outburst, and it would just spin wheel. It's called dummy load. So 99% of everything you see is all dummy load. And just to keep you occupied, it's a hamster wheel for the mind.
Can I add some other stuff onto what you were saying about the hippie movement? So the push at that time, from what they had been learning from projects like MK Ultra and Monarch, they wanted to take that out into the field. It was no longer just in a lab. They wanted to do it in the field. You had the rise of the CIA propagation of LSD through groups such as the Grateful Dead and others. And in that connection to this now, what we've been talking about, the Beatles and their connection to Aleister Crowley, Crowley's connection to Tavistock, and their desire to bring about the fifth age. And they were, I feel anyway, this is what they were pushing as well. Remember, what's his name? Timothy Leary as well. Turn on, tune in, drop out. They were hoping that by saturating the younger generation with this new drug, LSD, and persuading them that they could just drop out and love will sort everything out. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to do anything. You can just party and that's it. Yeah. But I think what they were really hoping for underneath that was the MK Ultra type manipulation, so that they could start social engineering at a very deep level an entire generation. And then adding this, connecting into other stuff we talked about earlier, adding Kubrick's Clockwork Orange. Yeah. So very much when that change happened with the Beatles, like you were describing, when they went from sort of, just bouncy pop music, and all of a sudden it starts getting much more hypnotic. And there's a lot of psychological and occultic elements to the
Yeah,
absolutely, and all that stuff's tied together. The hippie movement was not genuine prior to its rise of popularity, or its forced popularity. You had the beatnik movement, which was organic, but that's partly why they wanted to appropriate it and turn it into this hedonistic.
I wonder too, though, the beatnik movement. I wonder too about some of those characters that were involved in that as well. But that's the psychological subversion. It's so complex, and it goes back. How far back does it goes far back as governments have been around.
this has gone back, let's say, thousands of years, and I'm talking about they were programming people from the very, very foundations. I'm talking about like
Of course.
sounds and different
The
colors, and
Romans,
very
the
subconscious
Greeks,
stuff.
it's
And
over and over again. Yeah.
so there's a lot of background, a lot of context that's been pre-programmed for us that we aren't even aware about.
Of course.
These are like the the highest level of
Your hero,
manifestation
your
that we're dealing with now, more complex structures.
your heroes and your anti-heroes are totally fabricated over and over again. John Lennon's a great example. I mean, you can give a million examples. Che Guevara, another example. Over and over again, these heroes are concocted in their stories, or they're incorporated, or they're used if they can be. It's psychological subversion is how you control the masses. You know, this is the greater reality, is that your entertainment, your rebel figures in your entertainment are just actors, right? It's just like James Dean, rebel without a cause. Well, that was a psychological subversion of the youth, you know, to take them and program them into renegading against their parents and being narcissist and rejecting the family life and that type of style. I mean, it just goes back and goes back and goes back. All your heroes that they build up, all these characters like Marilyn Monroe, over and over again, generations. Elvis, another example. Just over and over again, we are. They're never going to allow. That's why it just doesn't happen. There isn't organic sort of people that rise up and are given a voice. It doesn't happen like that. It's never going to happen like that. You're never going to have some super celebrity that all of a sudden, you know, says, you know what, I'm gonna come out and start exposing what's really going on. It doesn't work that way.
They die, you know, they get killed, or the society is engineered in such a way where they prevent that from even
Yeah, it's
being
not
a
going to happen
circumstance.
because these people wouldn't even get within sniffing distance
Right.
of being a
We wouldn't, we wouldn't get past first step.
There's no way. So we've been controlled for forever, basically. That's the reality. The reality is we live in a Tavistock Institute world. The machinations of the New World Order control us. Our heroes are the ones that they manufacture. The rebels that stand up it's just the same in the alternative media. Like you look in the alternative, they're all frauds. There's nobody legit in the alternative media. Nobody. There's not a goddamn soul in the alternative media that's even remotely legit, unless they're like an independent YouTube channel. That's it. Doesn't exist. Mark Dice, get the fuck out of town, right? Paula Josephine Watson, Stefan Molyneux. I mean, none of these characters are even remotely legit. Not even remotely legit. And that's just the reality. But people are dumb. People are programmed. I mean, yes, people are dumb. Most people, 85% of people, do not have critical thought. They can't think for themselves. They want somebody else to think for them. And so they provide. Tavistock Institute comes in and says, well, we'll provide you with your anti-heroes. We'll give you the heroes. We'll give you the anti-heroes. We'll give you the rebels. We'll give you all that. So you can put the poster on the wall, right? And you can say, that's a person I embrace. It's the same with all your musicians. When was the last time a musician actually was like super controversial? And who were the super controversial musicians? When did they exist? Give me an example. Somebody, please. Tell me of a musician. Bob Marley? What? One Love? Za Rules? Or Ja Rules? Zion? He was half Jewish, by the way.
I put a point on that. That's because he was coming from Rastafari, and Rastafari is based on older Judaism, original Judaism. So yes, technically it's Jewish, but Rastafari really is.
His father was Jewish, that's for sure. So yeah, but that's, you look, Bob Marley could have been 100% legit, but he preached the one world.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not like and then we could say, well, Bob Marley's controversial and all that. Well, what, really? And look, I'm a fan of the Wailers. Now, really, if you're a fan of Bob Marley, if you really are a fan of Bob Marley, like to the point that you actually understand reggae and Bob Marley and the Wailers, then you'd be a fan of the Wailers, because Bob Marley was merely just one of the Wailers. That's it.
Yeah.
He's just a guy that said, well, he's a little bit better looking and he's got a little bit better voice than the other guys, so we'll put him as the front man. But it was always the Wailers before it was Bob Marley. But nonetheless, Bob Marley is a perfect universal figure, because it's one love, one world, right? It's peace, love. All you need is love, right? It's the exact same message that John Lennon was pushing. John Lennon was pushing, imagine no religion, imagine no borders, imagine no countries, imagine this. Well, that's the New World Order. Except it's not as happy and peaceful as John Lennon put it out to be, because John Lennon figured, or John Lennon, whether he wrote that himself or Tavistock wrote it for him, who knows? But the thing is that John Lennon, put that out, and whether he believed it or not, I mean, he wasn't exactly a Rhodes Scholar. You're not talking about a deep intellectual when you're talking about John Lennon. I mean, he's a good songwriter, that's for sure. A great singer, good guitarist, for sure. A lot of good things about John Lennon. But when you look at his career, post Beatles, I mean, he was basically pushing New World Order themes. And his little occult satanic bitch from hell, Okoyono, I mean, enough said. Don't need to say anything about that, right?
The thing is, I always try to, how to describe it, a lot of what this system does, a lot of what these people who like to think they're in charge of everything try to do is appropriation. If there's anything out there in the world that is genuinely good for us, they try to appropriate it and pollute it and corrupt it and invert it and turn it into something shitty that they can use to control us.
Yeah. Exactly.
So with that in mind, whenever I'm looking at this kind of stuff where people are talking about one love, and this is something I do myself, I will refer to the one love. I'll use that as a way of communicating with people, of greeting them, or saying goodbye. You'll put one love as the last sentence kind of thing, because I do very much feel that a lot of what they've done with that element that they're trying to tie into the New World Order, where they claim that love is love, and they create this polluted version of what the definition of that word is, so that it creates that psychological and spiritual inversion within you. You see, this is classic Tavistock. Whereas the reality is, whether you think there is a creator or not, this reality gave you existence. You exist because this reality exists.
Yeah.
So if you utilize the word love as a simile for the word creation, because when are you benefiting? When are you healthy? When you are gaining in a good way? You're not self-destructing by consuming too much bad shit and whatever. The idea is that creativity, the creative energy, is what over the many thousands of years we've come to call love, that one love. So when I'm sorry, I won't include others, when I'm making reference to one love, I'm talking about that original generative force that some people view as a theistical God, like a creator God or divine being or whatever. For me, that's what is being referenced. And in all the stuff I've looked at from the ancient history knowledge, from the mystery schools and stuff like that, that really is what they were referencing. And it's only when some other force comes along and basically appropriates that knowledge and then inverts it and uses it to manipulate and exploit and control others.
Yeah, because the message of love it can't really be a bad message, right? It's like, if you're coming from it from an altruistic sort of, organic, like you really believe that we need more love in the world. All right. Okay. Yeah. Maybe, and I'm sure.
Where do babies come from?
Yeah, exactly. When you think about, when you think about most of these musicians, these artists that would promote this type of message, they probably genuinely mean it. Like they're probably, because they have achieved a level of success that enables them to live the lifestyle that they want to live. So like John Lennon didn't have to worry about paying the bills. Bob Marley didn't have to worry about paying the bills. Most of these people that would make this type of music wouldn't. So they would be perfect fodders for this type of dissemination of this type of message. The message, of course, in itself could be pure and honest. It could be that Bob Marley took the paper and wrote something that he truly believed in, just like John Lennon. But ultimately, what does it serve and how do they use it? Well, it gets co-opted, it gets used, and it's to use to pacify the masses into accepting this new world order and accepting the open borders and everything else that they're trying to accomplish.
Mhm.
And so it's hard because I am a big fan of all this type of music. Like I know all. I've got every Bob Marley album. I got them all on record. I got CDs. I got it. I've got all the Beatles. I got fucking Beatles records, Beatles CDs, Beatles this. I know every Beatles song. I can probably tell you every lyric that's ever been written by the Beatles, save for some of their crappier songs. So like I grew up with this stuff, and it's been my world. I understand it, but the more and more that I become aware of how deep this type of programming is, the more apparent it becomes to me what it actually, a lot of it is, or a lot of it was used for. So they can take these genuine sort of expressions that people, artists would feel, and a lot. That's the thing about artists, about musicians, poets, writers, painters. They live in a different frequency. Like if you can do what you love, like just think about this, right, Cookie?
Hmm. Yeah.
You're someone that's, I would think that's doing what you love. I mean, you're every day you're doing, these wonderful podcasts and hosting these shows. When you can do what you love, it makes you a better person, and it makes you more altruistic, and it makes you more genuine, and you become a warmer, more loving person. There's no doubt about it. If more of humanity was able to do the things that they really loved, then more of humanity would be better. And I'm not necessarily against, making people happy. Like, yeah, that should be the goal of every human being, basically, to achieve happiness. I mean, it's the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I mean, they put it in the freaking Constitution. It means something. It's a big deal. Happiness is very important.
Mhm.
But there's a difference when we're talking about, it's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me, Strawberry Fields type of, guess
Yeah.
what? Love isn't so, or life isn't so lovey, and most people are pretty miserable. And most people are working butthole jobs and are not happy people. And you've got to do something to pacify these people. They need their comic book sort of release. So they create all these heroes and these anti-heroes and all these characters so that they have a character for every type of personality, every color of the rainbow, every spectrum that is out there, so that you have someone to identify with. So if you don't like, say, Marvel Girl or Batman, maybe you'll like Wolverine, or maybe you'll like, I don't know, maybe you're intellectual and you like Professor Xavier or something like that, right? They've got all these different characters of the spectrum to cover the types of characters that you need to identify with.
Mhm.
And ultimately, what we are involved in, what we are all being indoctrinated into, is this completely controlled web. It's like being in an aquarium, like a controlled, or you could say, like almost like a Truman Show type thing. And it's not that far off, where it's
Well,
like our
that-
handlers are looking at us and they're saying, we need to calm this down, we need to control this, we need to pacify this, and we need to, you could say at the same times, it's not always about pacification. In fact, a lot of times they try to antagonize people. It's like what they're trying to do with women. I mean, they're not trying to pacify women. They're not trying to get women to embrace happiness. They're not saying to women, you know what, stay at home and raise kids, because that's how most women would be much more happy. Most women would be happier if they could actually be mothers and stay at home and raise a family, rather than going off and fucking working the male jobs, which suck for the most part anyways, to be perfectly honest.
that-
So
A
You know?
lot of what you've mentioned there, though, the key element of all of that is that it's about you. And I don't mean you yourself, Jeff C. I mean the viewer, the audience that they're targeting.
Yeah.
All of this stuff is designed to turn people's energy in on themselves.
Yeah.
Over the last few years, there's been, maybe it's just here on YouTube, I don't know, but certainly on YouTube, this has been true for a few years now. There's been this increasing interest in narcissism.
Mm.
And I don't mean interest in the sense of people like, oh, what's that? I fancy having a go at that. I just in the sense of people becoming aware of what it means and looking at themselves or maybe looking at others and thinking, oh, yeah, that guy's very narcissistic, isn't it? Narcissism is your energy facing inwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a lot of what this system tries to do, to in effect twist your energy in a knot so that you are not an arrow that is pointing at it.
Yes.
You are now pointing back at
As
yourself.
long as you're pointing at something, it's like when we
Yeah.
showed
The love energy. To love is to put your energy outwards. The energy is going outwards. People talk about self-love.
Unless it's self-love, right? Unless it's
that's the thing, that there's a difference between accepting yourself and loving yourself for being who you are, even with your faults. You know, you're working on your faults, you're trying to better yourself and all that kind of stuff, and being self-obsessed, being narcissistic, being selfish, being solipsistic. That's the state of mind they want you in.
Yes.
That kind of hippie culture mentality and psychology was about the same thing, turning you in on yourself.
Yeah, what you see all over YouTube and everywhere else is narcissism being pushed to the nth degree, this self-worship. And the women, in many ways, the indoctrination to the women, higher, stronger, faster, you are the best, you are amazing, you are a conqueror, you are an achiever. This is what they're telling to little girls over and over again. You're the greatest thing ever. No, you're not. No fucking way you are. And that's a toxic, horrible sort of mentality to have. That makes you an obnoxious fucking douchebag from hell that nobody wants to get to know, because you are so high on yourself, despite no accomplishments for the most part, with most of these people that are being indoctrinated into this. And what we see on YouTube, for instance, is this classic, horrible, toxic narcissism, where all these top YouTube celebrities are all just all about themselves in every way, shape, or form. Something I have to share with you, something I have to tell you. I have to share this with you. This is what I'm going through. Oh my God, I'm crying so hard today because I knew all of you had to know. Sorry, go ahead.
That again is the system appropriating something and polluting it and turning it into something nasty, because that kind of self-obsession is destructive.
Yes.
It's destructive to yourself and it's destructive to the people around you, the people in your life. Yeah. Whereas I feel, and you can disagree with this if you want, but this is my attitude to it. Everybody is special, not because they've achieved this, that, or the other, but simply because there is no other you. You are the only you. Whether you sit on your ass and do nothing for your entire life, that's what you do, but you're still you. Nobody else is ever you.
Yeah.
So in that respect, it to me, it's a truism that we are all unique and special in that way. But that doesn't mean you're good in the way that the system indoctrinates us to have this value demand. You have to achieve a certain thing before you are valid as a living being. So you become a concert pianist that's performed in front of 50,000. Oh, then you're special.
Well, that's the way the tribe functions, right? So the tribe and the elites, that's how they function. So if you're listening to this and you're wondering how it works in their world, they work totally different. So when they promote vulnerability as strength, that is the last thing in the world that they promote amongst their own circles and their own family, their own people. That is the last thing in the world that they promote.
Cognitive dissonance is strength.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's no way. What they preach is struggle and overcoming and becoming as strong as possible and fighting and constantly challenging yourself, because they know that is the key to success. So what is promoted all over YouTube is that you're wonderful, you don't have to do anything, and that the rest of the world is to blame if anybody looks at you funny or judges you or thinks of you lesser than you think of yourself, or how you should think of yourself. So it's the opposite when it comes to the elites. The elites, the tribe themselves, Freemasons, and many others that are part of this New World Order, they know the keys to success, and they know the keys to success is overcoming and constantly expanding yourself,
Bettering yourself, yeah.
constantly taking on new challenges, bettering yourself at every moment that you can. Learning new languages, learning new skills, going to new places, taking on new occupations, learning new crafts. So it's like with Freemasons or with people that become Freemasons. So like a lot of these Hollywood actors, like Daniel Day-Lewis, for example, took a few years off of acting to become a Freemason, basically become a stonemason, right? But, become a Freemason at the same time. That's all part of their ideology that they don't share with any of us. They don't teach us this shit. This is trivium shit. They don't teach us this shit at all. What they teach you is you're wonderful as you are. Stay a soft marshmallow. Here, have some more of these genetically modified fucking corn sugar cookies, right? Eat yourself. You're wonderful. Here's some elf makeup that you can put on your face, especially if you're a guy, and act like a complete fucking douchebag and worship yourself, even though you have achieved nothing, right? Even though that you are never going to be successful, and we're going to make sure of that. Embrace the embrace the degeneracy that we're programming you with. Identify
Put your Superman suit on.
What's that?
Put your Superman cosplay suit on.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Put your Superman cosplay suit on. That's what you are. You're a Superman. Just like this feminist programming that they do to little girls. You are the best. You are special. No, you're not. Now, I agree with you in the sense that we're all unique. That would be a better way of putting it. We're all unique. We're all, and every one of us has tremendous potential. I would say every single human being on the planet has incredible potential. None of us, or very few of us, very, very few of us ever reach anywhere near that potential. And that is all by design. Because if we were all allowed to reach our potential, this world would be a magnificent place. But the opposite is true. They want to beat you down, and they want to control you and convince you that, sitting around playing video games, smoking pot, getting wasted, just living a total selfie life is wonderful. They want to convince you that going on YouTube and making narcissistic blog after narcissistic blog is the way to go. They want to convince you that doing mukbangs for a career on YouTube is best thing ever.
That makes you special.
The opposite. Vulnerability is never strength. It is vulnerability. Vulnerability is by definition weakness. So when all the tribe bagel people are putting out vulnerability is strength everywhere, what they're telling you is never ever come close to reaching your potential. Never challenge yourself. Never learn to be a strong human being. Never develop your brain. Never develop your mind. Be a soft marshmallow forever. So they promote all the things that would destroy us. This is exactly what all of our entertainment is. All of our entertainment is so utterly toxic because it's taking people away from a path in which they would be able to achieve their potential. Now they put the information out there. The information is out there. Meaning that if you are somebody, say you're on YouTube, for instance, if you could pull your head out of your ass and you could think critically for a few minutes, you could find channels that will help you tremendously. Like this one, like Cookie's channel, like so many others that have taken part on this show, ReallyGraceful and many others, Anonymous, where you're, like take control of your life, start taking control, understand about the programming, start to build yourself up. That's not what the average person is. The average person is going to Shane Dawson, going to Tana Mongeau, going to Grace Helbig, Hannah Hart, and they're like, you're awesome. You're the greatest thing. Let's get wasted. Let's eat this junk food. Here, we're going to make another cake with all this food coloring and all this genetically modified crap. Here you go. Let's get fat. You know what? You're fat. You're fucking sexually confused. You're the best thing in the world. No, you're not. No fucking way you are. You're the weakest motherfucker on the planet. and they made you that way. That's the reality of what they're doing to people. The reality is that they're destroying people before they even have a chance to even dream of having a potential. See, there is a success. There's a bona fide, can't miss way of being successful in life. There is, and they all know it. Why do you think all the Ashkenazis do so well? Right? Because they're all taught this. None of us are taught this. We're taught vulnerability is strength. Be a fucking fat, blubbering, fucking useless sack of goo, and you're strong. No, you're not. You're a fucking fat, useless, blubbering sack of goo. That's what you are. And you need to be told that so you can stop being that. So, like, this is what I try to say to folks is that they are crushing people. They are crushing people. They dress it up like they're actually trying to, bring up people that are suffering from depression. They don't want you to solve your depression. They want you to embrace your depression. They want you to identify with your depression, just like they want you to identify with your twisted sexuality. There's only one sexuality. It's called sexual reproduction. It's okay to be gay, sure. Because you know what? We're human beings. We're intellectuals. We can enjoy sex. But at the end of the day, it's sexual reproduction. So why identify with anything other than what you are, what you do for a living, what you contribute to this planet? Why would you identify with some perverted sort of sexuality? Well, that's because the New World Order wants to crush you. This is what they're doing to humanity. So the reality is that the last thing in the world that they want is strong, critically thinking people. If they did, they teach us all the trivium. Like that's the first thing they would teach us. In high school, there'd be critical thought, grade 7 critical thought, grade 8 critical thought, grade 9 critical thought. It'd be the most popular class. Everybody would be taking it. And nobody would watch CNN ever again. Give them one critical thought class starting in grade 7. Nobody would ever trust CNN ever again. People would just laugh. That's the last thing in the world that they want.
It should be the spoke, the hub of the wheel, and all of the subjects are spokes running off that hub.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can study any subject you want once you've got that foundation of using your cognitive abilities in that way that the trivium will help you with.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and look, you know what? It's not about, like, I want to say to people out there, it's not about, you don't have to be successful. You don't have to be happy. You don't have to be super successful. You don't have to be a superstar. You don't have to be anything, right? Really. But you do have to be happy. That is important. That is the key to success, really. I mean, if you're happy doing what you do, say if you're, you work in a Walmart, but you're happy working there, fucking A, you've succeeded. You're happy as long as you've got the right mentality. But that's not the reality of most people. The reality of most people is most people don't like the work they do. That's for sure. And so it's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down because I'm going to Strawberry Fields, right? Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. This is the reality is they don't want strong, critically thinking people that reach their potential. That's the last thing in the world they want because that would threaten their control. What they want is a bunch of fucking useless, or they want a bunch of fat cattle.
Yeah.
That's what they want. They want us to be cattle.
Inverted in on themselves so that you're never any threat to their control grid.
Exactly.
The other thing I wanted to point at, just as an example of that, like I was talking about the appropriation and the way they twist meanings of things so that it becomes destructive. That element of, they will put a smile on and they'll tell you that they're giving you information or they're telling you something that means you're going to love yourself. So they tell you all those things are like, it doesn't matter how fat you are, just look in the mirror and tell yourself you love yourself. It doesn't matter if you're
how fat you are.
It
matters a lot.
All those kind of things like you were just describing. That is an unhealthy love. That is the kind of love in unhealthy relationships, such as somebody who suffers from some kind of eating disorder being in a relationship with somebody who's a feeder, a controller.
Yeah, it's like, were you there? Would you remember when I was showing that fat I don't know if you were here in that one, but
I think I saw it. Yeah, I remember you.
The father that was feeding the
son. Yeah.
son. You remember that, right? Like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
exactly it. It's like, no. Look, that kid needs a drill sergeant. No
Yeah.
joke. I mean, that kid needs
Yeah.
a drill. Get out of bed. Get the fuck out. You know, that's what that kid needs. That would save his
Look,
life.
again, love is an outward energy. That outward direction, if that's what you're doing, you know, in that example, if you're a parent and you love your child, you want the child to be doing well. Doing well does not mean being half a ton in weight and not being able to get out of bed because you're so massive.
Exactly.
So that then is not love, is it? That's giving them something that's infected. It's an inversion, a twisted version of, oh, you know, it doesn't matter how big and fat you are, I still love you. It's like, well, yeah, of course you still love him because you're his parent. But love should mean that you want to care for him. You want him to be healthy and happy.
Well, yeah, no, you should love him, because even you could say that it doesn't matter how big and fat you are, I'll still love you. But it does matter how big and fat you are, because you're going to die, right? I mean, because you're going to be miserable.
I mean,
and as you said, like that no, you're big and fat, and you know, and poor health, and all that, but you're awesome. Love yourself. Okay, I love myself, but you don't really, because you can't, right? Because you look in the mirror and it's like a false love, and that's the whole thing. It's like, that's why, you know, it's like
that kind of self-delusion pushes the shadow element that is feeding it deeper into your psyche. So the self-destructive urge becomes more tied into your personality, tied into your very psyche. So whether you're aware of it or not, that filters up to your daily life. So you end up in that kind of situation where you become the kind of beta drone for the mass media propaganda that tells you to eat whatever you want, do the mukbang, get drunk every day, blah, 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 blah. And it becomes a tightening spiral downwards.
Well, and then you think about all the types of psychological programming that goes in their stories and in their movies that depresses people, that purposely is designed to depress people. And then they come in and say, let's talk about your depression.
Yeah.
Right? It's not about solving your depression. Fuck that shit. That's not going to happen. Because if they wanted to solve your depression, they would say, throw away your television right now. Get outside, start exercising. They would tell you, you know, but they're never going to tell you that. They're going to say, you know what? It's okay. You're depressed. It's wonderful. So was Howie Mandel. Howie Mandel's been obsessive compulsive forever. I can't wait. I want to meet Howie Mandel so bad, because I'm going to grab him. I'm going to fucking grab that little fucking bald motherfucker. I'm going to rub my hands all over his face to see if he's really obsessive compulsive, because I'm sick of seeing his ads during the hockey games talking about, well, I have obsessive compulsiveness, but you know what? I'm never going to solve it. Well, why don't you solve it? You can't shake somebody's hands, but it's okay. No, how about you just fucking shake somebody's hands? You get over it, motherfucker. But that's the whole thing. It's not about getting over these things. It's about accepting them. Yeah. And this is why it's so evil what they're doing to people.
It's the affliction or the vulnerability that then becomes your credo and your defining label.
Yes.
So in the coming future, when there's less jobs available, there's less people actively working, they know that there's going to be less people who identify with their jobs. So they're not going to have a personality to identify. So they've got to give them something new. So instead of saying, I'm a fireman, now you say, oh, I'm somebody with OCD.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah, I agree.
Now your job is becoming your illness.
And what is the social reaction? Because everybody else has been conditioned into saying, well, you can't laugh, first of all, because then it makes you a bad person. You can't criticize that. You have to, because look, this person's coming out and identifying. You have to do the right thing, which means you have to accommodate that. Mm-hmm. It's so evil what they're doing to people. It really is.
Yeah, well, you're saying evil in that respect. The other thing I wanted to mention was the classic idea. I mean, it comes primarily from Christian theology, but that classic idea that the enemy, you know, the ultimate enemy, the personification that is the enemy, whatever, will try to use love as a trap against you.
Yeah.
But what we're describing is what they tell us is love is complete and utter bullshit. It's the opposite to love. It's an inversion. So when you see that shiny person with the big smiley face and the catwalk looks, and they look like the perfect image that people are on TV or on a screen, and they are the ones saying to you, I can bring you love, I can tell you how to love yourself, you can accept your problems, you can accept your vulnerabilities as long as you love.
The reality is this. I'm telling you folks, what the tribe and the powers that be practice is the opposite. They know that you don't accept weakness, that you have to overcome it. They know all the solutions to whatever you're suffering to. Whatever you're suffering from, unless of course it's something, that's cancerous or something like that, God forbid. But whatever you're suffering from, you can overcome it. And they know this, but they don't want you to at all. They want you to embrace your suffering. They want you to identify with your suffering. They never want you to overcome it. That's why they promote all the obesity. They try to say, well, we got to bring in fat shaming because we got to stop people from telling people the truth about what they are. You take a horribly obese person, like I said, like that guy there before, that guy that was like 600 pounds or whatever, and his father's built a massive freaking tub in the back. You got like a small pool to put him in to wash him and shit like that. And this guy just sits in bed all day and plays video games. He needs a drill sergeant. He needs somebody to fucking scream at him and whip him into shape, and then he'll live. You know what? For a couple years, it'll be rough, but then he'll live, and maybe he'll fully recover, and maybe he'll actually be a wonderful person after that. But he's gonna die within no time with the existence that he is. So you keep giving those burgers, well, you're gonna kill him. And this is what they want. They want you to be a Tess Holiday. It's no accident that her name is Tess Holiday, right? It's a holiday, right? It'll be all right, right? Have a holiday. Don't worry. Eat that cake. Eat that shit, right? Don't worry. Who cares? You're fat? No, you're not fat. That's body shaming. No, actually, you're fat.
Yeah.
It's okay to be have a little mass. Sure, yeah, no problem. But I mean, if you're fat,
it's okay to be a Jew.
It's of course it's okay to be a Jew, right? It's okay to be anything. I mean, if you're a Jew, you probably were born a Jew, and that I mean, come on, seriously.
No, I'm sorry. There's actually a screen name by I forgot the qualifier. It's okay to be a self-hating Jew. There we go.
Well, I feel sorry for some Jews that would get painted with the brush that most of the elite Jews get painted with, because
I know it's
not fair, right? It's like, come on, not all Jews are part of this. Most Jews I know are just as fucking beaten down and depressed and bad health,
programmed.
Yeah,
a lot of them are heavily programmed.
No idea what's going on. So that's stupid, but it is no doubt that there is a huge overwhelming.
It's just good versus evil. It's that simple.
Well, yeah, I agree. But I mean, I agree. It's not just one group that control everything. It's a combination. But yeah, I mean, it's a sad sort of predicament. I mean, I'm amongst Jews all the time. I mean, I live in a very predominantly Jew. Well, I would say I'm very close to a predominantly Jew area, so I'm always seeing Jews all the time, and they just look like everybody else. They're just, in fact, a lot of them have really poor health, and you feel sorry for them. But nonetheless, I mean, when you look at the elites and the control of our society, there's an unbelievable disproportionate sort of representation of a certain tribe. That's undeniable. And then if you look at some of that and all that, but the reality is, though, is that what the powers that be, the elites that run this planet want is just to keep us beaten down, and have us causing no problems. And what I mean, look at the situation, though. If you look at it like this, these people, their prodigy, their bloodlines have always been in control for as long as we can look back. What kind of mentality would you have? How many centuries of this sort of superiority would be ingrained in your brain, right? Like that they're not us, so don't care about them. It's obvious that's the situation. It's obvious that the situation is that the people that run this new world order have no concern whatsoever for our well-being. They don't like us at all, and they want to fuck us up bad. There's no doubt about it. And they're evil motherfuckers. And that is so utterly clear. And I'm not a religious person. People, well, I definitely believe in God, but I'm not a religious person. I don't, you know, I don't pretend to be some religion. I don't pretend or adhere myself to some text or something like that. But nonetheless, there's no denying that what they're doing is evil by every definition. And this is what we're up against, because people like us here, all of us that took part in this conversation, we're in the crosshairs. I mean, the information that we release is too dangerous for them. So they come after us over and over and over again. And they want to silence the type of work that we're doing. So it's clear that we're a threat to their, and that's why I showed with the lyrics there with Strawberry Fields and Penny Lane and what we got up here, All We Need Is Love. That sort of indoctrination, they want to dumb you down. They want to just keep you in a low frequency, like just accept it. Just
have you noticed as well? I can't remember the proper terminology for it, but all of those sentences are basically meaningless. Because, for example, there's nothing you can do that can't be done. If something has been done, then somebody is already doing it. Yeah, nothing you can sing that can't be sung. If something has been sung, somebody is already singing it. So it sort of, every sentence negates itself. So it becomes completely meaningless. It's again similar to like Strawberry Fields. They're sort of hermetic styly, but really it's more about that kind of Tavistock psychological manipulation of giving you a null thought. Here is a thought to occupy your mind, but this thought comes to no conclusion, produces nothing. Yeah. It's circular. It's like circular logic. You know, there's nothing you can know that isn't known. If something's known, then somebody already knows it.
Just accept it, you know. Like,
yeah.
There's no reason to worry about anything. Just accept it, right?
It shuts down thinking basically, because you just go round in little loops.
Yeah, that's it. That's why it's so fascinating to look at that type of conditioning. I mean, if we look at, I'm going to put this in here because I've had this up. I didn't realize the 60s, and we'll just look at the images here of the peace movement.
The warrior symbol.
Yeah, the symbol. I mean, look at the rainbow and all that.
It's actually the inverted warrior symbol. In traditional symbology, it's the other way up. That's why that's why they used it, because they were claiming that what they wanted the meaning to be was the opposite of war.
Yeah.
But really, by inverting that original symbol or glyph, they're inverting the meaning. So rather than having warriors, you have victims.
And as above, so below.
Yes.
Time. And of course, the fifth H, the V.
Yes, I'm the only satanic Jewish Luciferian here.
Yeah, I mean, it's we could put
it's Martin Luther King doing his Sieg Heil.
And all his stuff was scripted as well. And he was
remember, it's a movie called The 20th Century, you know, produced by Samoans. I mean, Jewish the Samoans, just call them Samoans, you know.
I don't know. There ain't enough dancing for it to be Samoans.
I don't know, like in Amdoc's offices out there, and you know, something that sounds vaguely like a phone call, like a Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
That's an interesting image here with Jimi Hendrix, and they've got Khrushchev here with I guess it's Nixon.
Hello, Kennedy.
Or was it Kennedy? No, that would be 69. So that would be
that looks like Kennedy.
LBJ. I know it does there.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be LBJ, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And this is no different than the Antifa, right? It's no different. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
an inversion to
It's
create an egalitarian opposition.
you know, people see the images. Like that image there, probably the most famous image from the Vietnam War, the little girl that's running, you know, with her arms, and she just looks
Yeah,
so,
a
you know,
napalm victim.
horrible. And it's a real image. I mean, the Vietnam War was awful, 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 beyond belief. So you know, but the the propaganda that came forth, that's, I mean, come on, do you think those images come out? Do you think the powers that be would allow that type of shit to come out unless it served an agenda? It
Well,
served an agenda because I'll tell you this, having studied the Vietnam War, the Americans got dragged into that fucking war. They didn't want to be in that war in the first place, but they got dragged into it because the French were going to pull out. The French were like, when they got defeated at Dien Bien Phu or whatever, the battle there that they were beaten by the Viet Cong. The Americans were like, "Fuck! If we don't go in and hold up." I mean, they got dragged in over a decade or more than a decade, sort of worth of trying to contain. Uh, you know, so in many ways, the Americans were reluctant sort of participants originally in the Vietnam sort of conflict, and they got dragged into it. In many ways, they were looking for a way out. Kennedy, if you go by any of what Kennedy was putting out, Kennedy didn't want to be in that war in the first place. So much of the Vietnam War, the Americans were trying to dream up ways of getting themselves out of it. And so the peace, love, sort of hippie movement was probably one of those massive social engineering. I would suspect that the Kent State massacre was staged too. I would strongly suspect that. I would
yeah,
suspect a lot of these things. I mean, there's no difference. I mean, people think Sandy Hook and stuff like that were new sort of concepts. No, no. The burning of the Reichstag. I mean, they've been doing these false flag type things forever. I mean, it goes back throughout history. Nero burning Rome and shit like that. There's nothing new. I mean, it's the easiest trick in the book, right? This is a look at this image here. It's like, like it's such an easy. You pick one side, left or the right. There you go. Simple. It simplifies everything as well. It's like make peace, love, making love doesn't make anything, right? I mean, the world doesn't function that way, right?
Have
You're
you
not going
noticed?
to get bread on your shelf by making love, right? Somebody has to fucking make the fucking bread, so it's not that simple. But that's the way that the peace movement kind of pushed it out: make love, not war, right?
Have you noticed as well, in as far as I can remember anyway, without having actually done a proper study of it, but all the ones I can think of, images like that, where you've got the two opposing forces, like the fighters, the soldiers on one side, and the peaceniks, the hippies on the other. It's always that way round. It's always the fighters on the left and the supposed peacekeepers on the right. And some psychologists have said there's reasoning to that of why they put one on one side and one on the other. There's something in our psychology that gives more credence to whoever's on the right hand side of the panel. Orson Welles played on that idea. Other directors have used that, where the main protagonist or the main hero that they want the audience to give their emotion to is always featured on the right hand side, and usually at a slightly higher elevation than the person on the left. And it's kind of like a dominance thing. Our mind seems to, or our visual attention seems to give more credit to the person on the right hand side.
All right, I'm just going to try to send a link out here to Camille. She's having trouble getting in here. How do I get that to you, Camille? Can I send it to you? Or I need to have a way to send it to you, Camille. Email maybe? Hang on a second here. Where was I?
Showing the images of the.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I've got the. You know what? I'm just gonna post the link here. I'm going to post a link for folks. So this is an exception here. I'm going to post a link. If you're there, you want to jump in. I'm giving permission to anybody that's listening to this to jump in to the show. Just be polite and no shilling. All right. So hopefully this will work for folks here. Since we've got extra space here, I'm making an exception here tonight to let some folks that are in the chat tonight to jump in the show. So I'll post a link here. There you go. So yeah, hopefully for Camille and anybody else is listening, give an opportunity for other folks to come in and take part in the discussion here. It's a great discussion. I think this is I want to talk about all this. I've always wanted to talk about the 60s movement and how easy it is to control people. And it's nothing new. This is what we need to understand, is that even though it may seem like, oh, we're in a different era, and we've never been in this type of total Orwellian type of control. No, we've always been here.
Here I am.
Ah, there you are.
And she's black, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, there are others I saw that were having trouble getting in earlier. Yeah,
Really?
Twaddle and our friend with the birds.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Well, you guys, hopefully, if Twaddle and Onyxia and others are listening, you can use the link. But Onyxia, you gotta quiet those birds. I like the birds.
I already dropped him a link in the freaking in this comment section for a Toodle Dwaddle or whatever.
There's Twaddle.
Yeah, motherfucker. He's like a Jew. You act like a Jew. I act like a fucking Jew.
I looked a few times to see, because I was wondering if people are having trouble. And what I would say to folks is, next time if you're having trouble, oh yeah, some guy, oh man, that's terrible. Now I see it, but I looked about an hour ago, and it seemed like nobody had left a comment saying they couldn't get in. So I apologize.
I had to leave my comment twice. First, I got an error message for the chat. It was fun. Yeah. We're not allowed to talk to you.
It's unacceptable, Jeff.
He's already out there fucking making hit videos.
You're all broken up now. Enough twaddle.
Dude, bro, it's a good thing that I had you fucking on my subscription list. I saw your video. I was like, God damn it. Did you see my comment on the video?
What?
Oh no, I haven't yet. Let me check it. Let's see what you said here. Check it down. Oh, there's 3 comments. See, and I can't even see my own comments. Like, I'm at my page, and
that's fucking bizarre,
it just says, like, I have to like approve every comment or something. Like, I don't get it.
At YouTube, you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, it says 3 comments here.
That's an option where, so you have comments that are pending for approval? For your video?
Yes, please tell me how to fix it. Yes, please.
No, you just go to settings and just put fucking just options. No comments, comments for approval, or some shit like that, or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
All right, well, I don't want to get into troubleshooting here, guys. Maybe can help me later. All
right, let's talk. You guys are here now. You want to comment? You guys want to give insight or comment on what we've been talking about here?
Twaddle.
Gosh, man, I started playing guitar again and jamming out, so I'm back. I don't know what happened or what's been discussed. So I'm just gonna jump in.
Yeah, we're
tell me.
The Vietnam War. Just now, I mean, we've been talking about a lot of different things. Basically, I mean, a lot about Tavistock Institute, the Beatles, the social conditioning of the masses, this make love, not war, love is all you need, social indoctrination, pacification of the masses, the programming of people into accepting narcissism, obviously as as one of the foremost tools of taking control of people's minds, taking them out of the equation, but also embracing weakness, embracing degeneracy as identity, sort of thing. But we're tracing it back to the peace movement as one of these completely controlled sort of operations that was used to just basically justify, well, I mean, used in many ways, pacify the masses, to dumb people down, to program people into a one world sort of government, which is, you could say in many ways, what John Lennon and many of the British invasion and a lot of the music that came out in that era and the messages of the peace hippie movement was all about New World Order sort of conditioning, that they actually successfully were able to condition a whole generation of people into being servants of their propaganda, basically, and embracing it and thinking and buying into the notion that they were actually partaking in something organic that was revolutionary when it had nothing to do with anything other than I mean, it's sad. I know, I feel bad because I know people. I've known enough. I've had a lot of conversations with people from the hippie movement of the late 1960s, who are really cool people, really smart people, who were completely programmed. Unfortunately, I have to say it to them. That were well-meaning. So it's taking the altruism and the the goodwill and love of people and using it as a weapon, basically, to control them.
Oh yeah, because then they'll all be ready and willing to go for the one world, all the things. Yeah, because it's for the
So
good of us
we're
all.
showing, yeah, we're showing with music, and the Beatles as one of the best examples.
Yeah, I caught a little of that.
Yeah, with
Well, think
Bob
of,
Marley
people
as
think
well.
of like Woodstock, they think of like free will and all these people who just got together and they all took acid and it's just a massive drug orgy. But from my research, what I found out is that it was a CIA operation and that they were supplying the acid. They were going in there
Of course.
and supplying it and giving it out type thing, because we all know the experimentation they did on acid.
Well, yeah, we didn't mention Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, so we never.
What is that song about, man? I can't figure out what that song is about.
My daughter, she had a drawing, and and it had this girl in the sky, and yeah, whatever. I mean, obviously.
And I licked the ink, and then all of a sudden I was in the sky as well.
Yeah. And it's like at the same time they have these movies like Yellow Submarine coming out, which are all psychedelic and all peace, love, and embracing one world sort of thing. But
you guys mentioned the fact that the Beatles are obsessed with Aleister Crowley as well.
Yeah, of course,
come on.
all are. Yeah.
Twice on the cover.
Yeah, it's never what it is. Like that's the thing, though. Whatever you think it is, or whatever they're telling you it is, if the media is putting it out, it's never what it is. It's always deception. So the whole lyrics of the song are so obvious about psychedelics. It's so obvious about trying to and the thing about the lyrics here to the song, because we did look at the lyrics of two songs before, Strawberry Fields and Penny Lane.
Yeah.
And you think about this, picture yourself on a boat on a river with tangerine trees and marmalade skies. Well, right away, it's like, wow, yeah, that sounds cool. I'm on a boat on a river. It's tangerine trees and marmalade skies. So that sounds, that sounds exotic. Sounds, wow, man, that sounds like a dream. Sign me up. Somebody calls you, answer quite slowly. The girl with kaleidoscope eyes.
Why do you want a girl whose eyes are multiplied? I don't get that line. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. John Lennon, but okay.
Yeah. So
I need a girl with kaleidoscope eyes. Like, imagine if you like use that as your pickup line.
yeah, well,
You know what? You got
the
kaleidoscope eyes.
controversy with the song is all part of the orchestration. So the orchestration of the so it's always the same. You know, somebody releases something, or a movie comes out, or somebody tweets something, and it becomes a controversy. Well, that's all. It's all meant to be. It was originally scripted for that purpose. So that's what I'm telling people. Now you can disagree, and you could say no. It was about a child's drawing. I mean, if you're that dumb, you can believe whatever. I mean, if you think it's about a child's drawing, you can be a retard. That's okay. Probably don't want to waste my time talking to you, but no, this song is about accept, try the drugs, take the drugs, because, and I've taken LSD multiple times, many times actually. So I know firsthand what LSD is like, and LSD would be a great way to get people to never ever fucking partake in anything. I'll tell you that right away.
You know, is LSD? It's pretty much the same as acid, right? Because I only did it one time in my whole life, but I did do acid one time. It's the same thing, right?
Who's done
it? Is acid.
Who wants to admit? Who's been
Okay, yeah.
My mom watches this show, so I can't.
Well, is she getting flashbacks or what?
Are you serious?
No, I'm joking.
Like, yeah, certain things you don't want mom to find out.
Oh no, yeah, no. I
Okay,
tried to.
It does depend on timeline as well, because the further away from the 60s you got, the less likely you were to get genuine acid, is LSD. Acid was a slang term for LSD at the time then, but by the time we got to the late 80s and the 90s, a lot of what was sold as acid wasn't actually LSD.
No,
it was usually something else.
Hey,
a lot of
fuck you, Cookie. I got the real shit, man. I got the real shit.
This was the thing.
Allegedly.
In the 90s,
Allegedly.
genuine LSD became very rare and difficult to get hold of, because the market, you know, I know it was an underground market or whatever, but the market got saturated with all this other stuff that they called acid but wasn't true LSD. It's similar to what happened with when they started saturating everybody with cocaine. And, you know, they ramped up the availability of cocaine.
Yeah, we never know
turned
what
into crack.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, over and over again, whether it's LSD or it's crystal meth or it's ecstasy or, you know, whatever the drug of the scene is, right? It's, well, how do you know, right? Like you're going to take that piece of paper, you're going to take that pill. You have no idea, right? You're at a party, you're at a rave, you're at a, you know, whatever, a concert or something like that, which is how I would take these things all the time when I was a teen. I was taking LSD regularly. I probably took it about 20 times. I did magic mushrooms a lot. Those were, I prefer the mushrooms, and at times with the mushrooms, we go out and pick them.
Me too, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were more mild, and you know, it would be like a more.
You could actually like function on like tripping on mushrooms. You could still function, but like on acid,
it's very.
I don't know, man. I was like rolling around on the ground and shit. It's like I'm fucking rolling around on the ground. Yeah, not a good thing. If you're gonna do LSD or acid, you need to be like locked away for the next 24 hours.
Gripping onto the grass so that I didn't fall into the sky.
Yeah. Well, it can be all these different things. I mean, you can have awesome sort of moments, and then next thing you know, you're having a bad moment sort of thing. And that's why it's so important if you were to experiment with this stuff, that you do it in an environment that is you don't
comfortable.
Yeah, you don't want to take it at the hockey game. Right. Better to do it in a apartment or somebody's basement.
It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, I've been to so many. I'm a musician, so I've been to so many concerts though, where there's been people on acid, just totally, fucked out of their minds,
Like
and then they get
Birdman?
taken out by security because and there's people around them trying to help them out. Like, dude, you're trying to help them. Like, hey, you need to chill out, or you're gonna be fucked. And then, sure enough, there's no way to get into them, and security just comes up and, hey, you got to get the fuck out of here. So
Yeah, it's
not
interesting.
only,
We haven't talked about it, but the Grateful Dead, who were Bohemian Grove
oh yeah,
regulars, and with the Grateful Dead, I mean, they used to spray LSD in the air, sort of thing. Like they would. I
That's
mean, no
crazy.
joke. I mean, it was so common for people, and with the Grateful Dead as well. I don't know, Cookie, if you know this, with the Grateful Dead, was that it was like a commune. It was like
Traveling circus show.
a traveling circus show, but it was also a traveling sort of commune. It really was that's the way to put it. Like you would show up, and if you needed to eat, there was food for you. If you needed to shower or clean yourself, there was that. Everything was provided, like basically.
probably another reason why the whole term "deadhead" came about.
So people that would tour with the Dead could tour with them perpetually, sort of thing. Like they didn't. You didn't even need money. And I know this from people that I knew that
Definitely
would
were.
see the Dead would tell me that you could even show up and not have any money, and people would give you tickets, or you would get in somehow, and they would feed you, and if you needed clothes, there was clothes provided. If you needed health care, there was health care provided. It's pretty
Didn't they do something weird with the speakers? Everything I know about all this, I learned from Hans Utter, but that Dr. Hans Utter, the musicologist, I think.
Yes.
But didn't they do something weird with the speakers? They would point them at each other or something and do some
Yeah.
kind of strange effect to your brain, or I don't
Yeah,
know.
they would do endless experimentation. And the music was unlike anything else in terms of concerts because there was no structure to it at all. So no shows would be the same. And the band themselves were heavy into the drugs. So they were always in a different form. So if you caught them on a certain night, you might catch, magic in a bottle sort of thing. In other nights, they might just be burnt out and be awful. But yeah, the Dead was a very interesting psychological sort of social experiment. And I've been, over, I don't know, the past year or so, I've been perusing, I've been listening to Jerry Garcia interviews and other members of the Grateful Dead. I find it interesting because they hate Ashbury scene as well from San Francisco, which is one of the first well-established gay communities as well. Um,
Isn't that also where the UN was founded?
Yeah, exactly. And the UN founded when they did their 70th anniversary, Camille. I covered this, I think it was back in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. The 70th anniversary of the foundation of the United Nations, and it was celebrated in the Haight-Ashbury United Nations. That's where they had the celebration.
Look
And
at that.
how they celebrated it. They had 70 same-sex couples get married at the same time on the steps.
Lovely.
Wait, Grateful Dead was involved with that? Oh my gosh, man! Wow, what makes them even more extremely dangerous is the fact that their music is actually talented and it's good. The song Estimated Profit, the song Estimated Profits, like my favorite song of theirs, and it's an amazing song musically, and the melodies, there's no taking away that they were a great rock band, so that just kind of amplified or probably easily made it yeah
most appropriately termed as a cult. And they had all the heavy symbolism, including, of course, the rainbow symbolism, which was a huge thing with the Grateful Dead. Look, I have probably they had about 15, 16 albums, if I'm not mistaken, studio albums. But they weren't really known for the studio albums. So I have all their albums. And I have a gazillion frickin' live shows because that was a big thing that was passed around. And you know, typically a real Grateful Dead fan would much be more into the live shows than the studio. They weren't really a studio band. Now they were good musicians. Jerry Garcia is a pretty damn good guitarist. But
Just songwriting. I mean, songwriting was good.
yeah, they weren't
definitely.
really all about that though. They're more about the whole experience of this whole thing. But it is very, very interesting because the Grateful Dead are unlike any other rock band that has existed ever before and since. There is nothing to compare with the Grateful Dead when it comes to a sort of cultural experience. And as I said before, when you think about the Grateful Dead, Deadheads, of course. Behold,
I have a question about the Grateful Dead, right? So you have them shirts, tie-dye shirts.
Yeah.
Apparently, and this is a question I'm asking everyone is, they've supported the Lithuanian basketball team in 1992 Olympics, and they made the shirts, the Lithuanian basketball shirts. If you want to put them in there to search for image.
Yeah. Lithuanian. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
You're Lithuanian, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Already popping up.
I remember
I
that.
used to have one of the shirts.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's interesting. All right. So, did you have anything you wanted to say anymore about that? That's fucked up, eh?
But why did they do that? Like, what's like, what?
Funny?
No, but why Lithuania? Like, what?
Well, because maybe
is this like
Lithuania
programming where
was the small.
That's a good question.
of the day. You know how it works with the Olympics? It's cultural Marxism. Let's root for the small guys. So
right, but I'm thinking like, look, they're just gonna like Lithuania is where they're gonna like initiate the nuclear war between Russia and the USA or something, and they're gonna nuke Lithuania, so everybody's already nuked. So they're all fucking soldiers.
yeah,
Look, the nuke is
that was the '96 Olympics.
Maybe their CIA handlers were hoping that they could build a fan base in Lithuania so it'd give them an excuse to go over there and start doing their thing there.
Tie-dye shit, man.
That could be some sort of subversion.
I'm so geographically challenged. I don't even know where Lithuania is.
Okay, Lithuania is it's in the center of the northern hemisphere. It's the center of the world, geopolitically.
Oh, okay.
Besides,
I knew it was. Here you go. Oh, we'll show you where Lithuania is. It's right there.
Oh, look at this. There it is. Told you it's in the center.
Oh, yeah. That is weird that they would focus on that very small. Yeah.
Well, we used to be big, but
that's pretty cool. Though you're right next to Germany.
Yeah. So to the west of us is Poland, Germany, and UK. To the north of us is fucking Scandinavians and Nordics and so forth.
Yeah, that's pretty.
To the east is Russia and China and all that, and to the south you got the Balkans and Africa.
You're not there now, though, right?
No. I'm in Hayward, California.
Yeah, I mean, like, what time would it be?
I'm
cookies time.
Damn illegal immigrant.
Cookie, are you a vampire?
No, I'm not a vampire. I live 5 minutes away from California State University, where Adam Green went for his degree.
Are you a friend of Adam Green?
I'm not a friend of his, but he went to the university that I have gone to as well, so we might have met actually.
Interesting. The Grateful Dead, of course, had their steal your face satanic symbolism here with their black, with the red and white.
And the lightning bolt.
Yep, that's
obviously
and the death, and of course the mind control.
Yes, the division, the schism.
Yeah.
I don't like that symbol. I've never liked that symbol. I see it on the back and bumper stickers sometimes, and it's never been. Sorry, what? What'd you say?
You prefer this one, the all-seeing eye?
I thought that was an
And the
yeah.
sun worship.
A lot more
How about
blatant,
the
I guess.
rainbow? Or do you like the bears? Should I bring it? How about that? We'll bring the bears out. I made a video on the bears, by the way.
Just the lightning bolt have 11 spikes on it.
It's like a kids show. Like, hey, come on.
They look like drugged up gummy bears.
They're furries on their
Grateful
way
Dead
to a
coming on
convention.
Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
They're furries on the way to a convention.
Wait, it says die. Grateful Dead, Dead Red Bear die. Grateful Red Bear Blue die.
Well, yeah, they're from. Well, I mean, we were talking about Tavistock Institute, so the equivalent of the Tavistock.
Remember I was telling you about the mind control, how they use colors?
Yeah.
And then like the same thing with Elsa Gate nonsense and shit. They use different colors and different coatings. Yeah. That's the more
Well, the rainbow, of course, is a huge symbol.
How much of it is fan art, though?
No, it's actually commissioned by artists that were deadheads, basically. So,
Well, somebody just mentioned in the chat it's made by Owsley. I don't know the name, so
Owsley, yeah, they're yeah, and then how much of it is, you know, I mean, there's always a story, right? So like it's not like they can just, you know.
Yeah, that could be a little more research that could be done into that. You know, it could be an artist that they're, you know, fully acquainted.
I'll
with,
tell you this.
know,
I'll say what it is. It's the New World Order. That's what I'll say.
No, well, yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, I'm not denying that.
I'll tell you whatever story there is on Wikipedia. Enjoy it. You know, enjoy your story time. This is your programming. Now,
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Grateful Dead music, right? Like, I do like the Dead, and I will listen to the Dead, and I still do. And I have a shit ton of their albums. And I'm not a Deadhead or a huge Grateful Dead fan, but I do like Grateful Dead music, and I think it's fine to like the music. I just think it's very dangerous if you understand the connections and the fact that the Grateful Dead were.
You're totally spot on. Yeah, you're 100% spot on because you know, I like their music and everything, but you know that was before I woke up. But you know,
it's okay though.
And you mentioned going into the movie theater earlier too, and you're being programmed there. But what I would argue is that I think you've made the same argument, is that when you know about the when you know everything, when you know about all the symbolism and what they're trying to promote and what they're trying to propagandize you with, then you can actually go into a movie and not be affected by it.
Yeah, that's it. That's
or you know what I'm saying?
So you heard that when I was saying I have a really hard time watching movies because I see everything. Like, well, I don't see everything, but I see so much of what is being pushed.
Right, like you see it on a totally different level when you actually open your mind enough to get to the point, you know, to where we're at. But until they're even ready to open that part of their mind, I mean, yeah, it's just total indoctrination, obviously.
But you know, it's still okay to like the music. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Don't embrace the culture. Don't make it culture. Like, enjoy music. I'm still gonna listen all the time to the Beatles and the Grateful Dead and a lot of these bands, but I'm not fooled by what is really behind a lot of it. I'm not fooled. So, and I would say that the Grateful Dead would be less.
So is Britney Spears like your cutoff level to where you can't listen to it no more?
I don't listen to bad music, so
yeah, it's got to be good music, definitely. It's got to be really good music for me to.
Dead, their music themselves, like, they have some great songs. There's no doubt, and they even have some great albums, for sure. But for the most part, the Grateful Dead were a live band, and they would be the first to tell you. Jerry Garcia would tell you how we weren't.
It's not really a bad thing, though. That's not really a bad thing to.
Life is where it's at, right? So I can appreciate that. They weren't a band that were about making big albums and making singles and making millions of dollars. They were a band that loved to tour and live that type of lifestyle. And unfortunately, they were a Bohemian Grove band, and they took part in massive social conditioning, whether they were consciously aware. I imagine Bob Weir. If you listen to Bob Weir, it's different than listening to some of the other members. So Bob Weir seems to be very in tune with a lot of what's going on. It's interesting to listen to Bob Weir about his experiences at. Actually, maybe I should play that. I can get away with that. That won't cause me a strike. Let's just.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead and
Bob-
I mean, if you can,
Bob Weir.
if not get censored.
Bohemian Grove, and he'll talk to. He talks about CIA members and stuff that he was.
I
there.
did see this. I did see that. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty it's pretty informing. So what I'll do here, folks, I'm gonna use the bathroom while I'm doing this. So all I would ask is that you guys be quiet for a second while we play this. Through my microphone.
Muting my mic.
Awesome, and we'll play this. It's about 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes, so not too long, and then we'll come back and chat.
What? Wait, whatever happened to the 5-gallon bucket?
What 5-gallon bucket? What are you talking about?
Under the table.
Under the table, 5-gallon bucket. Am I missing something?
I think that would be noisy.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Listen in. True free thinkers.
I had from farther further.
All right, hang on, I'm gonna go back. I might have a better version here.
All right. Well, we'll do one more. I had from farther further. What insights can you share with us about your performance at the Bohemian Grove?
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't talk much about the Bohemian Grove because it's a place that people go to get away from the spotlight. A lot of relatively well-known guys are members of that club. Basically, it was founded 130 years ago or so by artists and writers, for artists and writers. And still, in order to get in, you have to have something to offer in that regard. A lot of the members are successful entrepreneurs or businessmen of one sort or another, but they all have an artistic bent. The stuff you hear about it in the rumor mill is, while entertaining, I've never caught any original sacrifices. Anything kind of remotely like that. We've had some interesting times up there. And there were a lot of movers and shakers in that club, and I enjoyed the chance, given my mindset, my Weltschmerz, if you will. I enjoyed a chance to get together with those guys and knock a couple back and talk it down. One time I spent a weekend up there. Ran into a guy named General Bill Quinn, and we had a couple drinks together. We were sitting in front of a fireplace, and we just started telling. We fell in together. We started telling war stories. He was the guy that Hermann Goering surrendered, not his sword, but basically it was a mace. He surrendered but he sought out Bill Quinn. Wild Bill Quinn, who was also the original head of the OSS, which became the CIA, was a very, very interesting guy. And we just went back and forth. We had a crowd of people gathered around us at all times. We about late afternoon, we'd wander onto the deck where the fireplace was, sit down, grab a couple of drinks, and just start going back and forth. That kind of stuff, these kinds of meetings and stuff like that are only going to happen there. you know, it's the only place where you can almost be assured of, where I can almost be assured of that, of meeting folks like this. So it's a great opportunity for me. It's also a great club. There's a sort of an unwritten but a hard and fast rule for membership: no jerks. And they have an entrance committee that they can stiffen them up.
Well, Bob, those are great insights, and I always appreciate it. I always appreciate how much you share of yourself.
Great job, Bob.
You know what a piece of shit. You know, he sounds like he legit sounds like a politician.
Mhm.
Right there.
Well, he learned the first rule of Bohemian Grove. It's just like Fight Club.
Yeah.
I mean, like, talk about it, but don't ever tell what's going on there.
It's like a breakfast book club. Fucking.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
I mean, he did a great job being a faggot right there. You know, like he was a great job. You know, like I'm sure like his masters were like, yeah, good job, buddy.
Exactly. But you think about the Bohemian Grove footage from Alex Jones. It's like, come on. You have to be a fucking drooling retard to think that they would actually have let that guy in.
I got some video.
Yeah, that's all about building that as a legitimate sort of character. Yeah.
You know, I think that I agree. I think that they let him in. Obviously. I got friends in the CIA. I got the documents to prove it.
CIA. My grandfather's in the CIA. All my family's in the CIA.
No, he's like
I do
we're the high term.
His family's in the CIA. But yeah, you can trust him.
I do think that the collection of care ceremony that he captured was real. Like I do believe that, but I just believe that they just let that go. Yeah,
it's there. It's real, but it's never what they want you to think it is, and it's always something different. And but it's just an example of the Bohemian Grove. It's just a bunch of artists. Yeah, like just a bunch of artists. Yeah, it's just all the world leaders and all the corporate elite.
Having a good time.
They're all just getting together, playing guitar. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's but that's an important clip because that's the only time you caught anyone from the Grateful Dead ever mentioning the Bohemian Grove. And so with the Grateful Dead, that type of programming that they were involved in, however consciously they were involved in it. That's why I suspect that Bob Weir was I don't know. I mean, you look at Jerry Garcia. Seems like a really good guy and really genuine and all that. He has such a good reputation. You know, maybe Jerry Garcia was just a sweet guy that fell.
It just seems like he was stoned all the time. He's just like he's like a laid back, just stoned guitarist. And it seemed like he was just trying to have a good time.
I wonder.
I don't think he was.
Yeah, with Bob Weir, I wonder. You know, look at that guy. Like, he's hanging out, having conversations. You know, with the heads of CIA and shit like that. You know. So you know, was the Grateful Dead a massive sort of social experiment? Yeah, in many ways, for sure. I mean, are they allowed to play their music? Yeah. Are they playing the music that they love? Absolutely. Are they enjoying what they're doing? Yeah. But are they consciously taking part in some sort of social manipulation? That's the bigger question. Because they are
definitely
they're definitely involved in something. And there's nothing like the Grateful Dead. So anybody that's listening to this that's not aware of the Grateful Dead, there's nothing like the Grateful Dead. There's never been anything remotely like the Grateful Dead, and there probably never will be. Maybe
I would argue with you on that one point regarding, and I could bring up an example, and I could go on and on. I'm not going to, but Tool. Tool is pretty much the only band from the early 90s that has retained its members and is still going. And I'm a huge Tool fan, obviously minus their just mindless bashing of Christianity in a few songs, which it's almost like yeah. Oh, you want to get a record deal? Do you have a song dissing Christ? Are you willing to do that? It's like almost that's how it goes. So it's like every band you listen to has at least one or two songs, targeting Christ, and they never target anybody else. But anyway, Tool's definitely one of those bands that the production value of their live shows is unlike any other. I've went to 9 Tool shows, going all the way back to the year 2000, year 2001, and there's just no other production out there, in the past 2 decades that matches Tool's production value, and just the show that they put on, and
it's an interesting
name. And so, but I will say, but there's a lot of man, I got to tell you, while we're on this cult, Grateful Dead subject, I got to tell you, I joined like a Tool fan Facebook group, just innocently. I was like, oh, here's a Tool group. Okay, I'll join it. Those motherfuckers worship Tool, they literally, and they worship Maynard, the lead singer. And I'm telling you, when I saw that going on in that group, and I really found out, how these Tool members are just literally worshiping Tool. I mean, not even that, just worshiping Maynard, because he's got his other band, his other successful band, A Perfect Circle, and then he's got a band, of course, called Pucifer, which is a combination of pussy and Lucifer. That's really clever, right? Yeah, but I would definitely say those fans of the band Tool, as mega successful as they are, they're definitely cultish, and that's when I removed myself, as I can play any damn Tool song on guitar. The whole way through, which is actually pretty challenging. A lot of ignorant guitarists will, oh, you got it's, they're all about the faster you play, the better you are.
Enough of this
enough of this twaddle. It's about the songwriting to me, and so they have great songwriting. But anyway, I guess I would compare, if I had to compare a modern day band to Grateful Dead, I would definitely say Tool.
Interesting. It's cool. I'll take a look at them because I'm not familiar with. I've heard of them, obviously, and I just.
Oh wow!
Man,
they're like one of the.
Yeah,
Okay.
I tend to go back. I listen to music that's I try to not go past the 1950s these days. Although I do listen to Beatles,
Well,
but I just try to find music that's not part of the machine. But
it's so hard. Let's see, even Rage Against the Machine.
Well, yeah,
they piss me off because even they don't anywhere in Zach De La Rocha's lyrics, he never mentions anything about bagels.
Of course not.
Which highly concerns him. He'll mention the New World Order. He'll mention.
Do you think if you mention bagels that you would even know they exist? The answer is.
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry, say it again.
All right. It doesn't. It's just the way it is, right? It is that's the way it is. Look, the music industry, the film industry is satanic. Whatever they want to believe in, right?
Or that they want you to believe about themselves.
Yeah, I would say turn your back on all of it. All of it. That's the moral of this frickin' podcast, if anything. We've been talking about Hollywood. We've been talking about Tavistock Institute, the Beatles, and all the programming that comes through all your music and everything else. And it's a fascinating topic, and it is a very important one.
Has anyone here ever heard of Nollywood? Not Bollywood, not Hollywood, but Nollywood with an N.
Is that like for narwhals or something?
No,
What do you mean from
no,
India, like Bollywood?
not Bollywood.
The unicorn to the theme. Don't make fun of them.
No, not Bollywood. Nollywood. Apparently, it's Nigeria's.
Ah.
And I've been looking at Africa a lot lately here since Jeff. I know my mom shared a video of Dr. Mumby.
Yeah, I
I love her. I do.
Good, eh?
Her things, I've been going back in them, and she is on the ball, that woman. And actually, she just responded to me today. That's super fun.
Damn,
But
I'm gonna emigrate there.
I know, no, but seriously, they are calling for a return of the Black population. I'm just saying, like everything that she's been showing that I've seen, I've found to be very interesting. But
I think that's.
Where are you going to return them to?
they want them to come back to Africa. They want all the Black people of the world to come back to Africa.
What about the Al Moroccans, the
I don't know
Moors,
them.
or Americans?
Well, no,
Before the Europeans got here.
well, they're looking for anyone of a whatever darker shade to come there. They didn't seem to be very picky when they were talking about it. Not that they're like, oh, bring us your whatever, but they are wanting the people to come back, and so they can be a stronger people. They are kind of tired of being ruled, being colonized, sort of thing. That's what they're saying. Very interesting speeches and things that she
very in tune with the New World Order, like she is.
Yeah.
Is that in Nigeria, did you say?
Well, Nollywood is in Nigeria. Dr. Mumby is in Kenya. And there's on my YouTube, there's a link on my she's in my little featured things on the side on my YouTube. So
So that would be Niggerlywood?
Well, it's Nigeria, and they are they're apparently the like the one country in Africa that in this one interview that I was watching, all of these people, what is the one country you would never date someone from? What do you think of Nigeria? Nobody would date people from Nigeria. And what do you think of them? And they were what kind of descriptors they were using for these people was that they're all about money. They think they're smarter than everyone, and that you can never trust them.
Phone scams.
Yeah, and
their
princes like to send emails, and phone calls. But no. Anyway, Nollywood. Apparently, they are spreading their culture through all of Africa. And I mean, I typed in Nollywood on YouTube, and there were some interesting stills.
Wow, it's like watching 20th century repeat. Yeah,
it's almost like in a way, China and Africa and places like that are possible bastions that will stand up against this New World Order because they have a clear difference from everyone else, right? Like
Nigeria isn't there. That's partly why I was asking, because Nigeria is very much in the pocket of the Western Allies. It's a puppet state.
Yeah,
it's got
it's the Boko Haram and everything, wasn't it too?
Well, that I think is the emanation of the controlled opposition, the Chaos Army, proxy forces, But the Nigerians have been trying to take their country back from the Western corporations since the 70s, because we lived in Nigeria when I was a little kid, and we ended up having to leave because of the revolution.
Wow.
But ever since
you remember it?
I've got very vague memories of it. I was only something like 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, that's super cool.
But
have you gone back to Africa since?
No, not yet anyway. But that's why I was curious, because they're very much in the pocket of the Western powers, and they very much want to be. I was saying they as
money,
in
money, right?
Yeah, I can't speak for everyone in the country, obviously, but those that have been given the puppet power over that country are very much in the pockets of the Western Allies. And a lot of the people there have been fighting since the 70s to try and claim their resources back. There's been, I mean, you could look this up fairly easily online. There's been lots of incidents of like oil rigs being taken over by local people. And basically they chase out the corporate workers there, and they take it over and they start selling the oil privately, So it's been an ongoing thing for decades now. So it doesn't surprise me that other peoples, other areas in Africa view them in that way, because in a way it's like saying they're traitors to the African continent. I'm not saying they are, but very much they are on the Western Allies side.
So many.
Nigeria is one of the countries where they're sending over people here to Canada.
Yeah,
too. Like that's one of the
yeah,
heavy parts.
anywhere. Hey, come on, guys!
Migrants
come
crisis.
on over, come on. You know, I mean,
Hey,
are you a
Cookie,
criminal? Are you a criminal? Do you want
Cookie,
to?
did your family or did your parents ever give you any more deeper knowledge? You know that you maybe at the time you were a kid, but you didn't understand at the time. But maybe they, in your memories, maybe you can recall something more important. I mean, did your parents ever educate you on that, or did they just kind of like, oh, this is our kid and we'll keep him in the dark about it type thing, or how did that go for you?
They told me a little bit, but they didn't like talking about it because I mean, I personally have no memory of this, but my dad told me about how they'd seen people being hanged in the streets. So it got to that stage where it was like, you have to leave now because, you know, people are rising up seriously. And I was seeing, my dad had some paper cuttings, you know, newspaper clippings that talked about that kind of stuff. So I was seeing that element of it, and he did tell me some of it, but my own memories are all like typical kids' memories, you know, running around on the beach and stuff like that. I didn't take any notice of all that other stuff that was going on.
Well, that's you're supposed to do as a kid, right? Enjoy life.
Yeah, that's just I was wondering if in a dire situation like that, if maybe they made the decision to let you in on adult truth, or if they kind of just chose to keep you in the dark about it, which that's probably what I would do if I was in that parental.
My dad too did tell me, he did tell me, and he explained it was because of the revolution. It's just that he wouldn't go into detail because, you know, he said it was too grisly to talk about it, so he wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Hey, and a little shout out to my friend Tyler.
Awesome. Yeah. I'd love to hear. I mean, Camille, I saw one video with that person, and I would like, like it would be great. It's just so crazy when you think about it, because it would be just so great to be able to connect with these people and just try to share information about what's going on. You know, because that's what we need, right? Like, because
I reached out to her a few times because the food is all over there too, you know. And she wrote back today, and I'm glad. She says she's going to look into the stuff that I sent her today from some USAID, I think. The biotechnology review for Kenya. But yeah, it's very interesting because I never really looked at Africa much, but some of the people that she's featured, you know, they're traveling all around. They want people to see that Africa is beautiful and very developed. I didn't expect that. Not everywhere, but very developed. Some of the places just shiny and new, and really, I don't know. I wasn't expecting that.
It's an oasis waiting to be exploited by the New World Order, and the New World Order has got.
They're all over it.
So does China, of course.
Oh yeah, she was just talking about China. China gave one of the countries in Africa a palace. Built this presidential palace for like $20 million. Oh, it's a present.
Yeah. That's it. China's smart, and they're all over that because it's untapped. It's unlike other parts of the world, other continents that have been most of the resources have been scraped off the surface and dug out from below, minerals and stuff like that. Africa, there's still so much untapped.
Oh yeah,
and there's Bill Gates is working so hard to depopulate it.
Well,
getting all those kids vaccinated.
They want. Yeah, for sure.
That's actually how I found Dr. Mumby.
They want to indoctrinate the population. They want to mind control the next generation of African people.
They want to give all the women smartphones.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole. Oh my God! So Camille, this woman you're talking about, this is what we need to reach to them. It's like, look at how they're going to do this, and look at, I mean they need to understand. I mean, I'm sure they do. That's
They
what
gotta
I
spot the
find
bullshit.
when I was covering Ebola. Maybe people don't know this. I've talked about it before. I guess it's okay to talk about it because it's so many years ago. But I had contacts with the Liberian Times, the paper that in Monrovia that was reporting. It was the craziest thing ever because when I was reporting on Ebola back in 2014, I was exposing how the whole United States thing was totally fake. It was 100% staged. None of it was real. Not even remotely real. Nobody had Ebola. It's
Just the green shirts were real.
yeah, exactly. But then I started looking at Liberia. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god! And I started making videos on that they were staging it all in Liberia, and that the Liberians in Monrovia were like they had interviews with Vice Media where they were going up to Liberians on street corners and they were saying, what do you think about the Ebola? And they were, oh, it's bullshit. The government is all full of lies. The people were like on the ball. They knew, like, don't trust the government. Don't trust, and so the Monrovian newspaper there was reporting on how they were dumping formaldehyde into the wells, the drinking wells of these communities, and that the formaldehyde created the exact. I mean, you can look this up. You can research it yourself. It creates the exact same sort of reactions in a body that Ebola, the same symptoms, exact same symptoms. I mean, it's deadly. You can't take formaldehyde; it'll kill you, sort of thing. So you go in the exact same sort of thing. And they were actually doing this. They actually threatened the Liberian Times. The guy that wrote the article disappeared or something, and they fucking scrubbed the article from the internet on this. It's just crazy shit. But I was amazed with my interactions because there were several people from Liberia and from the neighboring country, which name escapes me at the moment, that were contacting me and telling me about shit that was going on. And I was like, the Africans, a lot of them are on the ball. I mean, there's an opportunity there to wake up a lot of people to what's going on before it has a chance to entrench itself. Because that's the advantage that those people have, is that they haven't fully entrenched themselves. Here, it's done. It's fucking done. I mean,
Depends on which bit of Africa.
Yeah, exactly.
You mentioned China earlier. That's been part of the ongoing East versus West. China goes in and offers to build infrastructure in exchange for trade deals, because China's always been a trade-based empire. Yeah? So they go in and build roads and oil rigs and stuff like that. So I was talking to somebody else. I think.
Background noise.
This is like television.
If you look around the continent at the different countries, as
want to say hello?
Most of the coastal countries have been destabilized or taken over in one way or another. Yeah, maybe Morocco is still sort of standing on its own, probably because of its close connections to Europe there. But North Africa has been smashed apart from Libya through to Egypt, including Somalia on that northeastern coast. South Africa is pretty much a destabilized nation state. Their economy's getting kicked all over the place. And then you've got places like Zimbabwe. The northwest coast of Africa is, again, a lot of small states that can't stand up for themselves. They're overrun by the domination of the Western corporations. So it's only in the kind of center of Africa, like Kenya and places like that, where it's stable enough that they've got growing economies. They're doing well for themselves. And it proves that if the other players, the other powers, got out of that continent, that people would be able to do well for themselves.
Yeah.
And they're looking to, as she was saying, like a Pan-Africa thing. They want to kind of come back together as one.
That'll be co-opted.
Yeah. Oh, and she seems to be all over that. Yeah, something's going on here. When they had a big meeting for the Pan Africa thing, and they invited Bill Gates as their guest speaker. That was how I actually found her. That popped up in my feed of Bill Gates, and yeah, she was outraged because he's sterilizing the women here.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
well,
isn't there already an equivalent? Excuse me, an equivalent like the UN, but for Africa, they've got their own continental committee.
Yeah, I think she said that China built their headquarters too, and they found it to all be bugged, and it was sending data to China.
Deal. Yeah, that's the trade deal. It's just that they didn't tell you about it.
Yeah,
it's so crazy. I noticed we have Trayson, I think, there. Trayson, are you there? Hello.
Hey, Mr. Censored.
Hey, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
Good, man. So I guess just to say, Vanonymous gave me the link, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be here or not, but I've been a huge fan of yours for years, and I first started listening to your old shows on New World Agenda, and I kind of didn't trust you at first because I guess you were saying everything that I agreed with, and you probably don't remember me, but I used to ask you questions all the time, music related, and I kind of didn't believe that you were a musician by trade, and I kept asking you questions every Q&A with NWA back in those days, and I guess you could say you're a fellow musician, and so I'm a huge into old school music. I have my Taylor acoustic guitar right by me, and you said you own a few of those yourself. So
great brand of acoustic guitar right there. Yeah,
the
best. There's better. No, yeah.
No, well, I mean, you could shell out the more dollars to get a Martin for the brand name, but in my opinion, the Taylors that I played on play just as good as the Martins. So at this point, I'm sure in the past it might have been true, but I've owned an expensive Martin, and I've owned a whatever mid grade Taylor, and I don't see much difference, honestly. And so I'm a huge supporter of Taylor.
Yeah, it ain't rocket science to make the guitars, but I mean, the Americans made the gold standard. Martin obviously developed the modern style acoustic guitars that most manufacturers put out these days, and Taylor is one of the biggest. They make great instruments. Absolutely, it's
Taylor
both of
made.
them do a great.
Canada makes a lot of great.
Taylor is cheaper.
Well, I mean, we're blessed. We're in a time of. It really is. I mean, if there's anything you could celebrate out there, is as a human being, as a consumer. I hate that term, but let's just say we're all consumers in a sense. If you have a craft and you have the internet and you got a bit of money, you can go to town. I mean, it's unlike any other age because
you can mass distribute, whereas before you had to go to some faggot fucking record executive and like, oh, can we get signed?
If you wanted a really good instrument, you might have to travel the world. Now you can get it shipped to your door.
I wouldn't recommend. Go play the damn acoustic before you fucking order it to your door. Go fucking play it. Don't be a dumbass. Yeah.
Hey, Trayson, why don't you let everyone know about that band you were always talking about in the Discord?
Oh, sure. You're talking about Thievery Corporation.
Yeah.
They were the main band that
I
like
that band.
Yeah. So about 15 years ago, I used to listen to their music, and I thought it was fucking incredible. And this is back when I was asleep. And I always kind of wondered about terms like, obviously, New World Order or Illuminati, of course.
Started barking at him.
And so I
didn't give a shit about.
Sorry about
Sorry,
that.
go ahead.
Well, Lauren, yeah, silence your shit, Lauren.
Okay, he's got
if
it
you
now.
could. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I'm just speaking to your doppelganger there, Jeff.
I don't have.
Jeff Stewart.
Just
You guys are funny, man. You guys are funny. Anyway, go on.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Tracy.
Trey, go on.
Sorry.
Go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue, Tracy.
So, as I was saying, back about 15 years ago, I was listening to a band called Thievery Corporation, and they're based in Washington, D.C., and it's basically two guys, Rob Garza and Eric Hilton, and they basically had, begin awakening, I guess, back in the 90s when they met each other. And so they I guess, had connections with people in the media and also politicians since they were based in DC back in the 90s, and had noticed, I guess you could say, the mask of how it's all an act and it's all a game. So I had no idea about this until the financial crash, what people call the Great Recession of 2008. And so that was when everything hit the fan, and so everybody was looking for answers. And then, of course, you had your gatekeepers, like everyone from Alex Jones to David Icke, and they were placed there strategically, obviously. But so I had kind of been half awoken. I guess one eye was open with guys like Alex Jones back when they would talk the truth for the most part, where, secret societies, things like
Don't know who gave Joe Rogan his first hit of DMT?
Oh no.
Jan Irvin from Gnostic Media. JANIRWIN.
sorry.
All right. So what do you think about Trayson? What do you're getting to a point? What do you think about Thievery Corporation? Because isn't that a fitting name? And they do make a lot of great music, but so what's the conclusion that you came to on that band?
Well, I guess it would take a long time to properly explain, but I guess as a simple answer, they have a lot of things, especially that they were trying to get across even back to 1995 when they met each other and tried to say, hey, let's wake up everybody around the world from what we know. And so they use different cultures. They go all around in different countries, and they even go on the radio. And they have dozens and dozens and dozens, endless amounts of musicians in different genres that they meet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's just two guys revolving around whatever musicians they can get a hold of, right? Basically.
Whoever they befriend in different countries. So basically, they'll go in different countries, and then they'll, if they can, they'll get on the radio and then speak in the native language, where they'll wake people up to the New World Order, Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, Freemasons, Jesuits, Zionists. And so they basically, over the past 2.5 decades, have talked about Illuminism and trying to wake people up to it, externalizing it. And just today in Black Cube Mysteries Discord, I posted an interview that they did, I think around 2009, 2010, around the time when I was waking up halfway before the JQ. And they were trying to softly kind of, wake people up in the interview. One of the things that I kind of sent to people that really resonates true, because it kind of showed, especially back when the economy was crashing in America with the Great Recession, how the war machine kept going, and how obviously at that time we were, falsely engaging in war in Iraq and Afghanistan, which everybody knows now. And that's why they don't even really bring it up now. It's so false. It's so blatant. It's such a hidden hand move that they can't even really bring it up.
We've been falsely engaging in war for the longest time. But yeah, go on.
Yeah. So
I'm just supporting your point. Yeah.
no, I got you, man. And so basically, they they try to softly awaken people, and even I guess a week or two ago, for the first time, I heard them even talking about really deep kind of esoteric terms and things like that, where they bring all different cultures together and basically everything out of every genre of music, and also every I guess you could say religious, or everything to agnosticism or atheism all together, and kind of how to look at the families that are really running this new world order. So just a really cool kind of a red pill. And the thing that impresses me the most is seeing how they were trying to do it even back to the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, I didn't even know about that, man. That's pretty crazy. I didn't even know Thievery Corporation, went, I didn't know how far they went back.
It's a good name. I've heard of the band before. I think I do have one of their albums.
Yeah, they have great production, obviously great beats, and just great. Yeah.
Do they
Go
do
on.
well by any chance?
Say that
Do
again?
they do well?
Are they successful?
Are they in any movies or
Oh
anything?
yeah, no, they're mega fucking successful. I mean, they're pretty. Yeah, I mean, look at their views on their just alone on their YouTube.
They're not
shit.
pushed at all. They're not artificially pushed through media or TV or movies or any of that. They're definitely organic. It's definitely a word of mouth sort of thing. They it's not like a commercial sort of band. Like I know you
No.
might I know you might disagree with me, Jeff, where the Beatles are artificially pushed. They're pushed through, obviously in their time, the media, television, movies, and then, post that the whole, I guess, proliferation of what they want, Aleister Crowley ideals, and any other kind of band like that, where Led Zeppelin is another great example, where they're kind of offered through the media or hidden hand. But I'd say Thievery Corporation, they only have 60,000 subscribers on YouTube, and that is all been definitely a slow creep. It's definitely you don't see them anywhere.
It's Trayson. It's pretty strange that they only have that many amount of subscribers, but then their songs get what, like 2 million. Like
They have a
their
few
top songs get like 2 million or some shit. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they have a few songs that have a few million hits, but obviously it's not pushed. Nobody knows about them. They're not, household hits or anything like that.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to hear though. I mean, as long as there are artists out there, um, I don't think it's possible for successful artists to disseminate any sort of revealing information unless it suits the narrative at the particular.
Well, I think that's what Trayson's getting at, is that this band particularly that we're talking about it's really just two guys.
Yeah,
and they just get a whole bunch of guest singers and guest rappers, but they are as far as the underground's concerned, I mean, they're hugely successful. And so it is kind of a, you kind of have to ponder. I get the point that he's bringing up. You kind of have to ponder,
well,
is this?
I think you can.
How did this happen?
Yeah. I think I would be skeptical, obviously, but I'm skeptical of YouTube channels that have like 100 subs. Skepticism's in my blood. Let's just say it that way. But yeah, I think, Trayson, by the way, I think I do remember you, and I do remember you contacting me about music. So
cool.
I appreciate that. And yeah, I hope that everyone understands that my personal life is my private life and is no way in shape and form anybody's business ever. And that is something that I guard strictly and personally, and I hope that you all respect that and understand that I risk that every day that I do this type of work. So I hope that you never, ever, ever, ever try to contact me in my personal life or divulge or find my personal life, because that is my personal sanctuary. It is imperative to my happiness and my success and being able.
Yeah, but that's
So
just weird.
that's
You know,
why.
that would just be weird if someone did that to you. And
Well,
so I
yeah,
would,
but the
I
thing
would,
is,
yeah,
what I want to say is that I can't talk about certain things. So when it comes to music and stuff like that, I'll talk about certain things, but I'm not going to talk about my personal life. I hope that everyone respects that and understands why that is the situation, because what the work that I do here is extremely dangerous. It's not. There's not a lot of people that do this work. There isn't, and most of the
no, man.
that
Yeah,
are
there's not. And
most of the
you,
people that
you
are
need
doing
to be
goofing
commended.
are doing the
Yeah.
flat earth thing and all that stuff, which
No, no, yeah.
it's not about showing what's going on. So, but that being said, I do enjoy talking about the music, and we talked about it a lot tonight. We talked about a lot of, you know, I talked about how I'm going to be exposing Beatles and Tavistock Institute and how all that's coming through. And I would just
Right
put
on.
folks out there, you know, like, hey, you know, I listen to freaking AC/DC. You know, I listen to shit that I know is probably not the most pure, you know, stuff. And it's okay to enjoy shit. It's okay as long as you can separate it from reality. As long as you understand. So that's the difference. Is that I'm not fooled.
Same thing with the movies.
Yeah,
Same
yeah.
thing with the movie.
Take it in moderation.
Take it in moderation.
Transmute it. Take the poison and turn it into something beneficial.
Yeah,
Yeah, like learn something from the poison.
Yeah.
Learn something from it.
And just guard yourself from the propaganda and just understand if there's programming, just be aware of it. And yeah, it's okay to be able to enjoy something that's considered mainstream, either present or the past, like you were saying, AC/DC, or I know you like Zeppelin or the Beatles, or even you said in your Michael
Or
Jackson
even
video.
Tool.
Yeah, Tool's cool too. In moderation, just like some of Michael Jackson's stuff. Like if you like Off the Wall stuff like that, there's nothing wrong with being able to enjoy something that's, I guess, quote unquote, popular, as long as you understand the programming or if there's a possible agenda behind it, and you just guard yourself from that. It's as long as you're aware.
Or
you can take that programming and show others.
Or this. As long as you enjoy it for what it is and nothing more, which means
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you enjoy it for the musicianship, the musicianship, the songwriting, the talent.
The company behind it. Fuck the videos. Fuck everything. Just enjoy the song.
Yeah.
All right. It's just a song.
Absolutely.
Don't adhere yourself to the song.
Or an album. You could say just an album.
That's the whole thing. It's like actors, right? Okay, you did a great performance. Wonderful. I will never trust you ever unless I know you. If I know you and I talk to you and I spend enough time with you and I feel that you're not manipulating me, okay, I'll trust you then. But I'll tell you what, you ever fucking show your cock-sucking motherfucking face in one of those black and white videos where you're telling me that I need to fucking, give up my guns or put my children in the penitentiary or fucking embrace the rainbow unicorn, go to fucking hell. And that's the difference. It's like never ever idolize these people. Just accept what it is. Like music is wonderful and it can make you feel wonderful. But there are bad people. Like you go to U2 concert, right? I have to admit, I've been to U2 concerts when I was younger. Fuck, I had girlfriends, right? What the fuck are you gonna do, right? Like going to a chick flick, it's one of those things you gotta do. You go to those towns, you can have fun, it's good music, they're good musicians, they're good performance, but the fucking cocksuckers from hell. I mean, Bono with a baseball bat if I had a chance. You know, I hate these motherfuckers, but I can still enjoy a good song. This is the problem, is that the bulk of humanity is idolizing people, so that I love that song, I love that person, I love that message, I love everything about you, tell me what to do, is the mentality that they program people with. Mm-hmm. So that when Bono or Boner shows up and he tells you with his sunglasses on that you need to do this or that, you're bending over backwards and you're saying how wide should I spread my ass cheeks, right? I mean, this is the cultural indoctrination that is so poisonous and dangerous, and how they use, I mean, this is how they control us. These celebrities, right? They make these celebrities. Next thing you know, they're in a commercial telling you to give up your guns, right? And it's like, holy shit! Like, what's happening here in Canada right now? They're trying to disarm the entire population on a shooting that happened where 2 people died. They want to disarm the entire population.
Yeah, just like they did with Australia.
It is mind-boggling. It is outrageous, but nobody's freaking out. Nobody's fucking standing up, or very few people are. And it's like, this is going to destroy us. If we allow this to happen, this will destroy us. It will destroy us. We'll be done. How the fuck are you ever going to stand up to anything? I tweeted a post the other day, which was an actual shooting. There was an actual break-in that happened. Somebody broke into somebody's house and they killed like a young teenager, right? The guy stabbed them or whatever, killed him right in front of his grandmother. And it's like, it's the first thing I tweeted out. It's like, tweeted out, if those people had a gun, this wouldn't have happened. It's like, you're going to take away the right, like, just on that level alone. Not talking about the government taking over everything and destroying everyone and, you know, having all the control. But you're talking on a safety level alone, where citizens are not allowed to have the right to protect themselves, is so fucking out of this world, so fucking outrageous. It is beyond evil. And this is exactly what's happening right at this moment. They're going to try to disarm the entire nation and nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, I think that Canada right now, you guys need to protect your gun rights more than America, because you have less gun rights, and I also think that you guys are going to be able to get your gun rights taken away, just like kind of Australia and other countries, much easier than America. So you guys really need to stand up for that and kind of point out all the bullshit where they're going to orchestrate events, or if they facilitate an event and kind of push somebody to actually do something, and then use that to take the guns. You need to really take the mask off that and kind of blow the cover and just kind of, you know, show the rest of Canada how you're being disarmed, because it's for sure happening, and I think on a much more massive scale. I think, you know, America is going to be the final kind of domino to fall, or maybe, you know, kind of knocking over the queen in the chess game, the final country to not have gun rights. But right now, I think Canada is much more in the. You guys are definitely being targeted more than America as far as taking away gun rights.
They want to start out with Canada because they know that's going to be like a lot easier.
Well, they're not starting out with Canada. That's, you know, they've taken away from so many different countries gun rights, and Canada.
Bad choice of words. But I meant like within our region, you know, within the United States and Canada. It's like they seem like they want to start out with Canada.
Yeah.
And if they can get Canada totally. Yeah, if they can get, exactly, make an example, and they can get Canada totally dominated and fucking, you know, hypnotized against guns, then they feel like they can move further into the United States, and one at a time. Of course, we have 50 states. I could tell you where I'm from. The word on the street is "fuck you," because I come from Texas. I live in Texas. So basically, there is no debate here. It's basically just like you can go fuck yourself, and that's the debate. So I don't ever see it really happening in Texas. And you know, I've lived here my whole life, and I have an ear to the street, so I know it's not ever going to happen. And if it does if they do, if they ever tried that in Texas, that would be the and people. I'm telling you, people here don't care.
Isn't it great?
People here don't give a fuck.
I love it.
The thing about Canada is it's such a significantly smaller population, so it's a lot easier to take the gun rights away from Canada because you got less people to
But they don't
rob them from.
We don't have the we don't have that culture, if you will, that how important it is. Like Americans understand that. That's the difference. Not all Americans, but Texans, by and large, you know, they're brought up with that mentality.
Well, it just, you know, even constitutionalists understand that, though. It doesn't matter. There's constitutionalists across all states. There's militias across all states, and of course, the government knows that.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, and it really pisses me off when people try to, you know, oh, I'm anti-militia. Oh, you mean you're militia? You're a terrorist? Yeah. It's just total ignorance. It's like, no, dumbass sheep. You don't even realize that the threat of the militia is the only thing keeping your ass out of a fucking jail cell right now.
I mean
You fucking moron.
It's the Second Amendment in a nutshell, right? I mean,
yeah, it's what protects the First Amendment, and I think you know, the Southwest, especially Texas, is the final stronghold of constitutional rights in America. So I live in Colorado, about a half hour south of Denver in Highlands Ranch, and over the past decade, not only has the cost of living skyrocketed in Colorado. It's, you know, there's nothing but people from Texas and then especially California coming into Colorado to kind of make the cost of living go through the roof. But for whatever reason, there's also been an influx of kind of liberal ideals. I don't know if you guys know, but our new
that's no surprise. That's happening everywhere.
Yeah, so Colorado traditionally, if you look historically, has always been a red state, but in the past, I'd say almost decade, it's become a blue state, and so
I think that's primarily. Sorry to interrupt, but I think that's primarily due to the whole marijuana thing. But sorry, go on. I think that's part of the agenda
very
there.
much
Cannabis.
artificial. I think it's it's been engineered. I think that they're actually moving in a lot of people from other states into here to, I guess, do what they want to do. I don't know if you guys know, but our governor is actually a gay, bluish fellow, Chosenite. And
are you serious? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, look it up.
My God.
Our
Like,
new governor.
So is he like married or?
Well, he's openly homosexual, and he rhymes with something called newish as one of your old school sayings.
Those people. Hey, the podcast bad. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. It's not surprising though. I mean, that's the way it is. You know, Sadiq Khan is the mayor of London.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, you know, it's been a slow kind of you know, I don't agree with everything that David Icke says, but he used to say back about a decade ago, you know, totalitarian tiptoe, where it's a very, very, very slow kind of infiltration, and you don't really notice it until years and years and years later. And it's so drastically different here now, even just compared to 2008, 2009. It's very, it's like a different state.
My city here, shocking. I'm fucking blown away. Just blown away.
Well, I made the joke with
I'm in a city where just in the past decade, I don't even know what's going on. Like it's the world's largest gay village.
Yeah, you're right in the
I
thick
mean,
of it.
it's
And in Montreal,
unbelievable.
I mean,
This
oh
is
my
a,
God.
there's a rainbow that stretches like 2 miles or something.
Yep.
Like, I mean, it's and there's right next to that there's an Agenda 2030 garden.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can you just imagine that city's going to become the first gay city? No
I'm
doubt.
telling you, last summer I was downtown and the Museum of Fine Arts. There's one of the top art museums in all of the nation.
Mhm.
Was Love is Love, and their big fucking central thing was this massive like 3-story tall tranny.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
It was unfucking believable. And I was walking around there and I saw about 5 or 6 men with boobs. You know.
Oh yeah, I made the joke
Fucking
with
blown
Anonymous.
away.
Hey, Trayson, man, can you up your mic level by chance by like 1 or 2? Because you're a little low. It'd be cool if you could like maybe up
Yeah,
about
get
one.
twaddle level.
Yeah, it's just because you got to get at the twaddle level.
I can't even get
Asshole,
close.
You got to get it at an 11.
I apologize for the low volume. I'm actually on an iPad.
You got to get a twaddle level.
I don't have an actual microphone, but I'm just on an iPad, so I apologize. I can't turn up my volume, but I
Oh,
just wanted
cool.
to say.
No, okay. I was just wondering, man. No big deal.
Yeah.
We can hear you
What
fine.
are you going to say? What was he going to say? He's going to say something.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention a week or 2 ago, I made the joke to you, Anonymous, that basically Jeff was living in Montreal. Basically, whenever I've seen, I guess, women marches and gay pride, especially marches in Jeff's area, it's like a goddamn rainbow-colored, candy-colored zombie movie.
Oh, it's all over. Have you seen the rainbow?
Yeah,
people?
basically, yeah. Yep. It's let's label everything that's homosexual as fantastic. You know, you got the obviously gay means happy. That's the definition. And so obviously if you're homosexual, you're happy, right? And so on and so forth.
And it's usually the opposite because it's mostly they're depressed.
Yeah, they're depressed. They have a mental illness. They're
They got itchy
confused.
By changing the wording of using gay and stuff, they kind of just changed the way people think of it. They made it a little more acceptable that way, just on the way they word things now.
Yep. And obviously Jeff points out the rainbow all the time. You know, the rainbow is like one of the God's most beautiful creations. You know, when you see a rainbow, you're like everyone around you.
I want
like,
the rainbow
like,
back.
Man, there's a rainbow.
I'm fucking pissed, man. I love the color of the rainbow. It's so
and they
awesome.
hijacked it.
Yeah, check this out. Okay, so you see my screen here?
Yeah.
The colored people. I remember when you posted that.
They started popping up everywhere in Montreal a couple years ago. There's people dressed up in rainbow.
Dressed
Yeah.
up?
I remember you like posting
Pink.
they were in a subway. It's crazy.
Well, something I've noticed, Canada seems like it's a ground zero.
Purple people.
You guys seem like you're a test ground. Like you guys seem like with Justin Trudeau, especially, you guys have been.
This is part of the rainbow. Is you can only see one color. It stretches on all of them. It's fucking madness, man. It's fucking crazy. It is fucking crazy. Dude, it's fucking crazy. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Look at this shit, man. Get the fuck out of town. What the fuck? 10 years ago? I mean, 10 years ago? This wasn't happening, folks. This is
That's why I always harp on, you know, people think I'm stupid, but I always harp on the point that obviously bagel influence in Hollywood has just jumped tenfold in the past, or I'd say since 2005-ish. It's jumped like fucking tenfold. And so I don't, that's the point I make. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's been going on forever, but it was a lot subtle back then. But now it seems like in the past, like, 15-ish years, it's out in the open, kind of like everything is what they do now, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Jeff was on the ball. Like, I'd say 3 or 4 years ago, people used to put mag comments and thumbs down the Supreme Lord Commander videos where he was pointing this out back when it was smaller, but it was being fermented, and people were, you're kind of putting this out of proportion. And nowadays, you can post any video with the same content, and people don't say anything about it. They're like, yeah, there's definitely an agenda to push all of this, rainbow unicorn fucking, just
It didn't really clue on to it until Caitlyn Jenner. Like I was much
yes.
more doing the like the shootings and the bombings and all that crap, all the fake all the all the fake main
Yeah,
events.
all the shit you can't really cover anymore.
Yeah, you can't do it. But you know what though? This shit's almost more important. It really is, because it's like, look what they're like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, you're
It's
right.
kind of
You're right,
surprising
because
they
it's
haven't,
not like they've already
banned this
exposed
kind of
that.
content, right?
Oh, they have. Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
that. They
They're
do.
not
We've
censoring
already
this stuff so much.
Oh, they do. They
Yeah,
do.
we've already, and the fact that we've already exposed the fuck out of the fake shootings and all that, and that they know that, and that was a huge, thing for them, But the gay thing, they're kind of still, they're gonna have to be working on that for a long time,
The most important thing I would say when it comes to the media is to maintain the illusion. So that is crucial. So that's what we threaten. 9/11 actually, not, you could say 9/11 truthers didn't really threaten that because it wasn't about that. It was a given that the media would be in cahoots with the government because it was an attack on the state. So that can be explained. With Sandy Hook, it was that the media was manufacturing these stories. The media was actually taking part in manipulating the entire nation into in that case disarmament. So it was a different thing. It shatters the illusion. It means you can never trust the media. Like you could never trust the media ever, 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 ever. Not even for a minute. You could never trust the media. That's the reality of it. And that's what we were showing. It was like, and it was a revelation to me. It was a huge revelation to me. It blew my mind, and I was like, oh, this can't be real. I was like, oh my god, they're actually doing this. So it shocked my world back in 2012 when I was like, I knew all about the New World Order. I knew all about the surveillance state. I knew all that stuff, but I didn't know that the media was involved in creating stories and manipulating the masses. I didn't know it was that bad. I knew the media could not be trusted at all, and I knew the media would do what the government wanted, but I didn't know that they would manipulate, create stories at that extent. So that was the big.
That's pretty interesting, because that's kind of the revelation that I had back around 2008 with 9/11, just seeing, the media in bed with government and being able to, call the shots and having your rights, regardless of your country, be able to be revoked based on their narrative. But the one thing I wanted to say to you, Jeff, specifically, I don't know, I'm sorry if I, offended you or anything like that earlier, but basically, I don't know if you remember Black Cube Mystery.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, for sure.
So him and I used to co-host. I guess we're doing the show again now, but we co-host a show on his channel, on his YouTube channel, and so basically, he's he has his Discord channel where Venonymous and Wake Now, Wake the Fuck Up, and Donnie Darko and all of us talk basically every day. And I've known Cube for years, and he's a great guy. And so I've kind of been his co-host, I guess you could say, for 2 or 3 years now. And we used to just talk off air, I guess you could say. We met each other back when you used to do live shows. We met each other in your chats. So, whenever you'd be doing Q&As back when you were Free Radio Revolution or New World Agenda, that's where we met each other. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And, it's been a really, really cool ride being able to not only ask you questions years ago, but also meet everybody from Black Cube to Venonymous. It's changed my life.
Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. And it's great. Those are the wonderful benefits sometimes of hopefully doing this type of work and being involved in it. Got to be careful all the time. But
Yeah.
it is, I mean, it's important that people share good information and people support one another, because otherwise we have nothing, sort of thing, right? So it's really been quite something to be in this and be involved in it. And I just hope, like, for me, the whole thing is about just sharing information, basically, and that's what it is. That's really what it is, for me. Is
Yes, on that point, Jeff, I think when we're midpoint in the show, and I think we, I think we are. I don't know. You guys a lot longer, but but I was gonna say, I think that I would really love it if you would show. I sent you a new link. The link I sent you before got deleted. I don't know why, but I sent you a new link. It's like a 10-minute video, but I thought Bug would really enjoy this, and I'm sad that the Bug's not here. Damn it, because I like hearing everything he has to say.
I love talking to Bug Smasher.
Yeah, what?
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. But I thought that he might enjoy this, and so it's basically just like a guy, like a regular American back in the 1960s, just warning, just taking. He had the balls. Just getting in front of the camera, in front of that audience, and just saying, "Hey, we need to stop this, right now. I mean, it's getting too degenerative. It's obvious." And so, but it is really interesting. They warned us back then, and of course, everyone, oh, they're lame. I'm sure everybody then was just like, oh, one here. I don't know. He might have had 50-50 back then. Maybe 50% was listening to him, 50% were stupid as fuck and just like, oh, well, fuck him. Like, we can just go, But anyway, if you wanted to play that video, I thought it'd be a great educational thing.
Yeah,
if
maybe
not,
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll just give me the link and I'll check it out. I'm not gonna do it tonight.
I sent it to your Patreon, brother.
Yeah, so I'll check it out.
It's in there.
And
Okay.
make sure it's
Gotcha.
Make sure it's kosher, but not tonight because it's like 20,
it's
20
it's kosher.
And I don't want to break the flow of the conversation by starting a video right at this moment.
A fucking video.
Give us last week, which was really good. The one on the KGB, of course, that pretty infamous video.
Oh, of course, yeah, the KGB spy who revealed everything that was happening to America.
Well, yeah. It's the basic sort of formula for mass mind control, and very important. I think that really the solution to everything that we're suffering from comes from just critical, having critical thought. If you can bring up a generation of people that are critical thinkers and examine everything that's presented properly, and thoroughly, sort of thing, then this shit doesn't fly, right? And this nobody would be able to watch CNN if they were like, if the reality is this: 85% of people are incapable of critical thought. That is all by design.
On that point, if anybody out there, well, not anybody, but if any of you good people out there have the computer skills to build a kind of involved app. Why don't you contact me? Because I have this thing that I wanted to do for a couple of years, and it's all about critical thinking. I won't go into it too much because there's things online that I want to use for it, but I mean, basically, I would like to pay people with a cryptocurrency to develop critical thinking skills.
That's what I think.
Well, you know what? Stop, and you're totally correct. You have the talent and the courage, and just like me, but I don't really have the video, the video editing skills, and I agree. So yeah, I wish a lot of video, masters would contact me, but that's just not probably going to happen because the material that I cover it's not user friendly.
It's not about having editing skills, because I think most people can see that there's absolutely no video editing. Like I have, do you know how much video editing I have in my work? I have zero.
Zilch.
Zero. Every
you just use Photoshop for your thumbnails and basically call it a day. Yeah.
Time, and as soon as the video is done, it goes up. There's no editing. Nothing's cut ever.
Raw.
Nothing. It's always 100%. And I have a beautiful intro, made by ReallyGraceful that I could use. All these different things, but I just want to just put the information out. It's not about that.
Hey, Jeff.
I noticed that. Yeah, I did like your. I did like it when you used that. I felt like, honestly, Jeff. I'm giving you
the only reason I stopped using it was.
Let me finish. I thought it was a lot more impactful when you included that video the intro from ReallyGraceful, because when I've showed your videos to my brother, for instance. It seems like he's been a lot more receptive to the video that says, "Oh, the most censored channel in YouTube history."
Yeah.
It seems like he's more receptive to that rather than just like, "Oh, let me show you like a Jeff C video."
Yeah.
And like some people need that intro, and that was a fantastic intro, and I didn't understand why you stopped using it.
Use it for sure. The only reason I stopped using it is because whatever was happening with my software was mangling the uploads, so people would see them, and either the intro would be mangled or the rest of the video would be mangled. So people probably if they saw videos where my voice was like higher or something, like it was like fucked up.
I didn't hear any of that. I think I watch almost all your videos. I love them.
But me either. I thought you were more successful.
Let me just come in. I would take them down pretty quickly, so it'd be like maybe 5-10 minutes. The video would be up, and I would realize people would be leaving comments. Your voice sounds fucked up. And then
Yeah.
So
you become a leprechaun.
Man, I never noticed. I never.
So if I want to use, say I want to put Grace's intro either as the intro or the outro. Okay, this is what I have to do. I have to make the video, and then I have to throw it into. I had to throw it into my video editor, which would be Final Cut, right? I throw it in there. Then I would throw in her. So I'm this is what I'm doing. I'm processing the video. Then I'm formatting it. I'm sending it to Final Cut Pro. Then I'm putting the intro in, right? And then I'd be processing it again, as opposed to this, recording the video and upload like that.
Jeff, you were such a spectacular speaker that I and everybody, we just want you to get your message out.
I'm gonna like what? The next video I'm putting up Grace's intro.
Yay!
She's awesome, and she made me 2 amazing intros. One for the live show, which I don't do anymore, which is the picture, because they won't let me do that show. I mean, I can do
that's
this.
old school.
Yeah, there's no way. Get the fuck out. You think I'm gonna let me fucking do all? No, they shut it down halfway.
Fantastic fucking job on your damn intro. I mean, I'm just saying, like that was like the perfect fucking intro to your channel.
Agreed.
Amazing. I'm so blessed, and yeah, I'm gonna make sure. I'll tell you this. I'll promise you. The next video I'm gonna do it that way. But I told her back when it happened because I was like, okay, I'm just gonna upload the video. And I was also one of the other things was the music that was used. It wasn't my music. It was some other person's music. So that was getting claimed. So that was another process.
Oh my god! Really? Really?
So I have to.
I just said the words in advance, sir.
What
Oh
I'll
my
have to
gosh!
do is put my own
Really?
over it and then put it up like that. But yeah, it's amazing, and it's awesome. I would love to have that because it's yeah. But then again, also I just want people to listen to what I'm going to say. Like I don't need to have anything else.
But more people are going to listen to what you say with that badass intro.
It is
You
a
know
good
that.
quick little thing.
You know
Maybe,
that.
maybe, but you know what? It's not about it's to me.
Okay.
It's the message, right? Like I don't really care
I
about
know.
all the other bullshit. I'm not here to like dress it up and
Dude, look at my channel. I'm not like preaching to the choir or anything. I'm just saying, but your voice and your talent, your talent is way further than mine, and it deserves it deserves a proper intro.
yeah,
it really does.
Thank you, but no, it's not way more. It's just I have experience and I've been doing this for a long time, and so you know, but
No, you're a talented talker. I can tell you that.
Thank you. I
Just
appreciate
me.
it. I just you know, I'm here doing this shit because it's important. I think about it a lot. I think about it a lot. Lot. People don't know this. I think a lot about like not doing this anymore because of all this shit and all the censorship and everything else and the stalking and everything else that come with it. Because but then it's what I see. You know, like it's not that I have all this knowledge. It's that I see things. And then I see them and it's like, well, I can see this. Other people, there's nobody else that's quite seen it the way that I am. So that's why I do it. Cause it's like,
I agree, but I'll also argue that you're very, very articulate, and you have a skill in particularly being articulate, and so which it is a skill, and you either have it or you don't, or you can develop it.
Thank you.
You know, you're really good at what you do, man, and I you know.
Yeah.
No,
I
but really,
understand that you
people
don't want
could contact me on Steemit or through YouTube. Jeff doesn't want to talk about himself anymore.
Yeah, I don't like to talk about myself.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
I'm sorry.
compliments and all that, and thank you so much and all that. But yeah, you know, I'm here to discuss what's going on.
I wish Coke Man was here because I looked into that
Uh-oh.
Neil Bernard, but he's
Coke
not here.
Yeah, well, he's in Australia, right? So
Yeah.
it's probably what I don't know what time it was. Maybe he'd be waking up now. No, it'd be probably in the middle of the day, so it probably worked.
You looking up now?
That's great. No,
maybe next week.
It would be
Hey,
what,
Jeff, I have a request.
How many hours then? 12 hours difference wherever we are. It'd be like midday or something like that. But yeah.
Next week, Coke Man.
Coke Man.
Can you hear me?
Coke Man. But
No,
yeah.
but Jeff, I don't want you to confuse my compliments with flattery because I don't believe in flattery. And so when I'm giving you these compliments, it's coming from a genuine place.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I really do. I really fucking do. I mean, there's
like,
no one else who calls it out how you call it. And
are you like close to Dallas or Houston or?
I'm actually in the Fort Worth area.
Ah, cool.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jeff, I got a request real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
I forgot which one it was. Can you send me the link of at least like an unlisted link to the Jeff and Friends episode 3?
No.
the one that I did a presentation on or whatever. If you could just send like unlisted link in my Patreon, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure. You know what? Just remind me. Leave a message, and I'll.
Okay. I'll just like.
Is that it's not showing up on the search there?
Say again.
You can't find it. Like you can't find it on YouTube.
No. It's it's privatized.
What? It's privatized. Oh,
yeah. Some of it is private because
Jeff, you evil bastard.
Squirrel Hill shouting.
I have no idea.
The Squirrel Hill Synagogue shouting.
Is it on Jeff Censored Live?
I think it's on Jeff Censored. Yeah, I think it was still on Jeff Censored, and then did live. That was
because there's
where he jumped. That's where he jumped.
If it's on Jeff Censored, it's not there. If it's on Jeff Censored Live, then it should be up.
All 3 episodes? One through.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea. Dude,
he has a point. Sorry. He has a point. Like, I haven't seen the Jeff C. and Friends, like, the complete compilation.
Yeah, well,
it's probably because of me. It's probably because of me. I don't know.
You guys understand the name?
I'm an idiot.
You understand?
Anyhow, it's the 3rd or the 4th one.
It's just a fact of life that all my videos get taken down. So
I think Bug Smasher has some of those up.
Yeah, Bug Smasher.
Yeah.
If Bug Smasher, Lauren, there, check out Bug Smasher. If he has it, then it's there.
That's my boy.
Yeah, but as far as it goes, they're constantly taking down shit. So. It's just,
I like Bug Smasher's views, and I also like the other guy's views. Damn it, I forget his name, but I know that he does a lot of prep work. And what's his name? His avatar is like him with the computer. He's like
Chris.
Yeah, man. Chris is really good.
I'm telling you.
I mean.
Yeah,
you have a lot of quality people come on into your podcast, and it's sad that it only gets that many views, but we all know why that is. It's not because it's not any. It's not because it's not captivating.
It's a little secret. I'm not sad. It doesn't make me sad. I don't care.
Are you guys talking about Chris Florio?
Yeah.
Yeah, all these guys, Bug, Chris, they're all in Black Cube's Discord.
It's one of the badass Discords around.
Yeah,
it's the best by far. It's basically.
Hey, can you send me an invite to that Discord, or I don't know how to get a part of it. That would be cool.
I think it's
I
on
can do
Black
it.
Cube's channel.
Okay. Just if you could send that to me, that'd be great.
Hey, Jeff, can you? I don't know. It's probably a long time ago. I asked if can you wrench me on a channel so I can drop the link for Discord and such.
Can I what you on the channel?
Can you make me into moderator or wrench or whatever fuck blue name shit so I can drop the link for
oh shit. That's Jeff's decision, isn't it? Yeah, that's Jeff's decision. Yeah.
Let me just drop my name so all right. Here. Woo. All right.
I'd love to be connected. Yeah, I'd love to be connected with all of y'all because y'all are all really cool people. So
I think I'm gonna go, everyone. I'm tired. Sorry. I don't know how you
I gotta get out of here.
I gotta go.
Hey.
No, but it's
take care.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, it was great.
Well, it's always a super pleasure to have you on the show. And have a great sleep and have a great weekend.
Thank you. Talk to you all next time.
All right.
Good night.
See you on Steam It.
Oh yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey Jeff.
All right. Good night, y'all. I'm gonna drop that Discord link for the Black Cube in the chat right now.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Black Cube. He
correct.
he's
The
the
Black
man.
Cube mystery. Right.
Yep.
Okay, there it is.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can you? I don't know. Is there? Can we still message each other on YouTube? Like, can you message me that link, or is that not possible?
So I just dropped it in chat. You see it in chat?
I know, but damn it.
Okay, so how about if I leave it in the comments section on your hit job?
Oh, there you go. That'd be perfect. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, that'd be perfect. Yes. Yes, thank you. But I wanted to talk to you, Jeff, about the elephant in the room, which is what I'm looking at right now. It says HR 672, 115 Congress. Basically the whole anti-Semitic thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And the fact that they've actually dropped a bill now. And so I've read 1984. I've read, Brave New World. I've read, I go into fiction and nonfiction because nonfiction is obviously stranger than fiction. And this bill that they have going up right now, that's just like anti-Semitic. Like, to me, man, that is like, and I know you've always talked about this, but that really is like, if they're gonna pursue that, if they're gonna actually pursue it and enforce it, that really is the end of free speech. Because guess what? Whatever fucking bullshit laws they make, doesn't matter. We're heavily armed and we know the Constitution. And so whatever laws Trump Zionist fucking tries to make, it doesn't fucking matter to us down here in Texas. We all carry a gun everywhere we go, and we all have multiple guns in our houses. And it's just not going to work down here. So I'm just kind of wondering where Mr. Trump's going to enforce this little anti-Semitic fucking bullshit law. Because I don't see it happening down here at all. So, I don't see it happening. Yeah.
It's going to happen everywhere.
You don't even have a government.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I don't see it happening as far as the people complying.
Oh,
it's going to happen. Are the people in Texas going to comply?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, hopefully not. And
no, not hopefully. Not even a guess.
Good, man. You know what? I'll say
the street.
This awesome.
It's not going to happen.
Stand up and fight. But they're going to do it. So you be prepared. That's all. It's coming.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be a whole lot of bullshit. Everybody, I'm telling you, people in Texas have been waking up to this Israel deception for the longest time, and now it's finally come to its head. And if they want to try to fucking enforce some legislation on us, it's not going to happen. I'm on the fucking ground here in Texas. It's not gonna happen.
Well, Twaddle, let me say this. Let me say this, man. Just imagine, you know how the federal government usurps basically state rights.
Damn,
nowadays.
I wish you could turn your damn fucking mic up. But all right, go on.
My apologies.
I can barely hear you, man.
I just wanted to say, you understand that, basically the feds are...
Turn up the volume.
I got it. Go ahead, Tree.
All right, let him say. Yeah.
My point is just, I think that you should tell as many Texans as possible that there's a very real chance that, already the federal government usurps state rights, and there's definitely a gigantic control over states. And Texas is one of the few states left that has actual, sort of constitutional rights as far as self-defense goes. And
to interrupt real quick, did you know that we're the only state that actually retained its own original land records?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're the only state that can legally succeed. Sorry, but go on.
My whole point was you should try to tell as many Texans as possible. Don't try to be arrogant and just say because you're armed and because you still have the Second Amendment that's going to protect you from the federal government, because I'm sure that they have plans in the future to be able to completely supersede, basically any kind of defense. Anything that you have, whether it's the Second Amendment, whether it's being armed in public, whether it's owning your land, I'm sure that they have all sorts of plans to be able to completely control Texas.
And I'm prepared to die.
Yeah, that's
I'm
it.
prepared to die.
They're coming.
I'm prepared to die.
That's all. That's all I would say is they're coming. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely,
it's happening already. They've already had several psyops there.
I'm prepared to die.
Good. Then
how many other
I mean, good for you.
Think about how many other Texans are prepared to die.
All I could say is you gotta spread the word as far as wide as you can. I would just say this to Americans: is, preserve your right to bear arms at all costs. That's all. And your right to freedom of speech. Preserve those two rights, no matter what the cost is. Period.
Yeah.
If
you don't have those, then you don't have anything.
You have nothing.
We have 40 million killed last century.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have totalitarians. It's done. It's bad. But that's it. I mean, it's a fight. They're coming for you. They're coming for you. They're coming.
You have to decide.
They're coming.
If you're
make no mistake, they're gonna take your guns. They're going to try it. They're gonna do it everywhere. They're not hiding it anymore. We said this back in 2012. We were saying they're gonna come for you everywhere. There's no doubt. They're gonna hit you again and again and again and again. They're gonna hit you over and over again. They're gonna hit you 100 times if they have to take your guns. They want to take your guns.
Jeff, can I just say this? I just want to say I have a deep respect for Really Graceful. She used to listen to Black Cube Mystery and I actually didn't know that she made your intro, but she is probably the best example for being able to spread information without being censored and without being abrasive to the point where you get flagged or banned or taken down off of platforms. So I think that we all need to really focus on kind of Really Graceful's way of disseminating information, because she is the best example.
Hey, sorry, man. You cut out a little bit. Are you still there?
Right, though. He's 100% right. She's great. She's awesome. She was here, a couple hours ago, so you could have told her that personally.
Yeah, she's fucking fantastic.
I love her.
Fucking fantastic.
And what an asset that we have. We have to protect those assets, and we have to help, shield them from all that crap that's going on. But yeah, it's so important. I agree. Like, that's not me. Like, thank God.
I know.
I'm different. I'm here to hopefully.
You're the master of getting censored, and
I
want
to
getting
help.
Censored.
Make more Really Gracefuls, right? That's the whole thing, right? Like,
well, there you go.
listen to me, and then maybe then you go on and you find that way of reaching people. I can't change who I am. Tiger don't change the stripes, right? I'll tell you straight up. Like, there's a bunch of us.
I already know that I'm too fucking hardcore, and also I was an idiot and started off my channel exposing the whole what was his fucking name, HT. I don't want to say, can I even say his name without getting banned? I don't know. Handsome Truth. The whole fucking GDO, bro. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? The whole GDO operation.
Wait. Handsome Truth and all them motherfuckers.
I don't trust that guy.
Yeah, we're not gonna. Here. We're not gonna go there. I'm sorry. I was cutting that off.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not involved in operations here. I don't deal with those operations.
I'm the one who deals with operations here.
There's shit of that. I steer clear of shit.
There's plenty of agendas to
obviously-
talk about instead of operations.
Yeah.
so.
We don't need to waste time with operations. So we have to navigate dangerous waters, and the whole thing for me always 100% is all about what they're doing. That's all. It's not about me. It has nothing to do with me. I have no importance whatsoever, right? What I am, what I do, no importance. What I'm showing you, that's what you should be looking at. If everyone, and that's what it's all about. Like it's what's going on. Okay? And that's what I love so much about these shows. It's always been the same. When I was doing We'll Do It Live, it's exactly the same. I was doing, what the hell is going on and the bigger picture, exactly the same. What's going on? That's all it is. What's going on? I don't want to know about the drama. I don't want to care about, truth, this something versus so and so that. I don't want to waste time with cat towers and shit like that. Fuck all that shit. That's all there to take your energy and take you away. Focus on what's going on, the bigger picture. What they're doing to all of us. That's where we have to focus. And that's what we've done tonight. We did a great job. I mean, I think I have to say, we're going to close up now. It's 2:46 in the morning. It's another marathon show. Totally enjoyed it. But that's what I'm proud of when I do this work, is it's always been about what's going on. That's always what it's all been about. When I used to do the group shows, the group shows, we just talk about all the shit that's going on. That's what this is all about. There's no personalities that matter. It's not about who has the most subs or anything. It's about what's going on. What are they doing to us? How can we counteract this? How can we, wake up people to this and get them to focus on, all right, whatever. I mean, just do your part. That's what I say to everyone out there. Just do your part if you can, and plant some seeds, pass information around, even if it's just one thing, I mean, some of us don't have to do a lot. If we're in the right position, maybe we can have a lot of influence, but it's just a matter of getting the information out there and getting people. And I really think the key to everything is to develop critical thinkers, to develop people, because that's the only solution. I mean, otherwise, people are endlessly played against each other. If people can't think critically, there's no way to counteract what they're doing. You can't put the control of everything in people that are stupid. And that's the way that they operate. I mean, what Grace has shown in her video, the last one, is the whole power structure and how they think about us. And it's all a big charade. Your politics is a big charade. Your vote is a big charade. Your president's a big charade. It's all there just to occupy the masses. So if we can spread that information around without being terminated, hopefully, and if people can, the intelligence operations that are listening to this, I mean, if you're an agent, you're listening to this. I'm not your enemy. I mean, I don't hate you. I understand you got to do your job. I understand that. But I mean, come on, it's your future. It's your kids' future. It's the world's future. We're not. I'm not here to assassinate people or to overthrow the government or anything stupid like that. I'm here to just say, look, if we can all think critically, then we can all partake in the future of this civilization, of the future of our species. But if we don't have a voice, if we're silenced, well, then, not good. Anyways, so with that being said, we're closing up. So I'm going to give everyone here a chance to say goodnight. Tell folks, if they want to follow you, where they can. And we're going to do this. The whole Jeff C. and Friends thing is meant to be a bi-weekly thing. So probably not next week, but the week after, but maybe next week if I can. If I can, I will. But we're looking at about 2 shows a month sort of thing. So I really enjoy doing this. Obviously, I think people can feel that. These shows are going hours and hours long, 7-8 hour type shows. They're a blast to host, and I want to thank everyone that showed up tonight. All the good people in the chat. Thank you very much. All the people that came and took part in the discussion. Thank you very much. So I'm going to start here from my left, or my right to left here. Just give everyone a chance to give themselves say whatever they want to say for the close up, and if they want to give out, some place where people can follow you, by all means. So, Trayson, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Well, thank you, Jeff. First of all, I'm using my headphone microphone, so I don't know if that sounds better to you guys or not. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done over the past few years. I found you around 2015, and like I said, that's how I met Black Cube Mystery. And we've hosted a show over at his YouTube channel. So if you guys want, you can check that out. And I did about a 2-hour show about my experience a few times going to the Masonic Lodge in Denver and how fucking freaked out that I got. It's pretty comprehensive. So check that out if you want. It's something else. And so we did that for my birthday, I think in 2016 or 2017. Anyway, Black Cube Mystery is a great guy, so you guys should go to his YouTube channel and join our Discord. Guys like Venonymous, Bug Smasher, Chris Florio, a whole bunch of amazing guys. Wake Now or over there, Donnie Darko. So if you guys want to, talk to anybody else, just go over there and check it out. A bunch of great guys, wealth of information, a lot smarter than I am. And the last thing I want to say is I know, Jeff, you're a hockey fan. And when I was a kid, I was a huge Colorado Avalanche fan. And I didn't learn until later on that we stole Patrick Waugh from the Montreal Canadiens. So sorry for that, but we got 2 Stanley Cups for that. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
That's cool. Thanks, Trayson. All right, who do we got next here? Meat? I don't even know when somebody Meat Life. I don't think we heard you. Sorry, Meat. I didn't see you jump in.
I just dropped a link to the Black Cube Mystery channel in chat.
Oh, is that who Meat is?
Hey guys. Hey, sorry, I had it on mute. I was cleaning while I listened to you. Great show.
Mo. It's
Yeah,
Mo.
yeah.
Hey, Mo. How you doing?
Good. Still living the meat life.
Hey, man.
It's crazy, man. Like I'm sorry, but like every show that you host, I have to go back to that point, and I cannot stress enough how eliminating everything from my diet and just being reliant on meat has helped me so much. Jeff, I might have a private conversation with you. I have like recent developments in regards to that. So just wanted your opinion about a few things. Not now, like maybe next month we can have a long chat. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear you, man.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm sorry. I didn't notice you were there before.
Oh, not at all. I actually just logged in because I wanted to check the chat to see like if you guys posting links for like good channels on YouTube that I could follow, or like discussions, debates, because I'm really into that, So, but thank you so much for the show. You guys been all great, and a lot of informative things that I never really been exposed to before. And I just wanted to say one thing. So I know you guys want to go, but so I got awake, I would say around 2012. I was working at this fitness club in Toronto called Equinox. It's like American franchise, and it's like high-end fitness club. So I was working there in the juice bar, and I befriended like a woman from Washington. So it's American franchise, and all the managers, all the owners are like Jewish. Anyway, so that's I'm from Middle East, so that's probably my first-hand interaction with tribe. And it wasn't very pleasant, to be honest with you. Like, it was very, very tough working with them or working for them. That's kind of like what got me into like all of these religious ideas about how they are and everything. But regardless of that, I befriended like a diplomat from Washington D.C. and I started to like tell her about like things that I've started watching on YouTube at the time, like Alex Jones and stuff. And she warned me that, you know, like just try to keep your mouth shut. Like there are really bad people that are, you know, everywhere here in North America. And like, you don't want to like go openly like saying these things, even though like I didn't say anything that is like super touchy, but like just the general conspiracy stuff like 9/11. And yeah, like since then I started to like research and everything, and I've like all of you, I got tricked with a lot of bad channels and like false conspiracy theory channels. But like honestly, Jeff, like from the first video that I saw, randomly I stumbled on it, and it was about Celine Dion brand. And honestly, like I never seen somebody as good as himself, like breaking down everything. And I want to thank him so much because he put me on a whole another level with like being woke. So yeah, that's all I have to say, and appreciate it. Like I could never be thankful enough to you, man.
Oh, hey, man. Thank you so much. And
Yeah, absolutely.
it's great to hear from you. And yeah, man, that's damn that.
So
Yeah.
I know you have to go, so you don't have to really you don't really have to say anything. Like you've been showered with like compliments all day. So I'm like,
yeah.
your head is going to like grow like hundreds. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you though, Mo, so much,
Yeah.
and I really appreciate that. And it's great to hear from you. And yes, definitely, we'll talk soon. And
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping in. Hey, and everyone out there that's listening, you know, maybe you didn't drop in tonight, but hopefully next time you do. So you don't have to come in. You can come in at the last minute, even if you know, like anytime sort of thing. So with that being said, let's move on. Lord, go ahead.
Well, once again, thank you so much.
All these links, man. I'm taking away your moderating status now. You're getting your abuse.
Yeah, I'm earning. You know, I'm actually acting the fucking role.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, thanks so much for hosting this, and we just gotta expand this network of people, you know, with common interests, and keep the discussion alive, and you know, grow ourselves forward.
Spread the information. Information. Always information, folks.
Right, like right. It's the ideas and not the people and all that other.
Be careful of network. Be careful. Guard yourself, and just be careful. Always be careful. Everyone that's listening to this, be careful. You don't know who's on the internet. You don't know. You don't know who's on the internet. You don't know. Always remember that. You actually know somebody. Don't know somebody. So if you're listening to this, always remember this. Never, ever, ever forget it. You don't know anyone on the internet unless you know them. And that's very, very important. That's why I say spread information. Be very, very, very careful of networks, because you never know who is there. I hope I make myself crystal clear. That being said,
sorry, Jeff. What do you mean by networks?
I'm saying don't trust anybody unless you know them.
Oh, okay.
Like in real life, don't trust
right.
people. You anybody that's listening to this, do not trust people on the internet. Do not trust people on the internet. Be careful. Be very careful. It's only common sense. You don't know who people are. It's very important that people understand this, because it's very easy to be played. So it's a difficult job. It's a difficult water to navigate, where you want people to come together and you want people to spread information. But there are a fucking ton of shills. Nobody, I mean nobody, knows this better than me.
Yeah.
So when I tell you this, you take it to the bank. Anyway, I'm saying that because I worry about people getting involved in cliques and circles and stuff like that, and just accepting anybody, and then spreading information and spreading things and not knowing who they're with. I worry about people in those situations because you don't know. Anyways, I say that.
What the fuck is going on in the background, man?
Sorry, it's me. I'm just cleaning. I'm going to mute it.
Just mute
Good night.
yourself.
Yeah. All right.
Why are you not speaking? When you speak,
Oh, I just got into the chat like a minute ago.
No problems.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
I appreciate it. Go ahead, guys. Guys, go ahead. Was it somebody? Is somebody underwater there?
I'm sorry. I thought you were going in order.
Who's next?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Are you going in order? Okay.
Yeah. Go. Sorry. Yeah. It's where.
Go
ahead.
All right. Well, you can reach me on Twitter at Venomous. I also commented in the chat there if you want to look at my YouTube channel. I make videos once in a while. And Steam, it's where I'm most active, and I've got some really good stuff I'm going to be posting soon. So check that out at Venomous, Steam it at Venomous. So
awesome.
That's
Thanks
everything.
So much,
yeah.
Venomous. Really appreciate it. Enough of this twaddle.
Oh my gosh, it's my turn. Well, I do want to give a shout out to Lauren. The one getting me into this chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate your attention and attention to detail. And I know that me and Lauren disagree on a lot of things, but yet you see it. Let me finish.
Okay.
You see that he's willing to help me out, and so that's the point I want to make: is that we can disagree on a lot of different topics, a various amount of different topics, but as long as we're having each other's back and we're good people, God's gonna smile upon us.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate Lauren for getting me in here and all that. And I'm gonna delete the video, of course. Delete. But I would say, Jeff, a word of advice next time: check your Patreon the first 30 minutes, just to make sure that.
I did, but
I guess you didn't get my message, I guess. But
no, I did get
just
it.
Make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
For that though.
It's all good. It's all good, man.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I would say if I were you, that's what I would do. That's all. And then I would also, my last point is the point that I was the video I was trying to relay to Bug in regards to his presentation last show. I feel like it would really benefit. And so, Bug, if you're listening, all you got to do is type in 1965, they tried to warn us. And that goes for everybody. And it's basically just this, red-blooded, just normal, American, just warning. This is way back in 1965. Of the debauchery and the disgust that was, gonna come through. And so I think it's a very important. It's only 10 minutes long, so it's not like I'm not putting you out. Just type in 1965. They tried to warn us, and that'll come up. And I think it's very educational for everybody to watch, and in conjunction with Bug's presentation last week. And other than that, great show, Jeff. I always appreciate you, brother.
Remember, no alcohol is harmed in this production.
Thank you, enough to Cookie.
Hello. Yes, thanks for hosting it, and thanks for sending me an invite. And it's been a great conversation again. If people want to find me, I posted just in the chat, so just click on the name, you'll find it from there.
Awesome.
I was quick this time. Makes a change.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's a great way to do it. Anyways, I want to thank everyone. This has been an awesome show. Really enjoyed it, as always. And yeah, hey man, everyone, have a great weekend. We'll see you all in the next one. Good night, everyone.
All right.
Yeah,
Take care.